Well, good morning and welcome. It is day one, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors Under an Overdrive, and you are watching the live feed presented by the Eastwood Company. My name is Brian Loans, and you know me from such films as Drag Week 2014. That time I went to Larry Larson's shop to try to make him cry, and the Diesel Power Challenge. The guy to my left, that's David Freiberg. You know him from Hot Rod Magazine and Roadkill. And we're here again, David. It is the beginning of what is going to be a 6-day romp around the middle of the country with some of the most unique and potentially fastest street cars in the world.
I think we might see that even first thing this morning. We've got 301 cars in competition here today. And I think by the time we hit tomorrow, we're going to be looking at kind of a 270 number or something like that. What Drag Week is all about is 5 days, 4 different drag strips, 5 races, and all of these guys need to drive their cars from track to track. They're going to make about a 1,000-mile road trip along the way, and a lot of them are going to break down, but the guys who get to the end, we take their elapsed time for each day, average it by the number of days raced, and the winner is the guy with the lowest DT.
So this is the hot rodding equivalent of an untethered spacewalk. Once you leave this place, you have no access to your trailer, you got no access to a support vehicle, you are on your own and require the help of the people that are around you. You can only get help from competitors that are also available in the event. So there's no shenanigans going on with outside help. You'll hear stories of incredible human suffering this week. You'll hear stories of incredible human ingenuity this week. Guys fixing their cars with beer cans and stuff they literally pick up off the side of the road. Bolts out of stop signs. We've heard that those are perfect replacement bolts for intake manifold in the small block Chevy, apparently. So there has been all different stuff that's happened over the years, but we start here at Gateway Motorsports Park. We end here on Friday at Gateway Motorsports Park, and then we're here again on Saturday for the heads-up shootout, which we'll talk about that when we get later in the week. But I think the big thing we want to talk about is I was not here yesterday. You were here yesterday for Tech Day. So what was that like? What's the field looking like? What's the general feel in this place?
It was pretty amazing. We bumped up the limit to the cars that could be here to 350 cars. And we sold that out in about 15 minutes, something like that. But what happens is as the months go by, there's a lot of racers who just realize there's no chance they're going to make this happen. And many of them are courteous enough to let us know that so that we can let other people into the field. And what's interesting is we had like 26 dropouts that we knew before we even stood right here. And we had to send out 54 invitations to people who were on the waiting list in order to fill that 26. And then when we were standing here yesterday, of course, another 30 didn't show up, but then there were some people standing here who got in because they just showed up and said, I'm going to take my risk that I have not pre-registered, but I'm going to get into Drag Week anyway. So our final car count, 301.
Not that you want to bank on it, but if you ever want to come to this event, that strategy of just showing up on registration day has actually worked almost flawlessly.
We've never turned anybody away.
Tried. So I wouldn't recommend that for next year. Try to get on the pre-registration list, but you know, one of the things we're going to talk about a lot this morning is the conditions, the racetrack that we're at right now, and how it's prepared. You know, when we talk about records being set, you need a couple of things. You need a really good racetrack, you need good air, and you need good cars. And there are 2 guys here specifically that may be able to reset the quickest and fastest streetcar passes ever. Now, last night during a test session, Jeff Lutz showed up, and we should actually probably preface that by saying Jeff Lutz is here, but he is not in anything you'd expect him to be in. Yes, it's flat black. It is not big and square like a 57 Chevy. It is, in fact, his NMCA Pro Mod that he has legalized to some degree. He's got license plates on it. He passed and met the requirements, and it is a very evil piece. It went 249 miles an hour through the traps here last night on an early shutoff 605 test pass. The benchmark right now is 594 at 244 miles an hour. That's what Larry Larson did last year out at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That is the gold standard of the quickest and fastest street car in the world. Lutz's numbers from last night were in a test session. It technically was not Drag Week. Drag Week does not start until this morning. Just like when Larry ran the 616 last year on Saturday, it does not count as a Drag Week record, so to speak, because that was after the actual Drag Week portion of the event was over. So Jeff Lutz is still the quickest and fastest guy in Drag Week history. Went 669, 225. But that car he's sitting in this morning is going to annihilate those numbers if he can do what we think he can do.
You thought his suffering was bad when he won Drag Week last year in his 57 Chevy. Wait till you see this thing. I mean, it is a full-on Pro Mod car. There's no bones about it. And it's hilarious that he is out here with headlights in the thing, turn signals, the whole shebang, license plates, insurance. We check all of that stuff in registration. So, you know what? Go ahead and have your internet argument all day long about what is or isn't a street car. I don't care. I'm entertained by seeing these guys doing what they do.
There is
Now,
totally that, yes.
and I'll take some credit for this because at some point, I don't remember if it was at the end of last year's race or I was texting him or something. I was like, let's see, baby. Now, you know how to handle.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, you know how to handle this situation because I happen to know that you run NMCA with this yellow car that's parked over the side of the shop that I think at that point had been a 589.
Something like that. Then the
Something
the
like
80s,
that.
Yeah.
At legal weight with NMCA, he's chucked 350 pounds out of that car to come out here to Drag Week.
It's incredible, and again, that's the car. So now we're going to talk about the racetrack. One of the things that's going on here this weekend, Gateway really stepped up. They brought in one guy, actually two guys, because we just saw Jason Ruckert down there. So there are two guys here that are really important to the whole equation. One of them is a guy named Tyler Crossnow. He's a guy in his early 20s. He's not really a household name at this point, but that guys that are in the small tire drag racing world and the radial world and all that kind of stuff, they know and they love this guy. His nickname is kind of Threes in the Freeze. And what he is a track prep specialist. He knows how to set up a racetrack to get cars down it really quick. The Threes in the Freeze nickname comes from a race he puts on in Memphis every year. It's a streetcar, outlaw streetcar reunion, he calls it. They were literally having a snowstorm during this event. Okay, a guy in a radial Corvette with a big blown Hemi in it went 397 on a 315 radial during a snowstorm, and the place went ballistic.
You mean like track temp was just sub-zero?
It was, yes. It wasn't fry eggs. It was make ice cubes.
So when they say hook it up on an ice rink, that was this.
The dude literally did it.
This was that. Wow.
And so he's the guy out there prepping the track, and Jason Ruckert from VP is here. Pooch, those of you, again, in that kind of world of drag racing know who he is. A racer, but he's also kind of the mad scientist when it comes to VP's development of traction compounds. So then last we're going to talk about is the conditions. This is not going to be the typical drag week where guys are driving around in like a brick oven of their car. We're looking at temperatures this week that are going to be between 70 and 80 degrees virtually everywhere we go. This morning it's in the low 70s here, maybe not out of the high 60s yet. And the density altitude likely will not be above 1,800 feet for the entire time we're here today. So,
and let's talk about where we are going. We're here at Gateway nearby St. Louis, and then we're going to go to Indy. That's right.
Yes.
Lucas Oil Park, the former IRP, site of the U.S. Nationals, where you were just probably, it seems like
About a week ago.
You haven't been home since then. And then from there, I believe Union Grove, then Cordova, and then back here to Gateway. And we're going to run twice when we come back. Friday is the close of Drag Week, where everybody is duking it out for the actual win. The next day on Saturday is the Drag Week Heads Up Showdown. This is something we came up with last year, and it's just a lot of fun. All the cars that finish Drag Week get here, and they run each other heads up regardless of class.
it's really cool. It's kind of a total, kind of throw everybody in the stew pot and see what happens. We had some great upsets last year, and it makes for a great show. So if you're going to be in the area around here at Gateway, make sure you come out and buy a ticket and sit in the stands, because you're going to get to see the entire crew of the cars back here at the end of the week, and everybody's letting it hang out. And if you're going to be at home, tune in and watch us, because we're going to be live from that day as well.
Sorry. Now, what you're going to see here today, once you're done with, this exhibition of, manly greatness, is a driver's meeting. So you'll be inside what all of the racers are going to hear about the procedures. You'll learn a lot about how Drag Week actually functions. So stay tuned, and you're going to hear that driver's meeting, and we're going to go into racing right after that.
One last thing I want to go over, David, is there have been some changes, some class changes this year, a class addition, some class renaming.
There's a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, so let's go over, those of you that are familiar with the event and understand how it works and know the mechanics of it, this is a little inside baseball. There were some pretty significant changes made over the wintertime. Although one not significant change that I will say is that when you stood up at the podium and said, unlimited will remain unlimited. And after that, the changes started.
That turned into a big, big controversy, and that's probably what most of the people are chatting about right now on the live feed, if I had to guess. Unlimited cars are completely unlimited. That's why you can have a Pro Mod car here. They have to have headlights, turn signals, and all of that. They have to have a horn. They have to have license. They have to have registration. Other than that, have a nice day. They're the only cars that can actually run Drag Week on methanol, which I believe that both of our heavy hitters are doing out here today.
Yeah.
But because the unlimited class becomes so controversial, and people are like, it doesn't have a VIN number, it was never produced at a factory, it's not steel, it's not a street car, whatever, we developed a new class this year called Unlimited Iron. This is kind of the traditional Drag Week car, so to speak. It is a production sheet metal body, but he's got unlimited chassis modifications. They're essentially tube chassis car, like you've seen Larry Larson, like you've seen Lutz's original 57, Joe Barry, Doug Klein, all of those types of cars. And after all of the noise and drama, how many of those guys showed up?
A trifecta.
trifecta. We have 3 of those cars here at Drag Week. I believe there's 13 in Unlimited right now.
Yes.
Although that can be deceptive. Unlimited is often where a car will go if they just don't fit in any other class. So they're not necessarily out here shooting for the 5s.
And an important little side note, a little historical tidbit, which we'll be throwing these in all week. 1 year during Drag Week, only one time a non-unlimited car has actually won the overall. And, looking at we have some really fast stuff in Unlimited this year, but we have some very fragile stuff out there as well, so who knows what's going to happen. But that was back in, I believe, 06. The guy who won Unlimited had a 13-second average.
Yeah, that was funny. He was the only car in the class.
And Eddie Miller was the overall champ that year.
That's right. Now, we covered Unlimited and Ultimate Iron.
Yes.
The rest of the classes in Drag Week, with the exception of Street Machine Eliminator, which we'll talk about here at the end, are all broken down based on the level of suspension modifications and tire size, essentially. There's also body rules where we want these things to look like production cars. We're trying to control the weight with some rules about, production glass and fenders and things like that. But modified is essentially, you can have a back half car on a small tire. Pro Street, back half car on a big tire. Then you get into the class that's called Super Street. That's the one for stock bolt-on suspension, but we're pretty liberal with what you can do with the rest of the car. Stock suspension concept. Finally, there's the street race category, which is the most restricted class in all of Drag Week. It's really bolt-on muscle cars. These things are all steel, complete bolt-on suspension, nothing fabricated, and most like what you would see in your own garage.
And all of those cars are shockingly fast, too. That's the
stunning.
Other thing.
Yeah. They're like what you see in your garage, only faster. And then
a lot.
the last class is the one that's going to tongue-tie us probably all week long. It's Street Machine Eliminator. Now, for the first 10 years of Drag Week, we had a class called Daily Driver. And I guess we changed the name of it just because that started to sound pretty weak for a bunch of guys who are out here running mid-10s all week long.
Yeah.
Some of them are, the slowest cars in Drag Week, and they're in the 10s. Imagine, it's a big deal, actually. So it's Street Machine Eliminator. What these guys are doing is racing a class that has no restrictions onto the car itself. It does have an ET limit. It used to be 1080. Last year, it was 1080. Now it's 10.0. We're going to see some faster cars in the class. And they're running for a bracket race at the end of the week, which is, I guess, really an open comp format more than a bracket race. We're going to take their Drag Week average ET, subtract a tenth just to have some
wiggle room in there.
Wiggle room, exactly. And that is their dial-in for every round on the last day of racing.
Yeah, and we actually had a couple of those Street Machine competitors make some noise in our Heads Up race last year, right?
Yeah.
There was a couple of upsets that came out of there because they were kind of trained to leave and hit the tree. Again, you're not going to be seeing Heads Up racing until we get to Saturday. You're going to be seeing 2 cars go down the racetrack, but consider this. There'll be reaction times in the 4 or 5 second ranges. Guys sit there and spool turbos and get themselves comfortable before they head
time
down.
trials.
It's time trials.
Time trials is what this is.
But I think the feel this year is a little bit different, at least from my perspective on the social media side. Last year, it was a lot of kind of heavy feel to it with, Larry was coming with the truck, and everyone was kind of wondering how that was going to go, and he was coming to the truck, and everyone knew he was coming kind of on a mission of what was going to happen with that thing, and he was kind of set a precedent. And he put on a heck of a show. Of course, those of you that watched the feed last year remember that final day, or the final moments of that day in Noble, Oklahoma, when he suffered that driveline failure in the starting line, and it was just like everybody's jaw hit the floor, and that really threw everything into a stew pot. And that's Jeff Lutz came out at the top of the heap last year. So it's going to be an unpredictable week. We see guys come out at day 1 and 2 and they're flying and they look like they got the world in the palm of their hand, and then 5 minutes later they're dead in the side of the road.
On that note, if I was Jeff Lutz right now, I would probably be tuning up that car to go out there and run a 593 at 250 miles an hour, just so that he can take that title of quickest, fastest, street licensed car in the world. Because if he doesn't do that today, he takes the chance that he's going to hit the road and hit a pothole, hit a goat, hit another car, break down, valve springs scattered, from here to Indy and back. So he might be out here putting that number down today. And if he lives up to his smack talk, that will be an easy run for him.
I'll tell you, he was very candid. He had an interview yesterday on the HotRod.com website, and he basically said, you know what, I saw what Larry did last year, and I'm showing up this year to kind of beat him at his own game, or kind of show him how it's done. And you know what? It's great. There's a lot of part of this sport, and a lot of what made the sport of drag racing so great is that kind of interpersonal conflict between guys. And somewhere along the way, we kind of lost the idea that it's good, and that not everybody doesn't have to be hugging and shaking hands after every run. And there is some tension there. Let's be honest. These guys aren't going to go sit down and clink glasses together and drink beers at the end of the night. Larry's not here with the truck this year. He's decided to sit out. Jeff is here, and he's looking to basically lay waste to everything Larry has done with that truck so far.
I think that you need to be Mr. Announcer Guy at this point and gather that drivers meeting into the grandstands. ASAP. We're at 8:30 here locally.
All right, well, good morning and welcome. Those of you that are out there in the pits, it is going to be drivers meeting time here at Gateway Motorsports Park, so we need you to come to the grandstand that is right next to the timing tower. I want you to that big grandstand right next to the timing tower. If you're a driver or a crew person on a car, we want you up there so we can have our drivers meeting. Welcome everybody to the official beginning of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors. And those of you that are on the computer, you're watching the live stream, presented by the Eastwood Company. Of course, we'll be talking a lot about Eastwood and Gear Vendors over the course of the week. There's a lot of Gear Vendors being used out here this week rather, by many of our competitors. But what we want to get going now is our drivers meeting. So please, drivers and crew members, make your way to the grandstand next to the timing tower so we can get the drivers meeting kicked off.
And we'll probably be on that a few more times before everybody actually pulls their head out of their trailer and finishes doing their last minute tweaks. There are guys I guarantee are out there finishing their car right now.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we hear the stories all the time when they're in the tech line putting the thing back together.
And let's talk about some of those cars that you saw yesterday. The Australian contingent is very strong this year. Did you say five guys shipped their cars?
5 cars out of there. I saw one from Finland, and I think we have one from Sweden.
And obviously we have a bunch of dedicated Canadians as well from as far away as Alberta and other places. The car from Alberta is a primered, kind of ratty-looking Dart with a Predator-headed twin-turbo Chrysler engine in it that's really nasty.
Yeah, very, very serious deal. And on the other end of the scale, you've got the Aussie guys who flew in last week. They found a 69 SS396 4-speed Chevelle that had been sitting under a tree for 20 years. And I mean legit. They showed me the photos of the weeds this high on the thing. They hacked it out. They paid $1,500 for it. And they're here racing Drag Week with it.
Absolutely.
That is the way to go. So you get your extreme for literally $250,000 cars down to that. That's what makes Drag Week cool, and you're going to see it all week long here on the live feed.
John Ferona's back with the car that many of you are probably familiar with, his Aussie Valiant Charger. That is agony and ecstasy in that thing has been his story. The first year he had it out, he destroyed, I want to say, 4 or 5 Power Glides he blew up, or was it Turbo 400s or whatever.
They might have even been torque flights at that point. He hadn't learned that lesson.
Options.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I think he probably just waved different things like that didn't work.
Cruise-O-Matic in it at one point, just because.
Yeah.
So John Ferona's back, and also Greg, and I'm blanking on his last name right now, I'll get this correct, but a car that if you watch YouTube, which I know everybody out there does watch YouTube, there's a guy from Australia has a Holden Monaro. It's purple. And if you've ever seen this thing, it goes down the first 300 or 400 feet of the racetrack on 3 wheels. It's wrong. It is wrong on every level, but I will tell you, of all the things I've ever seen in my life, I'm more excited to see that thing in person than maybe anything else. Just to watch it go down the racetrack, kind of crab walks its way down through there.
Let's talk in general about the nature of the cars that are here. We changed some rules, and it had an effect that I think a lot of people are going to like. There are far fewer bone stock late model cars and pickup trucks and SUVs than we've had in the past. In the past, we've seen a lot of situations where a guy wants to come to Drag Week, he doesn't get his car together, so he goes ahead and shows up in his Expedition or his Suburban or whatever. And that's great. The participation is neat. The camaraderie is neat. The watching it on the live feed, little sub-average. So this year, we've turned out to have almost all pure good muscle cars.
And man, the stuff I saw that was flowing through the social media and on hotrod.com yesterday, Chevette with a twin turbo big block.
Oh yeah.
There's a Chevy Caprice here that is awesome. It looks like an old man Caprice complete with some dress shirts hanging in the back window, and that also has a 502 in it. So there's some really unique, cool stuff here. And you know what? To me, that's the beauty of this event is that. I mean, we get hung up, and honestly, that's the story we're going to see if we're going to see these big records go up. But pay attention to everything that goes down the racetrack. There's going to be a lot of neat stuff that's happening in front of you that don't just get hung up on the big numbers. Another thing to consider, this event, I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, I couldn't quote you, but I would argue that this event is the largest gathering of street legal cars that run between 7, if we just look at that 7 to 9 second grouping, it's incredible.
Yeah, where else would you find this? Because at any other kind of race, they don't require a street legal actual license plate. They don't make them drive on the street, and that's what we're going to have. I think you and I added up that number last year, and we'll have to do that again. I bet there are more 8-second cars here than we've ever had at Drag Week.
I would have to guess, and just looking at the number of them that have turbos bolted to them, and that has become the preeminent way to make power in a lot of these cars out here. And the street portion of this event can't be discounted either. The action on the racetrack is cool, but the Great American Road Trip aspect of this event is really something else. And obviously, every year we take a very bendy, windy, back roady type of route between these racetracks, and it's always 1,000 miles, a little more, a little less, or never a little less. I guess it's always 1,000 miles. It's gone as much as, 1,280, 1,300 one year?
Oh, yeah, it's been brutal.
Yeah.
It has been. You actually managed to affect behavior, and people are filling the grandstands.
I'll tell you what.
You should probably hit that again.
Yes. All right, thanks everybody that's making their way to the grandstands now. Please, the rest of you, come on in, get a seat. Again, we're looking for you to go into the grandstand right next to the timing tower. So everybody, load up for our drivers meeting. We'll make it as relatively quick and painless as possible, or maybe we won't. But either way, we need you over there right now, so we're going to start our drivers meeting in just a couple of minutes.
The other thing I noticed when I was cruising the staging lanes in Tech yesterday is that the Fords that showed up as a novelty actually have Ford engines in them.
Oh, hey now.
Yeah. Now, the past couple years, we have seen a lot of Fox bodies powered by everything
Buicks, Turbo Buick.
Turbo Buick to small block Mopars to LS engines out the Yang, big block Chevys, small block Chevys. But there's a lot of them here with legit Ford power. As a matter of fact, I saw one with an FE in it yesterday.
Well, see, that's good for me. I came straight from Holly LS Fest to this event, so I'm just saying the word Ford is a cleanse right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a whole lot of LS1, 6, 7, and all that kind of stuff.
And we have a whole lot of Mopars here, too. It's a pretty good turnout. But, of course, missing is Eddie Miller in that purple Duster.
Well, you say missing.
Not racing his car here was Eddie Miller. He's actually here on site, good-naturedly walking around. This is another one of those sort of mongoose and snake things that's going on between Doc McIntyre, who's got a red 68 Camaro that you've seen here at Drag Week many times, many-time winner of the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated class. Bloodthirsty internet battle with these guys who have never been able to race head-to-head.
It's amazing. They always find a way to be there when the other guy isn't. But here's the thing. Doc McIntyre has won a class at Drag Week 3 times. Eddie Miller has won a class at Drag Week 5 times, including an overall in 2006. McIntyre has showed up this year with like the doomsday operation. His car, the car maybe you're probably familiar with, the red Camaro, red first-gen Camaro, has a 673 cubic inch naturally aspirated, scratch-built Goodwood competition Hemi in it. And it is flat out nasty. It went 160 odd miles an hour last night, I believe.
Oh, I missed that.
Early.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
That's not the only change to the car. They put a whole Alston front clip in the thing. He's got a new rear end in the car. They've been all through it without a lot of track time, so it'll be interesting to see how that thing runs.
Yeah, it always is cool to see how everything shakes out here. In the first couple days, people will establish themselves. I mean, we've seen it go both ways. We've seen guys come out of the gate flying and never look back, and we've also seen guys come out of the gate and fall right in their face. There was it's tough to single people out, but there was a car. I remember this car last year. It was like a first gen, like a '65 Chevelle, a big 600-inch dart motor, multiple stages, the nitrous on it, and the guys just could not. Over the course of the whole week, they tested the car before they got here. It ran great. They show up, and from Monday to Friday, by the time they got to Friday, they wanted to throw a Molotov cocktail inside the thing. It's like, and that's what it looks like. Pay attention to what people. If you're going to watch the feed all week, this morning everybody's bouncing around, they're cheering, they're happy, and by the time we get to Friday, their knuckles will be dragging on the ground.
They say Drag Week, you look forward to it all year long, and you can't wait till it's over.
And as you always say, you paid us for this.
You paid us to be here. So why don't you go ahead and call these guys again. I'm going to walk away from you and go do the driver's meeting, and you continue until you find out in your little earpiece what they expect you to do. And I think that we're going to take the live feed back down here into the driver's meeting. Okay?
All right, so this is a final call for the driver's meeting. A final call for the driver's meeting this morning. We need all Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week drivers to the grandstand adjacent to the timing tower. As Freiberger's headed down there, we got everybody else assembled, so it's going to be driver's meeting time this morning. Go over the rules of the road quite literally. Welcome everybody here to Gateway Motorsports Park, this beautiful racetrack here and just outside of the great city of St. Louis. This is actually, when we look at the tracks we're going to be visiting this week, this is actually kind of the youngest of all of our facilities. It opened up back in the late 1960s. We're going to go into some places, a couple of the oldest operating drag strips in the country. We'll be talking a lot more about those when we get to those racetracks. But it's going to be a fantastic week And the stand is pretty well filled up down there. So thanks everybody for responding to my pleas for you to get over to the grandstand. We're going to get that drivers meeting out of the way and open the racetrack. And racers in the stands, we've been talking to the camera up here for the live feed in the timing tower and talking a lot about the preparation that's been done on this racetrack this morning, and a couple of guys down there that really know what they're doing in the form of Tyler Krosno and Jason Ruckert. So it's traction will not be an issue this morning. I can absolutely promise you that. So bring all the horsepower you got and the U-joints you got and the axle shafts you got too, because you may need all of it. So the drivers meeting, a traditional part of the Hot Rod Drag Week experience, and again a big thank you to gear vendors Under and Overdrive. That is equipment that a lot of our racers use. Those Under and Overdrive units, if you run a steep rear end gear, you can, say you run a Turbo 400, you're running a big steep rear end gear in the back of your car, you get that overdrive, you can punch the button going down the highway, bring those revs to a nice level and save yourself a lot of fuel and wear and tear on the valve train. If you got a truck or an RV, they're great for those operations as well. And the Eastwood Company, sponsoring the live feed. We would literally not be able to be here without the Eastwood Company, so a special thanks to them. And we'll be talking a lot about the Eastwood Company, some giveaways, and a whole bunch of fun stuff going on with Eastwood. You know them, the amount of tools and products they sell for those of you that are out there working with your hands at home, and we know there's a ton of you out there, hot rodders that are building their own stuff at home in their garage like most of our Drag Week competitors. So the last couple of folks are trickling in to the timing tower, or rather to the grandstand next to the timing tower, and as soon as we get word, we're going to throw it down that way. The track crew's making a final scrape of the burnout area down there, making sure everybody's got a nice clean area to heat the tires up and scrub them off. Krosno worked a little bit last night. He was here very early this morning climbing on the tractor, and that is a nice shiny looking drag strip down there.
Everyone getting set to go with drivers meeting here?
We are missing Turk, correct?
Bonnie, yeah.
Bonnie and Keith, if you could make your way up here to drivers meeting, that would be a wonderful thing. Yeah, we're going to hop the other side of the pit so that we can see it a little bit better.
On there. Oh yeah, it's picking me up.
Exactly.
You just hold that for everybody.
All right, last call for everybody who's out in the pits. We are starting the drivers meeting right now. Look at this packed grandstand. That's what you get with 301 cars here at Drag Week. Pretty awesome, right? All right, show of hands. How many first timers? Hardcore. All right, that is awesome. We're gonna have a great time. All right, I am David Freiberger from Hot Rod Magazine and Roadkill, and I have run this whole program for 10 years, and I'm finally going to hand it over and have some other people doing this. So thank you very much for coming, and I'm gonna hand you to David Kennedy, the editor-in-chief of Hot Rod, and he's gonna go through some introductions, and then we're gonna get into some rules and procedures reminders so that you all know what's going on. David Kennedy.
Good morning, and thank you, David Freiberger. Whoa, that is a hot one.
That's a hot one.
So about 9 years ago, I was sitting where you guys were. We were in a room about the size of that staircase. So this has grown quite a bit. It's lost 2 seconds in overall time. This is a tremendous event. Drag Week 2015. Thanks to you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being this successful already. Round of applause. Like all great events, we can't do it without you, and we can't do it without a couple of our sponsors. And the primary one, since I've been coming to this, is Gear Vendors Rick Johnson. Rick, could you raise your hand over there? Thank you, Rick. Jack Day from Rocket Brand Fuel. Is Jack around? Perfect. All right, everybody to the right. Silver Gomez from MSD. MSD brand also sponsoring. Connie Smith is here with NOS. And to get a nitrous refill coupon, if you're running NOS, go see the Hot Rod Toter Home if you have any nitrous refill needs. And then right now we're watching this, well we're not watching this, but everybody else in the world is watching this. We are Eastwood live feed. Drag Week will be live fed all week long. Oh, there's people from Portugal, the Caribbean, Latvia, Canada, Australia, and the Netherlands, all watching this right now. Give them a big wave.
Let me give you one note on nitrous. One note on nitrous is that Monty was telling me that he's seen a lot of guys in past years doing things like cooling their radiators off with their free nitrous from him. We asked you if you would just keep that to the down low. The stuff is pretty expensive. We appreciate he's bringing it to you free, so let's be courteous about that.
That sounds good. And I also want to mention that Precision Turbo is maybe on site for some tech questions and that type of force induction support. So now that we thank all the sponsors, I want to thank our volunteers that are here on our side making this happen. That includes Sean and Tara Fling, Mike Boyston, and Matt Hogan. I appreciate it. A little round of applause to the guys coming out here and making it possible. And for our Hot Rod crew, the people that literally are putting this on for you, Michelle Terzin, Jenny Schmitz, Keith and Tanya Turk, and Lonnie. Lonnie, I see you. You're already judging me somewhere. Then I want to, because of this crew that we have, it is a fine crew of competitors and staff. I brought the finest content team I could assemble to cover it in terms of photos and video and writing. You see it on HotRod.com. You'll see it on our Facebook page, Hot Rod's Instagram page, Hot Rod's Twitter page, Hot Rod's Periscope feed, and even Hot Rod's Google Plus account. You can look for content all week long from my staff. It's Alana Scher, Tom Taylor, Brandon Galogly. We brought in Wes Allison, Larry Chen to take pictures. We have Kale Eichhoff, Ryan Foss shooting video. We have, who else we got? We got Eric Rude up in our sports box, basically covering this in a play-by-play to cover all your great stories all day long. My college, not roommate, but we spent a lot of time in a motorsports club, is Brian Loans. He's doing the track announcing. We go back more than, I don't know, 20 years. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
And, I don't know. Couple of all that content happening, that means you're going to see a lot of people sticking pictures on the internet of you and putting cameras and video cameras in your face. When we're here, you'll be pretty natural. We'll be taking images of you. You might see a couple of drones flying. Not a problem. Act natural. Be your great self. When we're out on the streets, tonight on the drive, when you see a vehicle pulling up and kind of pacing you, it's probably going to be one of us and one of our photographers. You'll see a camera lens, a video camera lens come out one of the windows. Be cool, stay about the same pace you're going, don't wave at the camera, don't do anything rash or needed. We just want to capture a great picture of you driving down the road. If we need you to speed up, we'll kind of give you the come up a little quicker. If we need you to slow down, don't look at the camera, just act natural. We'll make you look great. When you get your tech sheets, if you haven't handed them in, I assume they're going to room 210, where your time slips will go today. So anybody that hasn't handed in their tech sheet, please make sure you get that in for very selfish reasons, so we can tell your story, know who you are and what you brought in your car. There's also going to be t-shirts available for sale at every stop along the way. I don't think we sold out last year, but I think it came close. So if you want a shirt, I'd buy early. I think that'll bring us to prizes and the awards. At the end of the week, when we're back here, we'll have an awards ceremony on Friday night, barring any rain delays, and we'll present a zillion trophies, a zillion plaques for the best performances in each class and quickest times. If anyone runs more than 200 miles an hour in the quarter here, we'll also acknowledge that and induct a new member of the 200 mile an hour club. We'll also give away an award for the spirit of Drag Week. The person or persons that are exemplifying the Drag Week attitude of good times, courtesy, competition, but also camaraderie. So I think you're all in the running right now for that, and I appreciate that. I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to our tech guys, Keith Turk and Lonnie, and they can go over some technical aspects. Thanks for your time. Have a good race this week.
Hey guys, welcome back to Drag Week. Basically, Drag Week hasn't changed in the 11 years. There's still two guys riding down the road, enjoying yourself, racing each day on the racetracks. got to have some banners on your car. You also have to have your car numbers. If you have an issue with a car number, if you lose it for some reason, Tanya's got more for you up there. 30 minutes after the driver's meeting today, all the trailers that are out here that are not on drag week need to be in impound. That's the end of the trailers out here. It's the last time you'll be back to your trailers. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. The run sessions, we're going to start running each day. We're going to open. Oh, hello. We're going to start running. We're going to open the gates at 7:30. We're going to try to start running at 8 based on track conditions. We're going to run until 2. When we're done at 2 o'clock, essentially, if we had any issues during the day, oil down, so on and so forth, we may adjust those times. The schedule subject to change, as I just said, so listen to the announcer and follow him and what he has to say as far as class runs and so on. We're going to run the class cars first, street machine eliminators second, and after the street machine eliminators, we're going to run the all-run session. If you are an exhibition run only, for some reason you dropped out of the competition, ultimately you run in the all-run only category. Today we're going to run a little bit long because of the driver's meeting. We have to make a run each day to stay in competition, so you have to break the beam to stay in competition. You'll get a 20-second pass, but at least you're still in competition. If you're out, you can in fact run in that all-run session. We're going to run on a Pro Tree all week, and there's a bunch of things that are new, guys, so you need to pay attention to these. The impound procedures themselves are radically different than they've been in the past. This time, if you're an impound, it's just you and your passenger working on your vehicle. You're not allowed to get anything. You're not allowed to get anything out of a car that's not an impound. However, the guys in impound, other cars in impound, are welcome to help you. Again, if you're an impound, go back and read the impound procedures and make sure you know and understand it. Let's talk about who's an impound. If you are 1, 2, or 3 in your class, that's off of Tanya's run sheet at the end of the day, and you run faster than 850. If you run faster than 850 and you're 1, 2, or 3 in your class, then you must report to impound every morning. Additionally, we'll select those special individuals who we have that wonderful opportunity to hang out with, to bring the impound with us. So, that's our impound. We also have a new rule for the class weight. For Ultimate Iron, Pro Street, and the Street Race category, all of you guys are going to have to report to the scales at the end of your pass so we can scale your cars. There'll be somebody there to weigh you into the scales. There'll be somebody there to check your weight on the scales. Yeah, the scales are down by the timing tower. Unlimited is the only car that can run alcohol. That's a new rule. We may be checking that along the way. This was a big deal yesterday, guys. On the drag strip, you're only allowed to run drag strip style tires. If you don't have a drag strip tire, and we checked you yesterday, make sure you come and see me at the base of the tower when we're done with this driver's meeting. Those people that were on my list from yesterday, I'll go ahead and take care of you at the base of the tower immediately following the driving meeting. Again, no conventional treaded tires on the drag strip at all. I'll talk to you about it if you have those, and we're going to make some special arrangements for you. We have some new awards for the quickest car with a sealed engine, and we have an award for the quickest car with a sealed hood. If you didn't get that done yesterday and you think you want to do that immediately again following the driver's meeting, see me at the base of the tower, and we will do that one time for you between about 30-45 minutes after the end of the driver's meeting. Okay, if you turn in and you must turn in a time slip each day. Make sure it's the best time slip you have for the day, and it's your responsibility to turn in that time slip, okay? It's not our responsibility to pick the time slip. That's your job. If you turn in a time slip that is faster than you are qualified to run based on the safety considerations of your vehicle, it will not be accepted and you will not get a time for that day. So you must have a time slip that is greater than the speed equipment you have for the vehicle. Street Machine Eliminator. We used to call that Daily Driver. Remember that? It's Street Machine Eliminator now. Street Machine Eliminator can actually race down to 10 seconds now. When you turn in your time slip, Tanya's going to give you directions for the route. Once you're on the route, you must stay on the route. If you get off the route, say for example you live 30 minutes off the route, you're welcome to get off the route and go to the house, hang out, do whatever it is you do. Get back on the route at the exact same place you left the route and continue on. No shortcutting the route. You must follow the route. You must have a picture of your vehicle in front of the checkpoint that's on the route. When you turn in your time slip, you can leave any time that day, okay? Anytime, once you turn in your time slip, you can leave, you follow the route. Rain means you still drive the route, guys. I mean, we did this in Indy a couple years ago when it rained. You still have to get to Indy. No support vehicle. Yeah, you need to shoot your pictures at the checkpoint. No support vehicles. We've talked about support vehicles for years. We figured out no support vehicles. If you've got somebody riding along in a motor coach, you can't go near that motor coach for the entire week. You're not allowed to go camp out in the motor coach anymore. That's not going to happen, okay, guys? Let's talk about what we've got here as far as total number. David said 301, and David was right because that's what I told him until my wife corrected me. Which Tanya says 305 is the actual number. Now we've decreased that a couple because we've had people that had issues last night testing their vehicles. I'm going to give you the numbers right now for how many are in there. Connie will have these numbers throughout the day. In the A category, the unlimited category, we have 13 cars. We have 3 cars in the ultimate iron category, 12 in the Grove Street Power Adder, 8 in the Grove Street naturally aspirated, 13 in the modified Power Adder, 9 in the modified naturally aspirated. Super Street's got 6 in Power Adder, Big Block, or 5 that's Power Adder. Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated has 5, Power Adder has 6. Super Street Small Block naturally aspirated 10, Small Block Power Adder 12. Super Street Small Block Power Adder 12. Street Race Big Block Power Adder 16. Street Race Big Block naturally aspirated 19. Street Race Small Block Power Adder 28. Street Race Small Block naturally aspirated 34. In the gas category, you've got 3 in A gas, 5 in B gas, 6 in the hot rod, and we have 101 people in Street Machine Eliminator. How that makes that interesting for us is that we're going to have to adjust our times as far as how long we run it. We're going to take a look at it today, and Lonnie's going to run that. We're going to play good cop, bad cop, make that happen. I've got just one little housekeeping thing. Guys, down here in the tower, if you come underneath that tower with your race car, only the crew that is with that car, which means an armbanded passenger or crew that's with that vehicle, can come down there. And I know Freiburger's not going to love this, but you have to have closed-toed shoes, okay? Just saying. Don't go there. They will throw you out of there if you don't have closed-toed shoes and your armband. Couple of little another housekeeping thing. We're going to lose time. We lose an hour going to Indy. We'll gain it back. Keep that in mind for tomorrow, though. BJ Bax, you got to go see Miss Tanya. Car number 227. Again, you need to go see Tanya. BJ Bax's car number 306. He needs to see you. I like that even better. Perfect. And after that, we're going to play good. I don't know if we can come back up. We'll just work it out.
We will work that.
And we'll have fun with it. Lonnie?
We will have fun.
Lonnie's going to talk to you a little bit about the class changes. I'm going to let him continue on here, let you talk about the class changes. Lonnie's also going to talk about how we're going to run the drag race on Saturday. Okay? It's all yours.
Keith put me a little bit on the spot. I have yet to completely review what we're going to do next Saturday. But I imagine that since I helped write those, we can wing through them. Class changes in drag week can only happen on day one. So at the end of the day, if you feel like that you're not in the place that you need to be, you can go see Tanya and ask for a class change. Those class changes will also come with some additional tech, just to make sure that the class that you're changing to, your car also fits those parameters. Keith went through a lot of things. I'm going to talk about what we're going to do in the staging lanes. Each morning at each track, we're going to, when the staging lanes open for the first session, when you load those lanes, pay close attention to the lane workers. What we're going to do is, hypothetically, here we have lanes 1 through lanes 8. When the lanes open up after we adjourn the drivers' meeting, lanes 1 and 2 will be the first 2 lanes that we fill. Once they're filled to the rear, we'll move over to 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and so on and so forth. Years past, a lot of guys set in lanes for a long time to make one run, while one guy has made multiple runs. So we've been cognizant of making a change there to make sure that everybody gets an ample amount of runs, especially early in the morning. So if you've made a run, good cop, bad cop, don't be the one caught coming back to try to slide in for another before most of the lanes have cleared and everybody's had a chance to make a run. You're welcome to come back to the lanes, but just pay attention to the position, and we ask that you don't try to slide back in to the lane you just ran out of. This week we may have some cooler temperatures in the morning. Most of the time our fast session is the first session. We had this at Great Lakes Dragway last year. If we have some cool track temperatures, I may make a call to run Street Machine Eliminator, which again has been referred to as the old daily driver. Obviously all those cars have either got a drag radial or some other tire that met the rule. And what we'll do is my idea is that we use a little bit of a slower vehicle. Still, I want it to be safe before we put anybody on the track. But if we have some cool track temperatures in the morning, we would use those vehicles to go down track, put some temperature in it, and then we'll slide into the faster session. If we start one morning with Street Machine Eliminator to make some track temperature, it may not run for very long. I'm just looking for it to make some temperature in the racetrack before we put the faster guys down it. Obviously, I'm not going to put anybody down a track that I wouldn't go down myself. We had the world's largest oil down at LS Fest this weekend. So one of the things that reminded me to say something to you guys, we had about 1,800 foot oil down. It oiled the racetrack till it ran out of oil. If you have an issue with your race car, if you have a problem, whether you think it's leaking or not, if you have an issue with the race car on the racetrack, please pull to the side as soon as possible. Also remember, if you are in the left lane, don't pull so far to the side that we can't get you out of the car if there's a fire. That has happened in the past, and that gets everybody's adrenaline going pretty quick. When we can't get to a driver, obviously all of us, there's ones of us on staff that are responders. Also the racetracks all have great staffs for response. But if you are in the left lane, don't pull so tight to the wall that we can't get you out. But again, if you can remove your car from the groove, it'll make our cleanup a lot shorter, and we'll go back to right back to racing. Unlimited. Unlimited will not have a special lane 2015. Unlimited will run within the session that they're supposed to run in. Obviously the sessions still work as they have in the past. We'll start with the faster session in the morning, go to Street Machine Eliminator, then we'll come back and it's an all run to finish the day. Our intention each day, Keith mentioned that we'll make some adjustments today. I haven't looked at the time, but possibly we were scheduled to try to be done here at 2 o'clock. We may push that to 2:45, which I think will be pretty close to our time frame. So 2:45, right in that area, is when our intention with a cutoff time, which is 2 o'clock for the rest of the week, 2 p.m. My intention is that I want the last car in competition for that day of drag week down the racetrack at 2 o'clock. Freiberger and Brian Loans will be doing a live feed from the tower, and they'd like to see the last tail light at 2 o'clock. So, saying that, we'll close the lanes a little bit early to try to accommodate that time. So as we approach that 1 o'clock area each day, try to make sure that if you want another run, make sure that you kind of get to the lanes. It's not a lane closure at 2. I'm trying to send the last car down the lane, or down the track at 2. So keep that in mind as the week goes on. Again, on behalf of the Hot Rod staff, Drag Week 2015, Bad Cop's coming back. We're going to swap places throughout the week, but it's going to start that way today. Oh, yes, let's do. Protest.
Another racer requires detail in the rule infraction in writing, submitting a $100 fine, providing any evidence to include photos and video. If the protest is upheld or negated by forfeiture, let's just go through the protest procedures to make sure we get it 100% straight, guys. I'm going to read it from you right here. Protesting another racer requires detailing the infraction in writing, submitting a
Painful for the live audience.
It's kind of like a trip to the dentist while giving blood. That's what a driver's. That's what a driver's. He's like, and it's like that for the guys in the stands. It's like that for us. But it's a necessary evil. We got to go over all this stuff. But everybody is literally wants to claw their way to the staging lanes and get this show on the road. The track looks beautiful. The stand's filled. It looks great out there. It's like they bought their grandmothers. I don't know who's in there, but everybody's loaded the stands up.
Well, 300 cars, and you figure every single one of them's carrying 2 people. Some of them have 4.
True.
And then on this first day, there's probably some locals or some friends who have come out and hang. They're just
absolutely
seeing what's up.
Yeah, a lot of people coming in the gate this morning too. It's going to be interesting as we go. You know, you've been at obviously virtually every single one of these. You had a 1 or 2 year hiatus, if you will, where other operations dragged you away.
One. Yeah.
But to see this thing turn into an actual spectator event is pretty interesting, and to see it, obviously we have several thousand people just hanging out right now watching the drivers meeting, now watching us before we have cars go down. It really has kind of gotten its way into the public consciousness, and one of the reasons it's done that, and it's kind of started since the early 90s, is the appeal of a fast street car. And one of the cars that is here this weekend, literally, you texted me and said it almost made you choke up.
It's true.
You are the living embodiment of the guy with the heart 10 sizes too small. So for that to happen, is a meaningful thing.
Yep, I couldn't believe it yesterday when I was rolling through the tech lanes, and there sits Rick Dyer's, he doesn't own it anymore, Rick Dyer's Cars Camaro. The yellow 69 Camaro that you probably remember if you've been around since the origins of fastest street car racing in the early 90s. And to see it there, it's like, there aren't a lot of cars anymore that like really affect me. Sure. I'm just too jaded, I got to admit. But this thing has so many memories for me of 1992, going to Detroit and driving this car, which is at the time a 540, you know, conventional Chevy head deal with a bunch of spray on it, single 4-barrel Lenko car. It's going 898. Whoa! And I'm driving down the street and it has tires this wide and wheelie bars. It was like a whole new world back then. And at the same time that I had done that trip, Joe Pettit, who was also a staffer on Hot Rod Magazine, had gone to the Top Gun Shootout, which was in Atlanta. And I think Max Carter won that first deal. And we came back and we were in a staff meeting talking about, you know, this guy's got the quickest street car in America. No, this guy does, that guy does. And I think it was me who said, there's only one way to find out, which is to have a race. And Jeff Smith, who was the editor of Hot Rod at the time, called Richard Small, who was the marketing director at Flowmaster, and he'd been hearing this buzz, and he had a relationship with the NMCA, and he was really a big driver of this in the industry, and he put together the very first Hot Rod Magazine Fastest Street Car Shootout in Memphis. And Rick Dyer and the other cars were there. Danny Scott,
sure,
honestly a more successful racer, but Rick was always kind of the marketing guy.
Yeah.
And that's where this whole thing came from. Fastest Street Car Shootout, you know, which then rolled into the official NMCA program. With the days of Tony Christian, and that's when everybody was going, this has gotten out of control.
Yeah, Busey and Tony Christian.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And then that got so far out that we started pump gas drags, which we thought would reel it back in again. And pump gas drags turned into Drag Week, which just was a whole lot more of a legit way to sort out who's got an actual street car.
Pump gas drag was the LT1 Chevy of this whole process.
Yeah, exactly.
It kind of fell in the middle, and it was necessary to bridge the two ends of it.
Yeah. Well, when the Optispark failed, we went to Drag Week.
Exactly. We went to Drag Week. That's what happened. But no, talk a little bit about the event in '92. It's like it was a super boiling hot weekend, is my understanding. They did have to drive the cars a certain distance, right? They made loops around the facility or inside the facility. How many miles, or was it 10 miles or 15, or
it was
what
like
was it?
30, and we actually made them stop the car, shut it off, and restart it.
Okay.
And that took a lot of guys out. One year, Danny Scott actually got taken out by that.
Because the thing just would not roll over.
Yeah,
again.
would not fire back up. Just a hot starter solenoid, you're done.
Toast.
And now here we are going, you need to go 1,000 miles, and you need to sit in traffic, and you need to go through potholes, and you need to start and stop that thing a whole lot of times. So it's gotten a whole lot more hardcore, both in the racing end of it with faster cars and in the street end of it. And going back, very first year, quickest car, ate what?
The very first year of Drag Week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Carl Scott. Well, okay, the quickest pass was made by Larry Larson. That was 8:38. The
No,
last
Larry
day
wasn't there the first year.
In 05?
I don't think so.
Oh, he was there.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I take it back.
Yeah, Carl
Yeah.
Scott won the thing. He averaged 8:58. But Larry swapped the blower pulley in the last day and went like at 8:38, and we're like,
Yeah. Yeah,
done.
exactly.
That's it. It's never going to happen. And then it comes to the point where I'd say in Larry's face, well, no one's ever going to run fast on Drag Week. And
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
know it.
and he smiled, knowing the whole time that he was building this thing that he was building for last year. And here we are with some guys, legitimately a couple of guys that are going to try to run fives. And really, when you look at the ramp on how this thing has gone, the ramp on the performance uptake in this thing has really been incredible.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a two-way deal. Like the racers go out here, they find out everything that breaks. And there is a lot of guys out here, especially the higher end cars, are running parts that may not actually be in a catalog yet. There are companies out there that are doing R&D work on some valve train parts and other stuff on some of these cars because this is one of the best chances they get. It's one thing to run a motor on a dyno. It's another thing to put it through a week of stop and go driving, of idling, of hot temperatures, of cool temperatures, highway driving, the whole deal.
We really need to change the name of this week to Frag Week.
Frag.
Yeah, because that's what it's all about. If anything can kill a solid roller lifter, this is it. Yeah. What goes down always is electric fuel pumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys that end up mounting those in such a way that they just overheat and they start boiling fuel and they're gurgling and you hear them driving by. It's like,
Yeah, well,
that one's going down.
Invariably,
Yeah.
we will see someone at a gas station this year buying enough ice to fill the entire trunk of their car with it to try
Yeah.
to keep the pump cool.
And I have personally done that. And then the other thing that goes is transmissions. Now that has gotten sorted out a lot better the past couple of years. I think Rossler in particular is a guy who's put together Turbo 400s that are holding up
Yeah.
in cars that used to have Lenkos in them,
Right,
which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, the rolled sprag in the Lenko was always a problem, and that was something that a couple of these guys, Barry and Lutz, Barry and Larson, a couple of guys have got so proficient at changing over the years, it wasn't even that big a deal anymore. But the other thing that the Lenkos are very tough on is heat generation. Those things made a ton of heat. And when you're in a car, ambient temperature, some of these times we've been out on the road, it's already 100 degrees, and the transmission is way more than that, and you have all that heat venting into the cockpit. It does not make for a fun time.
Yeah, so what did I go through? Electric fuel pumps, transmissions, and then solid roller lifters. Those are really the biggies. But then there's the whole slew of everything else that goes wrong. The stuff that goes wrong at Drag Week is nutso. I think back to Mashmeyer at the side of the road having hit lip in the concrete on this bridge and ripped the whole front suspension out from under that thing, oil pan, the whole deal, and they're fixing it at the side of the road. I wish we could live feed from the side of the highways all across America on this thing because it gets ugly.
It does get ugly. It gets ugly, and those are the kind of the moments those are the moments that everybody in those stands in the back of their head is like, we're going to have this thrash and it's going to be great and we're going to do it. And then it happens and they go, oh my God, we're in the middle of this thrash and we have to do this to survive. And that is a lot of this event. I mean, as much as we say to people, you really can't understand it until you get out here. It is the truth. I mean, and it's to me, there's like this holy trinity of things that I really, really love to do, and it's to be here at Drag Week, to go to Bonneville, and go to the U.S. Nationals. And those three things have all of them are different, but to me, they have a very similar feel to them, and it's like this giant kind of all-for-one type of thing, even though there's a lot of competition going on. Just it has its own gravitational pull, this event. It really does.
Yeah, it has become that. I'm blown away that we can have 300 cars actually doing this.
Absolutely.
I really am. Because this has got to be the most grueling, expensive, punishing thing that you can do with your car. And guys sign up for it, wait for it all year long.
Yeah, I mean, that jacket is very valuable.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's a good point. For those of you who are watching the live feed, don't realize it. There's no money in this. Every guy here is doing it for, I don't think the winning jacket, they're doing it for personal accomplishment. And that's the real thing that makes it like Bonneville, is you're doing it for yourself.
And the reality is, from wherever you come from, wherever you're at, if you have a car in this event and you have that windshield banner on, for the rest of your days, when you own that car, whether it's you pull into a cruise night, you pull into your local drag strip, you're driving down the street, and someone sees that you have actually competed at Drag Week, you go to instant hero status. And it's the truth. People will stop in their tracks, and they identify these cars. Understand that each day, the route that we're going to drive is going to be put on hotrod.com and published. Why is that important? Because we're going to be going through a lot of really small towns. Hopefully we're coming through your area. Print the route, put it on or grab it on your smartphone, and go park on a curb somewhere and watch, because you're going to see 300, or by the time we get to your town, maybe it's going to be 150.
Exactly.
Of the coolest cars you've ever seen in your life. And some of these guys maybe wrench on their stuff in the gas station that's in the center of your town, maybe sitting there in the town square in the middle of the night taking a photo next to a statue of a bull weevil or something. The checkpoints are all really cool. Become part of the event. Get out there and watch and meet some of these guys. Get autographs. They love to sign them. I'll tell you right now. Jeff Lutz will sign whatever you want to put in front of him.
I've seen that. Here, let's clarify for everybody that the road trip portion of Drag Week is part of the competition. They can't just get to the next track on their own. We give them a map. They've got to stick to it. There's checkpoints along the way, and they have to take a picture of their car at the checkpoint, and when they hand in their time slip the next day, they have to prove that they drove the route by showing us their checkpoint photo.
And for those of you who think, well, it's 1,000 miles over the course of 5 days, it's 200 miles a day. Some of these guys will take 12 to 14 hours to make that trip. It goes beyond sideways for a lot of these guys. And even on the best days, we have the luxury of we get to leave at the end. Obviously we're going to be here with you until the end of racing. We pack up and hit the road, so we're kind of the caboose of the whole thing. And we do drive the route, so we kind of fall. We see the guys who are at the depths of despair because we're effectively passing them, and that's a bad scene.
Yeah, we're behind all the guys who've been successful. We're catching up with all the guys who are at the side of the road. And the other thing that you don't get to see on the live feed is these guys haul trailers with these cars. 2,500 horsepower, trailer hitch, and they've got a 4x8 U-Haul on the back of it because they're carrying spare transmissions, spare tires. Matter of fact, yesterday, this track was hooking so good before they prepped it this morning. Tom Bailey came out with his Pro Mod Camaro and actually ripped the tire out of the bead lock, or at least that's what I heard over the PA. I didn't witness that, but that's pretty serious hook.
That is very nasty stuff, and the stories that you'll hear from us over the course of the week, and the ones we get from the anecdotes we'll get from the racers and stuff, just out of control. Last year, we happened to be driving along in the middle of the night, and there was a big red streak in the middle of the road, and we thought, oh man, somebody has done in a deer or something. So the closer we get, it's getting worse and worse, and with these cars pulled over, and we decided to go look, and we're like getting ready to cringe, and there's nothing wrong with the car. Well, what happened was he hit a chunk of a deer that was in the road, ripped the transmission lines off, so what we thought was the guts of the deer was actually the guts of his transmission ventilating itself in the middle of the road. And I think they towed that was a Galaxy that they ended up towing with a Volkswagen squareback station wagon.
I had to look the other way because that was so bad. I mean, that was roadkill levels of ungood. But that's what goes down. And the thing is, you cannot put your car on a trailer at any point during Drag Week or you're done.
Over.
Yep. Incommunicado.
Done for. So, talk a little bit about the racetrack here. Built in 1967, opened up as St. Louis International Raceway back then. It was an 8-mile track, and then quickly kind of morphed into a quarter-mile track, and over the years it's been updated and changed, and in 1995 the place was pretty much raised and then rebuilt again to the facility you see it here.
Switch directions.
Yes.
I remember being here when it was running the other way.
There you go.
Kind of interesting.
The directional switch was made. They got the big NASCAR track adjacent to the drag strip, which we actually used as our tech line yesterday, and we had the cars wrapped up all around the deal. And it's a great facility. It's an NHRA National Event Facility. They're going to be here in a couple weeks as their tail end of their season's going on. So the place is great. It is a place that we have raced at 3 times now in Drag Week. We were here in 2005, we were here in 2013, and it is the starting and ending point for the first time here in 2015.
And let's also mention that something that I was just forgetting that I was going to say.
Good. That's well.
that worked out well.
Yeah, you work on that.
Yeah, I'll work on that while you continue.
We've never been here when it's been cool like this. In 2005, I remember being really, really hot out, and when we were here in 13, it was also kind of a boiling hot day. So, again, the temperature deal is good for our competitors for multiple reasons. Obviously, in theory, their stuff won't be boiling over as much, and they'll have more comfort as they're driving through. But as David mentioned, if you're in a car like a Lutz machine, or you're in a Barry-style car, anybody in that Ultimate Iron category or in Unlimited, for the most part, there may be 1 or 2 weirdos in either of those. It is not by the time you get to Friday, the vibration. I mean, Mike Finnegan remember that?
Yeah,
Mike
with
Finnegan
Lutz.
spent probably the worst night of his life with Jeff Lutz creeping along the side of a highway in a rainstorm at like 5 miles an hour. And Mike, you will not see Mike this weekend for a very good reason. It is Mike's 10th wedding anniversary, and in order to preserve his marriage to his lovely bride,
So that there is an 11th.
so there is an 11th. He is spending time at home with his wife and his kids. And so, Mike, we miss you, but we know you're going to be sneaking a view whenever you can. But that is, if you're wondering where Mike Finnegan's at, he is at home with his wife and his kids.
So I noticed when I needed you to fill time after my flub there, you went straight to the weather.
I did.
Is that kind of an announcer thing? It's like, there's nothing to talk about. How's the weather?
No, I think it's an interesting. I don't know. To me, it's an interesting element to this whole thing, just because you don't normally see these conditions at any tracks.
It rains every year at Drag Week,
Yeah.
one day.
One
And
day.
I don't know if we're going to get that this time. The radar says, blotto,
The
nothing.
center of the country looks a lot like California does, dry.
Yeah, exactly, Droughtsville. But what I was going to say when I swallowed my tongue is you guys on the live feed want to go check out hotrod.com because there's tons of coverage of this event here as far as staff videos that they're shooting. Huge photo galleries are already up, so that before we start running here today, you can go to hotrod.com and look at a lot of the cars that are here, and every day you will get results there. We will also be going through results live, so you'll be able to check that out, but it's up in perpetuity there on the website. And the other thing that we want to push you to do is go to bestofeastwood.com because throughout the week here, as Eastwood is sponsoring this live feed, they have kicked off the sweepstakes where every 2 weeks they're going to give away some pretty good stuff. Like you can get a welder, paint gun, plasma cutter, stuff like that, and they're going to give one away every 2 weeks. So you just go there, bestofeastwood.com, and sign up, and they will hook you up.
Way good.
Yep.
So we got cars stacking up in the staging lanes behind the timing tower, so we're just maybe a minute or two, maybe a couple minutes away from getting them pulled out under here. And the way that the days are going to be set up is in the morning. The front half of the day is going to be for our cars that are running in a dedicated class. So if you're running, Super Street, Big Block Power Adder, you're running Unlimited, or you're running Ultimate Iron. If you're in a dedicated class category, you have the track in the morning. In the afternoon section of the day, we're going to have our Street Machine Eliminator cars come out. We have 100 of those. They get a dedicated session for themselves. Once that session kind of dies down, and a lot of those guys will make a couple of hits, once that slows down, we do kind of an open catch-all. The big drama tends to come in that open catch-all session because what will happen is guys that are running in class will come out, try to make a hit, not get down the track, and then maybe break something and have to service the car and have to wait to leave. That is the nightmare scenario. The dream scenario for a lot of these guys, including the Lutzes of the world, is get out here, make a clean one, pack your stuff, and go, and give yourself as much time as possible to get to the next stop. If you find yourself at the end of a day like this, you're chasing a problem, trying to get the car down the racetrack, then you break it in that second session, that is when the nightmare scenario really begins.
Exactly. There's a lot of strategy to what we do here at Drag Week. And I've had racers actually walk up to me here yesterday going, why do you make the class cars run on the cold track first thing? You should have some guys put some heat in the track first. I'm like, no, because you need time to fix your garbage when you blow it up. And these other guys in the slower class are less likely to do that. But here's an interesting thing. This is the second year ever where our formerly daily driver class, now called Street Machine Eliminator, has fewer cars than all of the rest of the classes combined. That other class, Street Machine Eliminator, once again, formerly daily driver, is so accessible, so easy to do for so many people that it's always been the biggest class. But that's been starting to shift. We have 100 of those cars here and 201 class cars. Now, not all the class cars are cutthroat, hardcore, but every single one of them is interesting to look at. I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm pumped on the field.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, before we even got on camera together, when we were texting yesterday when he was at LS Fest, I was like, man, this is one of the coolest fields we've ever had. There was a lot of neat cars and no bone stock crew cabs.
Between the history of Dyer stuff and then just some of this whack job stuff that's showing up from all over North America and Australia, that's what makes it entertaining. One of the things I want to talk about real quick, within the Unlimited category, it's a kind of an interesting deal where we have a couple of the big tire cars. We got Lutz's machine, Bailey's machine. And then you got Sean Fink, and Sean Fink has showed up with a C6 Camaro, or a C6 Corvette, or a C5, or what's the generator? It's a C6 Corvette. Turbo engine with it's a radial style car. And what's really different about that, and that'll kind of come back down to the way the racetrack's set up, is you got a big tire Pro Mod car like a Bailey or a Lutz. You got to build wheel speed, right? The big slicks, you got to wrap them up, and then you got to get them really kind of to black track early in the run to get them to grow, and you get the car up on the tire and it goes down the racetrack. Completely opposite strategy when you're trying to get down the racetrack on a radial. You need that tire to stick and stay there and let the suspension do the work. When you watch a radial tire car go down this racetrack, what you'll often see is, especially in Fink's car, the back end of the car will actually separate itself. It'll raise itself up off the tire, and that's the shock absorbers and all the chassis design just forcing the axle, really driving the axle into the racetrack. It's very fun to watch. I've become done a bunch of stuff with NMCA this year and had the opportunity to watch guys like Dwayne Mills and Frank Misha and Keith Berry run down these racetracks and running some of this 8th mile stuff. And it's fantastic to watch the 8th mile radial stuff. And man,
on a 235 sometimes too, huh?
Yeah, we're going to see that. This Saturday, part of the Heads Up program, we have a local racing group. They run an X235, not 275, a 235 class. And apparently they're seeing lapse times in the high 4-second range in the 8th mile. That's coming on Saturday. And man, I heard cars.
They're pulling cars out of lanes right now. We're going to go to racing pretty quickly here. The very first cars down the track at Drag Week 2015, which is presented by Gear Vendors Over Underdrives. Now, what those things are, for those of you who are not aware, it is a supplemental planetary set that bolts to the back of your existing transmission. Turbo 400 or something, take the tail housing off, slide this on, and you've got a 0.78 to 1 overdrive that you can actually activate in any gear, so it kind of acts as an underdrive at the same time.
And they have applications for virtually anything. Automatic transmissions of all different stripes, manual transmissions of all different types. And people say, well, why don't I just, just put a 6-speed in my car or something? These things are literally bomb-proof. There are guys that'll be running these things out here. Eddie Miller was one of them. He would punch the button at the top end of the racetrack to kick that thing into overdrive, and that was a car that ran down into the 7s. I believe he ran 7s and he was spraying it, and he'd be hitting the button at full tilt at 1,000 feet to get the advantage of the overdrive gear, and the thing didn't hate it at all. So if you're in the market for that, if you got a truck, a motorhome, or of course a high-powered street car with a steep rear end gear, it is a really good option for you.
My Super B runs a little bit quicker if I go 1st, 2nd overdrive rather than 1st, 2nd, 3rd, because there is such a big gap in the torque flight.
So you split the gear
exactly.
the gear ratio. I got you.
Yep. So it keeps it up in the RPM range. Oh, the live feed is going to some of the cars in the lanes now. Nice.
That wagon you can see, if you're looking at your screen, there's that Nova wagon, that blue wagon on the right side. That's Frank Sempronaro from the East Coast. That car is absolutely gorgeous. It ran in the high 7s last night, I believe at 170 odd miles an hour. He built the thing himself. It is an absolute showpiece. Not to look past the primered Barracuda, which David's drooling over, but that wagon is really, really good.
There's a lot of nice cars like that out here. I can't do that. I don't understand how guys have a nice paint job and good detail work on a race car, because I thrash on stuff and just turn it to garbage.
I lead a skill-free lifestyle. And my skill-free lifestyle would prevent me from owning anything that nice.
The good thing about my cars is that they're ugly, but at least they're slow.
You got all your bases covered there. That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
Yes, it's keeping the expectation level low is really what I'm good at.
Yeah, for many of you who are watching, probably aware of our Roadkill show that I do on YouTube. If you're not, you need to check that out to understand the actual level of butchery that I am capable of. It's actually pretty good. Roadkill, couple million views every single episode. We've just launched roadkill.com, which will have some Drag Week coverage on it this week, and also Roadkill the magazine, which you have yet to see. I'm hurt.
No, I got one. You gave me one last night, man.
I've
been running around like an idiot, so I apologize.
No,
so
I'm hurt.
I will catch up when I'm. Actually, I'll probably end up driving tonight. But anyway, well, the success of Roadkill. Let's talk a little bit about that as we're getting ready to run down the racetrack with the cars here. I mean, as much as Drag Week has grown into this kind of phenomenon, Roadkill really has too. I mean, you guys have literally struck like a very cool nerve with that show.
It's the same thing that makes Drag Week cool: human suffering.
Yes.
That's what it's about. On Roadkill, me and Mike Finnegan just do stupid things with cars, most of which punish us physically.
There is that.
Yeah, it's a lot of changing engines in parking lots in the middle of nowhere, and for no reason.
Right.
Like we did the thing where we hauled a boat to a lake.
It is all self-imposed.
It is self-flagellation.
It really is.
And
Opus, yeah.
we took a truck with a boat on the back, drove it to the lake, took the engine out of the truck, put it in the boat, went on the lake for an hour, came back, pulled it back out of the boat, stabbed it back in the truck, went home. We just do stupid things like that. And I think people can relate to it because most of what we do is pretty low buck, very real guy. We don't fake anything. And so it's been good. People have reacted to it.
Those are on the MotorTrend channel as well, so once you're done watching the live feed this afternoon, feel free to cruise through the Roadkill episodes. The fresh one just hit last Friday?
It did, where we
Last
raced
Friday.
24 Hours of Lemons, and there's another one that's coming up on the 25th.
The Rotson that you raced at 24 Hours of Lemons is heading towards status of the most blown up car ever on the internet.
Oh,
You
it,
have-
it may be. I was about to throw some names out. I changed my mind. But yeah, no, that thing blows up a lot. The V6, I've decided, is kind of not the thing.
We've come to
Yeah.
the conclusion.
You know, I actually have an aluminum, one of those, GM Performance Parts aluminum block
Wow.
4.3 V6s.
Okay. They use them like sprint cars or something. and
Yeah.
stuff, didn't they? Yeah.
And 18-degree heads from when they used to run the thing
Yeah, they
in
displayed valves and everything in
in the
them?
Busch series and all
Yeah.
that. No, it's not a splayed valve deal.
Okay.
And I was like all stoked up about, ooh, this thing's tiny, it's aluminum, it's going to be really lightweight, there's plenty of room for turbos and everything, till I realized how bad they shake.
Yeah, it's a pain
I
shaker.
mean, bad. At 24 Hours of Lemons, we shook the carburetor off the intake manifold. We shook the water pump off the front of the block.
Wow.
I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
You know, I just thought of something that maybe somebody other than me did wrong that led to that. But that's neither here nor there.
Your retroactive blame is actually really good. That's
Yeah,
a
it
very
is.
helpful thing to do. Like, you know what? Remember that thing that happened 10 years ago?
I know.
I've determined that it was your fault.
I determined yesterday the secret to drag week excuses. Look over your car and find the thing you didn't build yourself.
Yep.
That's what went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only I hadn't that alternator that I didn't construct. And,
Right.
You know,
That's
the
it
wiring
every
of the
time.
car I did do, but that is perfect. It is the alternator that has totally let me down here.
That's
that
normally
fire
what
was
happens.
definitely the fire was definitely caused by the alternator.
Here's another thing maybe you can help me understand. How come you walk up to every drag week racer and they've got a new car and everything, and you ask them how's it run, and they're like, well, you know, it can take 30 pounds of boost, but I made a pass at 15 and it shook the tire, but it still went quicker than any car in the history of, you know, the universe. Okay, why do you show up without a fully tested car? Because roadkill.
Yeah.
I've done that a zillion times in my life. I've often said, this is a standard joke,
Yep.
so tune out if you've watched Drag Week for a few years. This is the world's largest collection of cars that didn't run and drive yesterday.
It's 100%. And
The number of guys that did get their stuff early, they're the ones on Facebook like, showing off their stuff. And then the guys that didn't get it done, they're the ones that it's been radio silence for a week.
Exactly.
You know, they've been in the back cave actually, bleeding, working their fingers to the bone. So the fruits of their labor are going to be shown off here in just a couple minutes as we have cars under the timing tower and getting ready to run down. But again, the weird, the wacky, and the really fast will all be part of the program this week. And the hot rod category, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at, but let's talk a little bit about that, because last year it's kind of started to turn into what you wanted as far as the hot rod category.
If you count one car showing up at it, yes,
That's
the right
what I mean.
thing.
That's progress, because
No,
it was 0 cars for a while.
Yeah, I really thought that we were going to create something for vintage hot rods. Like the guys who run, maybe even last weekend at Race a Gentleman out in New Jersey, I was thinking it would be that type of car. Flathead Fords and, Y blocks, nail heads, things like that. And it's turned into more just your regular kind of street rod. And so I probably made an even less popular decision. And this year, that class is so wide open, I'm surprised we haven't seen like a top fuel car with a 32 Ford body stacked in the back of it. Because you could build a really, really fast car as open as those class rules are in hot rod. It's 28 to 48, your standard street rod program, and you can run almost any engine you want. And 5 cars in the class, and I haven't seen them yet. So
The
that'll
car
be
that
one to watch.
we talk about how it's not always the real fast cars that are the show. One of the cars that we were all both keyed in and talking about here last year was a car that was built in the early 50s and had really been unaltered from that point. It was a really beautiful, worn-in old hot rod with a
34 Roadster.
34 Roadster with a flathead in it. And one of the great moments of the week was it ran a 14-second pass.
It was awesome.
The guy had been flirting with the 14s. They'd been 15-0, 15-1, and finally, and this thing had tires on it that were no more wide than,
Do you hear what I hear?
I hear the music of our people.
We're about to fire this thing up.
Well, yeah, everybody's got the engines lit up there, so I think we should turn our attention towards the racetrack as the starting line and ready line guys look like they're all in position. Track is looking beautiful down there. We got a bunch of fans in the stands, and they're still coming in. So it is a great day here at Gateway Motorsports Park, and this is going to be a fun way to kick things off at Drag Week 2015. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and germs, we got all you stacked up there in the grandstands. We got a whole bunch of cars lined up in the staging lanes, and it is about to officially start. This is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors. And Those of you at home watching on the live feed, brought to us by Eastwood.
Folks in the grandstands, we do have 301 cars kicking off drag week here at Gateway right now. I think you need to start taking bets on how many will be driving away from here today. And the even bigger challenge is how many show up at Indy tomorrow, because the bloodbath turns out to be on the highway.
If the skinny guy in the black t-shirt on the laser side of the drag strip has his way, there will be some broken dreams in the form of axles and U-joints and rear ends. And David, you were here last night. You said some of that already started. There's already frantic Facebook posts of guys looking for drive shafts and axles and everything else.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that car that I was really excited about seeing here, the Rick Dyer Cars 69 Camaro, which is no longer owned by Rick. I need to get the name of that guy. I think it's out of Nebraska now. He had an incident on the starting line last night that I'm curious to find out about because it looked a lot like stuff breaking from traction. The place was hooking up. Also, if you're in the grandstands, you can follow us all week long. We have a live video feed going. It's on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. So if you go home tonight and you want to find out what's going on as we carry on at Indy and Union Grove and Cordova, before we come back here to Gateway, just tune in to our live feed as our first cars pull to the burnout box.
Cool, we're going to get it appropriately started. We're going to box body Mustang going to be pulling up on the laser side of the strip. That's Chris Burnham. That's a 1990 Mustang. And that primered up Barracuda going to roll into the water box. The Barracuda on a radial style tire over there. I believe the Mustang is as well. A bit of a burnout to get things going. The J letter, you're going to see a letter behind all these numbers. The J letter stands for gas car.
It's an N is an A gas car?
And it's A gas.
That's totally wrong.
You made it a letter adjustment in the Mustang.
Yeah, that does not seem to be one of our new gasser class cars.
So time to get things kicked off here, get an indication of what kind of traction we got out there as both drivers have fully staged up. Chris Brown second lead this race. Reaction time goes to the Barracuda, and he is trucking down there. Nice primer car in the black color, 106 in the 8th mile. And the Barracuda goes down the AAA lane, goes 10.05 at 134. Home stock 1990 Mustang. Hey, we're really going to get things cranked up now. This is Frank Saponaro, the 1967 Nova wagon. This car went in the high 7s yesterday. There is no wheelie bars in the back of it. The first night that Frank took this thing out testing at Cecil County Dragway, he put it on the bumper. Let's see what happens out here. Spools the turbo, he leads. The Corvette left a 1.1 seconds ahead of him, and Frank just passed him like he was tied to a tree. Saponaro goes 7.85 with a 9 at 183 miles an hour. It is officially on down there as Charles Barber goes 10.17.7 at 133 miles an hour. That is a beautiful car, and it runs like stink. Randy Bellahar coming up. Now, Bellahar is a guy we've seen in multiple Pontiacs over the years. If I'm remembering correctly, Randy was here last year in that giant 4-speed green Grand Prix. He lined up next to the SN95 style Mustang on the N Street Race Small Block NA. I just must have copied it wrong or something. That SN95 style Mustang. Look at the wheel stand. Oh, Bellahar at the pedal, and that thing was on its way up, and up. 8th mile at 120 after the pedal job. And he goes 9.13 with a 4 at 149 miles an hour as the Mustang just passes the 1,000-foot mark. Mustang goes 15.29.1 at 94, and that's what we're talking about with the radial tires, David. If you get one of those things stuck up there, it will climb the ring gear in a hurry.
Randy Bellahar, a many-time drag racer, normally comes out with that big mammoth Pontiac Grand Prix. He's got his drivetrain at 68 Firebird now. He's learned the advantages of throwing 1,000 pounds off the car.
Here comes Sean Abner, the 1999 Chevrolet Corvette. Going to be lined up next to the box body Mustang. He's got a parachute hanging off the back, but again, a small, about a 275 radial tire into that car. You get a parachute, that means about 150 mile an hour capable. Very conservative on the launch. You can see the black smoke. He definitely has the thing enriched. Whoa, there he goes. He's shooting parts across the racetrack. 884, 157. Abner dodging pieces goes 1151.4 at 118. So we saw something come off that car, almost like a headlight cover or something, the way it kind of launched itself across the racetrack, definitely flittered its way over.
Drag Week is interesting for watching cars shed trim as they take stuff that was never meant to go 110 miles an hour and they're running 150, 180 with it.
Well, Alex Freeze is going to be coming up next. Freeze is running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category in a 1974 Pontiac GTO. And Brad Shoemaker, the 1965 Pontiac Le Mans. So an all Pontiac body battle. Can't speak to the engine compartments, but look at the license plate on the back of Shoemaker's car. How cool is that? It's Drag Week.
A surprising number of those. I guess you add up 50 states and all the different variations where you can spell Drag Week, and we see a lot of that out here.
Okay, it was the window that blew out of the race car down there, so we're going to have to clean up some glass at the top end of the racetrack. Off to a flying start here.
Literally. Did you do that on purpose?
You know what? I may have detonated that window at the time. I have a remote device up here. So of all the things we have seen happen on Drag Week, a blown out window is certainly not the craziest. But remember the movie The Natural, Roy Hobbs, the whole deal.
Is it about racing?
It's about baseball.
I didn't see it.
A bat. So we have the movie The Natural, which I'm sure most of America has seen. You might want to get in on that. The end scene is Roy Hobbs' baseball player hits the ball, goes into the lights, blows the light pole out, and all the thing. That was the Tom Bailey moment at Bowling Green a couple years ago when he literally went so fast the door skin ripped off the side of the car.
He blew his own doors off. That's one of the downsides, I guess, to having carbon fiber body or composite is that you can literally crack it. And the thing just got the wind under it, and boom, big chunk gone.
Yeah, it was like 215 miles an hour or something like that. The biggest speed we've ever seen actually run during Drag Week, 225 miles an hour out of Jeff Lutz's 57 Chevy. Of course, if he repeats what he did last night, that mark will be erased almost immediately. But again, the test session last night does not count towards our kind of official Drag Week stats.
If you're looking unofficially and you want to play the keyboard commando game and do the fastest street licensed on a Wednesday when the sun was out type record, well, actually, I think legitimately last night when Lutz went 249, that was the biggest mile an hour we've seen from a street legal car anywhere in the world.
I would agree with that. And it's funny as we are talking about this in a worldwide perspective, and there are only a few kind of different things in drag racing you can talk about in that way because, all across the country, whether we're talking about Europe or Australia, classes are a little bit different. The way they run, say, a Pro Mod car in Australia, at their top door slammer category, it doesn't really line up with the way it happens here in the States. Alcohol funny car is one of the few things that's kind of an international category. The street legal stuff is kind of an international deal, even though the laws may vary, but it's still the basic premise. This car is legal to drive in my country, and I will have the fastest one.
And so what are the numbers that we're looking for here that we want to see for the quickest and fastest street car ever anywhere?
So 594, I believe with a 3 was what Larry Larson did out at Las Vegas Motor Speedway last fall at the Street Car Super Nationals. The speed there was somewhere in the 244 mile an hour range, 243, 244.
244 and change, 4.3 I think.
So those are really the kind of, if you're going to write this down and kind of pay attention to it, those are the big numbers. If you go faster than 594, then you can lay claim to the title for however long that lasts. And this type of stuff, especially because the number and caliber of cars that are now shooting for these things, it's almost reminiscent of the mid-1960s land speed wars when guys were going out there and commandeering assault for a week at a time, and it was bounced the record around between 211 Arfons mostly, but there were a bunch of other players out there trying to wrestle that thing away too.
Now, of course, on Larry, when we say Larry Larson, we're talking in this case about his S10 pickup truck that ran all of Drag Week last year.
Yes.
But that didn't run its quickest numbers during Drag Week, but went on to that 594 in Vegas, and then he did not park the car after that.
Nope.
Were you at the NHRA race where he showed up with that thing?
I announced the race. I announced everything but the round he won because they ran it on a Monday, and they sent me trucking. That was in Topeka, Kansas this year, and I'm telling you what, that was one of the coolest things, and to me it was one of the coolest things because on the NHRA side, this isn't taking a swing at anybody, but a lot of those guys get kind of locked directly into what's in front of them. They don't pay attention to a lot of the stuff that happens outside of this big giant world of drag racing that we have. But they all knew Larry's truck. And when it started to go rounds, there wasn't a person in the tower on the announcing staff that was not paying attention to that thing. And it's unfortunate to some level that he did have to win it on Monday because of the rain delay. But the fact that he did it is incredible. And the fact that he was running consistent 239, 240 mile an hour laps, and he actually escaped a very horrendous crash because of how fast that truck was. I believe it was the second or third round. The guy in the other lane, Larry was proceeding down the right lane. Driver in the other lane was in kind of a pro stock looking, I believe it was a Camaro body car. It looked very much like a modern pro stock, but it had a bigger engine in it. He was a slower car, so he's out, and Larry's chasing him down. At about 1,000 feet, the competitor in the left lane, the car turns sideways, gets up on its door, and comes directly across the racetrack. Larry actually drove past him as he was sliding. I mean, he missed Larry's wheelie bars by maybe 15 feet, and we're talking 200-some miles an hour.
That is hardcore.
It was really hardcore, and Sherry, Larry's wife, was on the starting line, and because of her vantage point, no one could tell we were at an elevated spot. You couldn't tell if they hit or not, because when that dude hit the wall, it was... it made this little window deal look like
like nothing. Well, while they're cleaning that up, for our folks who are watching on the live video feed, I think we're going to go for a spot, probably with Mike Finnegan, talking about some Eastwood tools and showing some tips and tricks on the live feed right now.
Sweet.
Hey, I'm Mike Finnegan from Hot Rod Magazine, and today we are in the Hot Rod Garage getting ready to cut the floors out on my 55 Chevy using Eastwood's amazing 4-inch reversible cutoff tool. Now, cutoff wheels didn't get the name death wheels for no reason. Typically, they only rotate in one direction. So you grab the tool, do what you can to keep the sparks from hitting you or a gas can or that nicely painted car next to you, and that forces you into working in an awkward position, which is dangerous and no fun. This thing is awesome because you can actually change the direction that the wheel turns just by turning this knob. I put a 6-speed manual gearbox in the 55 here, and when I originally cut the hole for it in the transmission tunnel, I missed it by about that much. So we're going to lengthen it just a little bit more with our cutoff tool. Cutoff wheels are very thin, which makes them very weak. If you chatter them on the metal, they tend to explode, and that's why we call them death wheels. Eastwood has given us this knob right here, and that adjusts the speed of the wheel, and you can match that to how thick the material is you're cutting. There it is. This thing just went through the floor of my Chevy like a hot knife through butter. So check out this cool tool and all of the others at eastwood.com.
We were just talking off the live feed a minute ago about just getting here to Drag Week is really a win, because there's so many people who are home just on the sofa, on the keyboard, just talking about it. And it's okay if you're like building your car and dreaming. What gets me is the guys with no intent of ever showing up who want to go on the internet and talk about how these guys here are leakers, when in fact these are the guys who put together the effort to make it happen.
Absolutely, and every single person, and we've said this a million times, but every person, no matter what category you're running or what you're sitting in down there, you're here, and you've won to some level. We have a ton of respect for all of you, and it's great to see that. The neat thing about this event is how these intense situations breed these friendships and stuff that really last a long time, and there's a lot of camaraderie amongst the competitors that goes long beyond the racetrack. I mean, there are guys that kind of get together a couple times a year because of this event only, and there are guys that aren't racing this year that have been, that will sneak out of work for a day or two just to come hang out and see everybody.
I heard that actually McIntyre and Eddie Miller went to Hawaii together this year.
I bet they did. Isaac was making the drinks and they were on the boat. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful situation, man.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen.
The cool thing, listen, again, we go back to it. To me, the cool thing about those two guys is that they're like the snarkiest two guys in the world. Eddie, it's not a full-on assault verbally back and forth. It's just they nitpick, they pick at each other like a couple of siblings. But the sibling rivalry has gotten really serious. Eddie not racing his Purple Duster this year. He's actually involved. He's got a Cadillac. I guess he's doing some turbocharging stuff too. And McIntyre bringing that just large by huge 673-inch engine in the front of that Camaro.
Now that's actually backing up compared to what Dave Schroeder's got in his Corvette.
You're 100% right about that.
Now, I'm remembering back to the early days of Dave Ahokas bringing his Willys out, running naturally aspirated, and I think he had a big Sunny motor in that thing, and I don't know the displacement, so I'm not sure if that's the largest displacement ever at Drag Week, or if it's Schroeder's car, which is right here today, with 872 cubic inches.
I'm almost certain that when Ahokas was out with the Willys, it was before the 5.3 bore spacing blocks.
Oh, well then, yeah.
So I think if he was out before those 5.3 bore spacing blocks, I believe that he would not be able to get to the 872-inch combination. Now that 872 is it's kind of the secondary combination as far as a displacement for a nitrous pro mod these days. 903-inch engine is kind of the industry standard, but there are still a bunch of guys running the 872. You said it made how much before he sprayed it?
1,600 flywheel, and he came out here last night and ran a 738 on motor.
You know, the spread that Wes Allison shot, the story that Alana wrote in Hot Rod when they went up to Toronto and drove that car on, was really spectacular. It is something to see these cars in their natural environment, or their unnatural environment, I guess, on the street. It really does. Especially they were in like downtown Toronto, you know, and the police officers were like a little concerned, and everything was cool, and it was great.
The car we're talking about here is the blue first-gen Corvette, which is in Unlimited, and it kind of has a road race paint scheme to it with a number on the door and everything. So if you're unfamiliar with that car and you're here at the track, you want to go see it in the pits, and if you're at home, you want to look for it, because I want to see them dip into the sixes this week.
And the two most polite guys you've ever met in your life.
Oh, yeah.
They maintain the Canadian standard to a T.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, again, the top end just getting the last of that glass picked up down there. We have less and less people, which is a good thing. So the less people and trucks we have down there, the better off as they're making sure everything is cleared up and things happen. You know, the car went down. That thing was making some good suds at the top end. It was running big speed, and it just sucked the window right out of it.
Now, I've seen some pretty good window glass moments in my drag racing history. How about you?
My favorite, you see a lot of this stuff. So. And you'll appreciate this because the guy was a Chrysler guy of your cut and jib, if you know what I mean. So this dude shows up. It's like a 70 Charger that he has made into a Daytona. Okay, so it's the wrong year to start with anyway. So the thing has these giant tires in the back of it. It's a Pro Street style thing. It has a set of fake zoomy headers coming out of the front of it. It is
a lot of warning signs.
It is Joe Dirt before anybody knew that Joe Dirt was going to be a thing.
Yep.
And so he gets these tires. He might have balanced them with rocks inside the tires. I don't know what they were balanced with, but he got to 1,000 feet in this car, and it was laboring and stumbling. But it had enough speed, and those tires are so far out of balance, it threw the rear window right out of the thing. It was vibrating so badly, the rear window elevated beautifully in the sky and then broke into a billion pieces on the ground.
I remember the first time I had a window glass moment was actually at the street races when I was a teenager. I saw a Vega torque up so bad that it cracked the windshield. I thought that was good. But my best ever, I was at Sears Point at a Good Guys event, and this is like 94 or something like that. I saw a 55 Chevy drive out from under its own rear glass. It was crazy. I mean, the thing nipped the back of the car on its way down, but almost completely drove out from under it.
Roof panels out of Dodge Vipers, which those are like a fiberglass deal, but roof panels out of Vipers. Seen a couple of Targa Porsche glass roof panels hit the deck.
Virtually any piece of stainless off Joe Barry's car.
Well, Joe Barry broke the window. Remember, Joe Barry shook it so hard a year or two ago that he actually broke one of the windows in that thing from the tire shake. And that is something to pay attention to when the big high horsepower stuff comes out. We'll talk more about it on the tire shake and that first kind of 60 to 150 feet down the racetrack. But yeah, the glass, if anything that's not nailed down, is probably going to fly off the car at some point.
What's your prediction on tire shake versus the track that we got here? Guys are going to be driving over their own tire pretty hard, aren't they?
I think an experienced guy like Lutz may be best equipped to handle it, because I think he's going to understand that maybe you got to throw more at it. And again, I'm not down there. I'm certainly not a crew chief. I'm holding a microphone up here in this nice area.
Well, that makes you an authority. But the only thing that could be better is if you were on the keyboard at the same time discussing this on the internet.
Well, wait, blind typing.
We are on the internet right now.
Like Eddie Van Halen playing the guitar behind my head right now. This is awesome. But no, on a track this good, it's almost it's not counterintuitive. You have to feed it more power. You need to make the wheel speed on a big tire car. And again, on a radial car, it's a different approach. Sapronauer had the right approach. That thing was stuck like glue. We saw Bellahar go out there. Actually, let's recognize Randy for a second, because what Randy did was gently pedal that car to set it down, save the run, and he obviously would ET the car quicker if he did not have to pedal it. But allow me to share a story of blatant humiliation that a guy pulled at the LS Fest over the course of the weekend. Had a really neat LS powered turbocharged S10 Blazer. Had come out, made some test hits during our time trial session on Friday, and they were trying to get the suspension set up right. The thing was hitting the limiters, and they needed to loosen it up a little bit. He came up to the tower. He said, we're going to loosen it up a little. We had a wheelie issue with this thing before, but I don't think we're going to go that far. So he's like, but it should pull a good wheel stand. I go, okay, well, thanks for letting me know. It's a really cool little S10 laser. This thing comes up. I'm looking at the windshield wipers, okay? And then I'm looking at the back tires off the ground. It looked like somebody airdropped this thing off a C-130. Like the guy took his foot off the gas, it landed like a ton of bricks, and it had a cast oil pan on it. And that cast oil pan shattered when it hit the ground. And then he rolled 1,800 feet down to the shutdown area.
I still can't get Rutledge Wood to tell me the whole story.
Oh, well, yeah, the Rutledge Wood story. Yeah, that show's off the air now, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can totally tell this
Oh,
one.
okay, go.
So this is a good one. So those of you that used to watch Top Gear America, Gator Nationals last year, they came to the NHRA Gator Nationals, they filmed an episode, it was an American muscle car episode where they had, one guy had a Mustang, one guy had a Challenger, one dude had a Camaro. Well, they drove those cars to the Gator Nationals, and then they each got into the respective drag race version, a Copo, a Cobra Jet, and at the time it was a V10 Challenger that I believe that, I think he was driving the Challenger, Rutledge Wood.
Yes.
So, they go out there, and we kind of pause racing action so they can go out and make their runs. Rutledge Wood goes out and stands on the gas, and I'm not kidding you, that thing, no wheelie bars in the back of it, gets vertical for 150, maybe 200 feet, and he lubricates his pants, lets his foot out of the gas. That thing smashes to the ground, but they build those cars really well, so there was no damage to anything.
Except Rutledge.
Except for Rutledge, mentally, I guess, because
Yeah.
what ended up happening was, if you watch that show, they use one clip a bunch of different times because the next few times that car went down the racetrack, they put his shirt on somebody else, and somebody else drove the car because he refused to get back into it.
Ooh, you put that out there.
That is the truth. That's what happened.
Is it?
It is 100% what happened.
I
We
didn't
were
hear
talking
that
to the
part
guys
of
that
it.
made the TV show.
Yeah.
They told us. We had to sign the waiver because they used my voice on the show.
Oh, good. So you signed the non-disclosure, and you're here in front of how many people worldwide telling that story?
This guy in Zimbabwe is typing this on his blog right now.
Rutledge is a really good guy. I have a hard time actually bad-mouthing him.
And I'm not bad about the guy. It was a funny story.
I know, I know.
And I'm sure he would admit it too because it was like I probably would do the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was a crazy wheel stand, and the thing was, it was doing one of these deals where it was moving to the left towards the wall, and all of us were going, ugh, and he lifted at the right time, but that was enough for him.
This reminds me of the footage that you sent me for Roy Hill at the U.S. Nationals. Wow.
Yeah, Roy Hill. So two elements to the Roy Hill story. Of course, Roy Hill, the famed drag racer, raced for many years and he raced ITRA and NHRA and all over the place. Raced
Pro Stock, yeah.
He has the school, of course, which is the irony of this whole situation. So likely, if you're a fan of drag racing, you have seen the video of the two incredible, massive wheel stands he pulled during the first 2 days of the U.S. Nationals a couple weeks ago. First time he comes up in his Cobra Jet. It's a supercharged Coyote motor car on a 9-inch tire because it's a stock eliminator car. It gets up on the bumper. He's in the right lane. It's on the bumper for a couple hundred feet. He's luckily racing a far slower car because it crosses the center line basically on the back wheels, lands in the other lane, and he just drives it on down like nothing happened. Comes back up a second time. The car goes right down the track, no problem. Comes back up a third time. They decided to put more power to it. It goes vertical. He's again in the right lane. This time it goes to the right, and it smashes down. He tacos the rear quarter panel, it smashes the thing up, ends his weekend. Somebody stops him at the top end of the racetrack. This is a true story. Somebody stops, Roy, you okay? Apparently he said, does anybody have Frank Hawley's phone number?
Oh, I give him credit for that. That's probably the funniest thing he's ever said.
The second thing that was a kind of unintentional humor was, on his Facebook page after the fact, there was a post made. I'm sure it was made by a public relations person or something, but I believe he dictated it because the wording of it, and if you've ever heard Roy Hill speak, he kind of has this low voice with the drawl, and it said he was apologizing to all his fans, and he did not come to Indy to put on an entertainment show.
That definitely sounds like Roy.
Yeah, entertainment show is the greatest phrase ever. So, but yeah, Roy Hill. There's a great video. A guy named Les Mayhew made a video. You can look it up on YouTube. It says it's Roy Hill stock eliminator stunt driver, and he set the whole thing to a Dukes of Hazzard theme. And he stopped it with they used to do those stops in the show where Waylon Jennings would say something.
Yep.
So he's got the thing. The car's vertical, and it stops. And Waylon Jennings says, "Right about now, that boy wishes he had a parachute."
Pretty good stuff.
Yep. So no, it's a great big drag racing world out there, and I'm glad to be able to be a part of Drag Week this year. As I have been the last few years, so it's super fun. And this is it's an event that really is unlike anything else, and I'm lucky to get to do a lot of this stuff. But I would not trade this week for the world, and I know most of our competitors would say the same thing.
You and I were together on the very first drag week.
Yeah.
Yep. You were coming out doing stuff for Competition Plus and
Yep.
pretty much saved the day on the last day when nobody at the track at the time. Actually, all those people are gone because they had no. CompuLink was like kryptonite to these people. It was bad.
That was a duel. Yeah, that was a duel. Scott Clark had to like rewire the tree. You remember
That's
that?
right. Yes, I do.
And then we had the issue in the timing tower. There was that happened one year at the pump gas tracks as well. But yeah, that first year was like 36, 37 cars or whatever it was. Or maybe we started with 40 and ended with 36, and it was cool. It was a lot different than it is now because it was something nobody had ever done before, and it was a lot of guys that showed up by themselves. You know, the idea of like coming out with your buddies or bringing a couple guys with you. The whole thing was just foreign to everybody, and so it was more of a, can all of us live through the end of this week? As the competition end of it was certainly one thing, and Carl Scott, Phil Cooper, and Larry Larson put on a hell of a show that week with the 8-second cars that they brought. But the overall feeling was like it's like doing a head count at the end of the night when you're like driving a school bus. Like, are all the kids here? All the kids are here. All right, we're good.
We had few enough people that everybody at least knew what cars should be there.
Yeah.
And I remember every night you'd get to the hotel and you'd be sitting there drinking beer in the parking lot going, has this one rolled in? Has that one rolled in? It was different then. It's cool now, and the cars have elevated to the point that it's just mind-blowing. Back then, the camaraderie and closeness of the people was really special.
I'll never forget it. We sat before the last night. There was a bunch of us at dinner table sitting there, and we're just kind of going over the whole week and everything. And you said, how many cars do you think would ever show up to this thing?
Yeah.
And we're sitting there knocking, maybe you get 100, maybe you get 150. And now we're talking about 300 cars down there in the staging lanes. And if all the people that had planned on coming that didn't make it, you're probably over 500 by the time you consider people that tried to make it didn't get here.
You add up every person who we had on the wait list, everybody who came here just hoping to get in, and everybody who registered, it's just nicking 500 cars. That many people interested in punishing themselves this way.
Yeah, I mean, I remember one of the things I thought was we were driving along one day, and actually one of the great stories from that first drag week, we're going to see a lot of great cars out here, but it could be the most valuable car that anybody's ever taken as far as a factory constructed car. Steve Atwell drove a real 1968 Hearst Hemi Dart on that trip. Not a reproduction, not a faithful recreation, an actual one of the first 50 produced, and put a tall tire on the back of it. It had a 488 gear in it. It would go like 51 miles an hour down the highway.
Yep.
And he made the trip. He rebuilt the Hemi, or he rebuilt the top end of the Hemi in a BP gas station outside of Columbus, Ohio. And I'll never forget that night because I was standing there watching him and with Rob Kinane, we were taking pictures and stuff. And a guy pedaled up on a bicycle. And, Steve's a nice guy, and I'm sure hopefully he's watching right now. But it was not a great moment for Steve as he was thrashing. It had been a long week and everything. And this guy pedals up on a bike and looks at Steve and looks at the car, and he says, I used to have one of these. I thought Steve was going to come off the fender like a spider monkey at this guy because Steve looked up at him and kind of, just did the okay and put his head back down again. Yeah.
Yep. What Steve earned for that, which set a tradition here at Drag Week, was the very first Spirit of Drag Week award. Basically, we looked how he just brought a ludicrous car, wasn't going to win anything, and completely just kept working on it.
Killed himself.
Had no point. And helped other people at the same time. We're like, you know what, that is really the spirit of what we're trying to do here. So we have an award every year that we call exactly that, the Spirit of Drag Week, and it's one of the most important things that we do to maintain just sort of the nature of this event and have people helping each other out. And I have no idea of a candidate right now because we're still at day one and not one car, well, 2 cars have gone down the track. And it's something we'll be watching for all week long. We take input from other competitors saying, oh man, you can't believe how much this guy has helped me. And there's so many stories like that, it's hard to narrow it down to the one superhero, but we do it every year.
And the thing has become an intercontinental award. I mean, Mick Wilkes over there in England won it. So the plaque went across the ocean at least once, and who knows, it may be going the other direction this year, depending on that big contingent of Australians we have. So
have you seen the plaque lately? It's totally roadkill.
Is it just hammered?
Yeah. Steve Atwell actually made the plaque after he won, and it's got a Hemi camshaft on it. In fact, I think it's the one that he probably killed 2 or 3 lobes on that very first race. But it's been shipped all over the place, and it's kind of fallen apart. But I think that's appropriate.
I think it is appropriate, because by the time we're done here, even the best-looking car in the pits has got its tongue hanging out, and it's only appropriate that the hardware do the same. Again, just being very detailed. You know, the car was in the left lane. It was on that AAA side when it went down, and the windshield came all the way across and winged into the wall on the laser side. So it was a distance award winner down there.
Yeah, it was like a big frisbee. Yeah. At least it didn't do the boomerang on it and come back through.
It would have been good though. It would come in the car, contain it all, if it had happened.
That
There's
could
a
have
positive
happened.
benefit there. But no, so it's the drag week appeal. We're going to go to Indy tomorrow, as we talked about, and we've been texting a little bit about this and the stuff I do with the NHRA. You would not believe the amount of crew guys and crew chiefs and all these dudes that work on the fuel cars are like, we're all taking the day off. I can tell you one team, I'm not going to say who they are, they have altered their race schedule because they're going to head down to Charlotte this weekend. They altered their race schedule. They're loading their rigs today.
Wow.
They normally do it on Tuesdays. They're loading their rigs and trucks today, so they will have time to come over and hang out at Drag Week tomorrow.
Does the Don know that, or did they not tell him?
Trust me, it has nothing to do with him.
Okay.
Because if it did, there would be scorched earth, I believe.
That's what I was thinking. But they are right down the street. I know those
Yes.
guys are into it.
Yep.
Speaking of Rutledge, he actually told me that he was at a NASCAR race where all the NASCAR guys were watching this.
That's great.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awesome. It really is.
It appeals to the basic. It appeals to so many different levels on the basic hot rodding side. Again, the Americana aspect of going out and seeing the country in your car. It appeals to the, holy cow, this guy's actually going to try to drive this thing down the street. Really, if you have any interest in the hot rodding realm, there is some part of this event that kind of tugs at your strings in one way or another.
And everybody pays attention to the unlimited class. They whine and moan about how they're not street cars, and I always point out, there's 7 other categories of cars that race here, most of which are all steel regular muscle cars.
Yeah, over 283 other cars
right.
that are here that are doing things that are very impressive in their own right, so you don't have to get hung up on the top of the sheet.
And yeah, you really want to pay attention to some of these because they're really just as ludicrous when it comes down to it. To take a steel-bodied car and blast it into the 7s?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, come on.
Yeah, some of the stuff, again, they got a twin-turbo big block Chevette that's going to be coming. There's some sort of an old pickup truck. I'm looking at the, we have a black and white screen to look at our staging lanes, but we see that old pickup truck.
Oh yeah, the International.
Oh, is he back? Is it my dude?
Yeah.
With a diesel in it?
I believe so.
Awesome.
So I hear engines running. We're going back to racing.
So Brad Shoemaker and Alex Freese been waiting patiently at the starting line as the 1974 GTO of Freese. That's Jeff Lutz up there at the starting line taking a look at things. Jeff, thank you. Fire pans installed. I'm sure he's waiting for some of our competitors to get out there. One of the things I think a big tire car like him is going to wait for is to get that groove a little bit widened up because he does not want as much of that tacky glue in his path as he wants some nice fresh rubber for his slicks. So it's a little strategic move going on out there.
We talk about Jeff Sr., but Jeff Jr. is here finally with the car that we've seen getting built for several years, which is a Civic with a twin-turbo 434 small block Chevy in the front. And of course, it's rear-wheel drive. Thing makes 1,100 the tire, weighs 2,200 pounds with him in it.
Ran 7s last night. It actually did go into the 7s last
Really?
night. 100% true.
Awesome, I missed that.
I caught there was a video or some post about it I caught last night as I was tip-tapping away on the keys. But yeah, it did go into the 7-second zone after they joked in their story that it'll never go in the 7s, and that's what it did.
Wow. How could it not?
Well, I'll tell you, and not on the racetrack, but as he's going down the road, he has the Clark Griswold approved luggage carrier
He does.
jumper on the roof.
He's got 400 pounds worth of junk in there.
Well, Alex Free's car is virtually silent, so that means it's likely turbocharged. That 1974 Pontiac GTO. Of course, the 74 GTO is kind of the end of the line for the original GTO name before it was revived in the 2000s, and it wasn't exactly going out with a bang back then in 74. It was a 350-inch engine, the Pontiac engine, and it was a far cry from the days of the mid to late 1960s, like the car you see over there in Shoemaker. Now, Shoemaker's car is a Le Mans, not a full-blown GTO, but you get where I'm going with this.
It's the hatchback that really made these cars.
It really was. The shaker hood scoop, man. Shoemaker comes out, Freese takes a minute, and look at him. Freese is laying a set of railroad tracks down past 300 feet. That thing really making some power, but Shoemaker no slouch either. Brad Shoemaker, 10.42.0, 134, as Alex Freese goes 10.59.9 at 132 miles per hour. Matt Boonell and Lonnie Andazola. Andazola, the 1967 Camaro. We're not going to see too many of those first-gen Camaros out here, I don't think.
I wish more would show up. I don't get it.
I just don't understand. So So Matt is in the 86 Camaro, the third gen car. It is a nice clean example of a third gen Camaro over there. The green license plate, it may be from Vermont. It could be a Vermont license plate.
So the early car running in, let's see,
Street Race Small Block.
Street Race Small Block NA.
So naturally aspirated power on one side, and the NA, a big block, or rather both small block cars, I should say, both naturally aspirated. But Lonnie bringing more to the table in the 1967 example as he goes down the AAA side, 1081, 9124, with Matt Boonell going 1350 with a 9er at 105. Nice little violent burnout going on over there for the Mercury Capri. It's coming up. That's John Puckett. John Puckett is a guy who has been a longtime drag week racer, and I believe he is an event winner over the years. I think Puckett has found his way to the winner's circle once or twice out there. That 83 Mercury Capri is running in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder class, so we'll see what he is bringing to the table. And that SN95 style Mustang rolls up on the laser side.
And the SN95 is naturally aspirated.
Both cars digging for traction. Looks like Puckett may have some spray on that car as he is on and off the throttle a couple times. He started fattening up a little bit out there, and now he is going to kind of coast it down the AAA lane. Meanwhile, the driver of the Mustang trying to make up some time. 14:15 at just 99 miles an hour. Puckett goes 12:79.8 at only 81. You saw how aggressive that thing was early on in the run. There's a whole lot more available for John Puckett. He's going to have to come back up and try it again. John Seneca, the 1993 Mustang. Seneca running the Street Race Small Block Power Adder category in the Mustang notchback on the AAA side. And a Street Race Small Block NA entry for the Mustang on the laser side of the racetrack. So a little Power Adder on one side, a little NA action on the other. Here we go. Oh man, Seneca just absolutely rips the tires out the back of the Fox body on the hit of the throttle. That thing didn't go 2 inches before it started spinning the tire. 9009 at 157 miles an hour on the laser side as Seneca is going to work his way down the AAA side of the strip. 14:24.5 at 101. And the first of our big tire cars of the weekend. This is the Pro Street Power Adder entry, that early 1967 Camaro, an early first-gen Camaro, and the Shoebox Chevrolet Nova. The Nova is running in the Street Race Small Block NA category, and that Nova is a gorgeous car. 1967 Nova on the laser side. One of the cool things here about Gateway, we're using that return road right in front of the grandstand, so you're going to see all the combatants coming up the racetrack after they make their runs. They're going to get their time slips right around the corner from the end of the grandstand. So now we get to see one of our big horsepower, big tire cars make their first hit at the racetrack. Pro Street Power Adder. Expect the number out of this guy if he can get it hooked. Very conservative looking launch over there the first time for the Pro Street Power Adder entry. He is not leaning on that thing hardly at all, or maybe there's something going on inside the car. Meanwhile, the 67 Nova going to run down 11:52, 116. The Camaro 11:42.0, 122 miles per hour. Glenn Sheely coming up. Sheely, like a yearly combatant here at Drag Week. Glenn has been a racer here for many, many of the go-rounds at Drag Week. He's running Street Race Small Block naturally aspirated. And the Super Street Small Block NA Mustang convertible, you can see that's Clayton Hartman. It's a 1983 Mustang. And you can see the convertible top down, all the tube work in the car. The funny car style cage over there. The halo bars around him and the rest of the cage as mandated for the last time he hopes to run in that thing. So Clayton Hartman, I believe a turbo combination, got the thing wound up. They heard pull the timing out to spool the turbos. Basically combustion happening in the exhaust pipe. Glenn Sheely, on the other hand, is running clean down the laser side. 981.0, 137 as the Mustang goes 1294.2 at just 80 miles per hour. Robert Williams coming up now. Williams running in the Street Race Big Block Power Adder category and coming off of the 2014 Drag Week where Robert Williams was champion. He calls this car the Pork Chop Express on the laser side of the drag strip. Nice big smoky burnout there. It was at this track in 2013 that heartbreak struck Williams when he fragged the transmission. He does not want to do that today. Scott Scribner rolls up. Scribner running the modified naturally aspirated category in a gorgeous Camaro. So Scribner is going to pre-stage. Robert Williams is fully staged. Let's see what Williams can do in the Pork Chop Express, that 1976 Camaro. Scott Scribner puts it in. There goes Williams, hikes the front end up, starts feeding the power to it. The car goes down past the 330 and hauling along at the 8th mile at 101 miles an hour. And Robert Williams, the Pork Chop Express, goes 1065.3 at just 126 miles an hour, so maybe a wake-up call there for the car, just getting it down the racetrack to see what's out there. 11:21 with an 8 at 94 miles per hour on the AAA side for Scribner. Mike Roth and Connie Heinelmar, how about that? Connie Heinelmar, the 1969 Camaro. Yellow with that black kind of like motion performance style single stripe over the top of the car. And Mike Roth coming up, a 1979 Camaro. Roth, the Pro Street naturally aspirated entry, whereas Connie is running in the Super Street Small Block NA class. If you would like to buy a t-shirt, you can get yourself a Drag Week t-shirt located between the MSD and Precision Turbo trailers across from the pavilion behind the grandstand. Oh, baby, all kinds of sideways for Connie and the Camaro. Drags it back into the groove. Meanwhile, Mike Roth is just motoring along to the laser side. And 12:10.5, 120 miles an hour for Connie as Roth goes 12:63 with a 6 at 119. Again, if you would like to buy a Drag Week t-shirt, you're going to do that between the MSD and Precision Turbo trailers. That is where the t-shirt sales are happening. And time slips need to be turned into Tanya each day. She is in room 210 today in the timing tower when you want to turn in your slip. Here comes Rick Callahan. Get a load of this thing. 1969 Roadrunner. It is gorgeous. And Steve Fagan. Fagan rolls up in the Blazer, which actually began as a 4-door Blazer. I believe this is the truck that started life as a 4-door. He cut it down, made it a 2-door Blazer. The Pro Street style build he is running in Pro Street Power Rider. Look at the wheel stand for Fagan. Comes off the starting line with the nose 2 feet in the air. And Rick Callahan, huge starting line advantage for the Roadrunner, but Fagan's got too much horsepower. 929.0, 148 miles an hour for Steve Fagan, as Rick Callahan goes 1026 with a 6 at 132 in the Roadrunner. Paul Foreman coming up now. Foreman is a gorgeous my brother, the Demon. It's a 1971 Demon. So that 71 Demon of Kornman is competing in the Street Race Small Block NA category, as is the Pontiac Le Mans over the AAA side. So you got the Le Mans and the Demon. These guys are both running the same category. So now we get to see kind of who's got a little bit more horsepower in here, as we got 2 cars with the same class side by side. Well, that answered itself pretty quickly as Kornman's car literally leaps off the starting line, goes cleanly through the 8th at 110 miles an hour, and Paul Kornman with the hammer now goes 979.0 at 139 on the laser side. 14:53.6 at just 92 miles an hour for the Pontiac. Here comes Ralph Hoke, the 1968 Chevy Nova, and Randy Heinzelmar. Heinzelmar, the 1970 Plymouth Cuda, the AAR Tribute style car in plum crazy purple. And Ralph Hoke, again, that silver 1968 Chevy Nova. Hoke is running in our Street Race Small Block Power Adder category. He's going to wait a second, spool the turbos, and Ralph Hoke is running. The Nitro Turbo is going to move a smoke up out the back of Heinzelmar's car as the Mopar gets to the finish line. There goes Hoke, 871 with a 3 at 158 miles an hour. Hard hooking and hard running Nova, 10:43.6, 130 for the Cuda. And again, the staging lane's full from wall to wall down there with all manner of competition as the competitors waiting their shot at the racetrack. James Neiman, the 1981 Ford Mustang. Nice clean car down there, and he has a whole bunch of tires shoved up on her. A little bit of, I guess he didn't flare the fenders. I was trying to see if he had flared the rear quarter panels, but looks like about a 275 under, and that's all she's going to take. And Andy Thornton. Thornton coming up in the 2003 Crown Victoria. Thornton running his 4th drag week in this car, and he's going to set it drag radials bolted to the back. A little bit of starting line maintenance being done. Again, you're just going to keep up on this thing. The car's drag stones and rocks and all kinds of junk up here, so run around in the blower, make sure we keep that starting line nice and clean. Give everybody a good service. And James Neiman's car, that great drag week sight. You see the car with a full-on drag car, basically, with a trailer hitch, a drop-style trailer hitch hanging out the back of it. Awesome. All right, so Neiman comes through the water as Crewman brings him through and stops him. Now Neiman got to heat the rear tires. There goes Andy Thornton burning the hides in the back of the Crown Victoria. Crown Vic looks to be a police interceptor model. Very comfortable back seat in those cars, as I discovered years ago. So Thornton and Neiman will pull up, and look at the Demon, that 1971 Demon coming up to get his time slip. How gorgeous is that thing? Wow. All right, so James Neiman fully staged. And Neiman is gone, baby, gone. He is running that street race, small block, naturally aspirated category, so no power adders on that car. And Neiman goes 10:04.11.34 with Andy Thornton working his way down 13:56.7 at 100 miles an hour in the Crown Vic. Actually, not pretty respectable ET for the big Crown Vic. Now we got Calvin Hayward coming up. Hayward, the pink Mustang with the pink ribbons on it, raising awareness, of course, for the cause of breast cancer awareness. Eradicate that awful disease as Barbara Carroll rolls up in the 1984 Ford Mustang convertible on the AAA side of the drag strip. So both cars being again running that turbocharged combination. You can hear it. Super Street Small Block Power Adder is the category for Calvin Hayward in the pink 1991 Mustang GT. Barbara Carroll in the convertible, running naturally aspirated, the Street Race Small Block NA category for Barbara Carroll. Oh, the Chisholm and Stasiak 55 Chevs. You can hear the turbos pulled up. Look at the wheels up launch for Calvin Hayward. Oh, that thing's really working out there. Hayward, 146 in the 8th mile of Calvin. 7:59 with a 6 at 183 miles per hour in the Fox Body Mustang. Yeah, baby. 122, 60-foot time, and again, 146 in the 8th mile. That is some real stuff going on out there, and a great run by Calvin Hayward. Second car we have seen so far run down in the 750s. Here comes Jeff Pagano. Pagano running that 1970 El Camino, and he is running it in the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated category, lined up next to Greg Weigert. Weigert in the 68 Firebird, running street race, big block NA. So the big block naturally aspirated car gets off the starting line about 4/10 of a second ahead of the El Camino, and he will not look back and stretch that lead a little bit at the big end. Greg Weigert goes 10:83.5, 125. Jeff Pagano, 11:73.4 at 116. If you like wheel stands and you like things that are good, watch Dan Chisholm in that 1955 Chevrolet 210, based out of the Pennsylvania area. Mike Burrows in the 1971 Nova will be rolling up on the AAA side, with Chisholm running in the gasser category. This is the B-gas category for Chisholm in the 55 Chev. And you look at the roof panel on that car, that lace paint job. This thing is really cool. You got the bumper drilled out. The attitude of this car is one thing, but boy, the performance totally another. He and Dennis Taylor were locked in a battle last year. Dennis Taylor ultimately winning the gasser category, just bringing a whole bunch of horsepower in that little Ranchero he ran last year. So Dan Chisholm, the 1955 Chevrolet, we'll see what he's going to do off the starting line. Got that high riding straight axle, the parallel leaf springs, and there he goes up there with the front end of the air. And boy, Mike Burrows hit the tire very hard in that Nova. He picked the front end up. He's going to lift. So Dan Chisholm, 114 at half track, and Chisholm goes 9:42 with a 7 at 140 miles an hour with its nose proudly stuck up in the air. Very cool stuff. I told you about this Chevette. Maybe you didn't believe me, but here it is in front of you, so now you're forced to. That is a twin turbocharged big block. It's a 1985 Chevette. It is running unlimited, and it is a collection of very bad ideas that turned into one brilliant one as it rolls through the water box. Look at the burnout out of the Chevette. It's got a little wing hanging off the deck lid. Got the wheelbase of a shopping cart and probably handles about half as good. Tom Hogshead, that 1977 Chevy Nova. Fun fact about Tom Hogshead, that is the only car that has competed in every single drag week. From 2005 to present, that 1977 Chevy Nova has been at every single one of them. It has been in different forms and fashions over the years, now running a big 632-inch engine, I do believe. Previously, it was a turbocharged entry. He was turbocharged way back in 05 when that was really a neat deal. So big block naturally aspirated for Hogshead and Fos Unlimited. Watch this. Oh man, that thing is angry. Get the left front wheel in the air. Now it's wandering all over the racetrack. He's going to pass Hogshead. And Fos goes 789 with a 1 at 177 miles an hour. I would not get out of the electric chair to sit in the driver's seat of that thing. Wow. 789, 177 for Foes. You got to be kidding me. Dan Nissen coming up now. The 1972 Chevy C20. Look at the back end of this thing. It's still got the full floating rear axle in it, like the big giant truck rear end that came in this thing to start with. You can see those hubs coming through the center of the wheels. Nissen running in our street race big block power adder category. Just such a cool truck. Got the big wing mirrors on it, the steel wheels, the look is perfect. And all that tire shoved up underneath with those big full floater rear end in there just completes the look. You got Vince Rash coming up. Rash, the 1969 Firebird, a two-time Drag Week winner, won Daily Driver years back, and then Vince Rash in 2014 took home the Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated honors. He is this year running Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated. He is hoping to double up on his winnings. There goes that 55 Chevrolet, the Chisholm and Stasiak machine as it heads back to the pits. The slot mags, the fender well style headers, the flip nose front end, just everything about that car is really spectacular, and don't know if they'll make another hit or not. They seem pretty satisfied with the first one. We'll see what happens. So Dan in the big pickup truck, complete with a toolbox in the bed and the towing style mirrors hanging off the doors. Vince Rash, the dedicated Pontiac enthusiast, always running Pontiac power, Pontiac body iron out here at Drag Week. This is a good run for him, 961.6 at 142. And the big pickup truck goes 1498 with a 5 at 95 miles per hour. That'll bring up the Pontiac G8 over there in the AAA lane. Street Race Small Block NA is the category for the G8. In Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. The category for the Fox Body Mustang on the laser side. I am not sure the driver of the Mustang, but boy, that burnout was pro level. We're going to see what happens as Mark Cicino pulls through the water box in his very clean Pontiac Grand Prix. So the little Fox Body Mustang, again, the telltale sign of a 150 mile an hour car. That air brake hanging off the back of it, the parachute mount. G8 leads. Look at the Mustang. Wow, that thing came out of the hole hard. 132 short time. Turned the tire a little bit, I guess. 122 in the 8th. How about 896 with a deuce at 154 miles an hour for the Fox Body Mustang. 1322 with the 0 at 109 miles an hour for the Pontiac G8. Nice clean four-door car. That'll be a ride to take in comfort this week. As Mark Cicino rolls up in his 1986 Pontiac Grand Prix in gold. Very, very clean car. A nitrous small block, capable of running down in the 9s. Cicino this week is running the Street Race Small Block Power Adder category. Norm Tannehill from one of our Canadian racers, Tannehill in the 1971 Camaro in flat black on the AAA side. He will be running down, going to drag radial style tire on the back of the Camaro. Mark been out testing, making a bunch of runs in the Pontiac over the last couple of weeks, doing his due diligence. A car that his buddies like busting his chops about. It has been misidentified as every other G-body than what it actually is, of course, over the years. And he is actually, hey, look at this Chevette. Here comes the Chevette up the return road. That is nearly 180 mile an hour Chevette. That guy deserves a round of applause or maybe some psych medication or something. Boy, oh boy, what a wild piece that is. Will it live? We'll find out. Nutsorama. Okay, the owner of car 122, you need to report to your car immediately. Lonnie Grimm needs the owner of car 122 to report to your automobile immediately, please. Again, car number 122, we need a driver back there now. A reminder for our drivers, all time slips need to be turned in to Tanya at the end of each day. In this tower here today, she is in room 210. If you have made a run that you feel is representative of your performance, come up to room 210, hand in your time slip, and Tanya will take care of biz. If you would like to buy a t-shirt, you can get that down between the MSD and Precision Turbo Trailer. We're not selling out of the toter home anymore. We have upgraded our t-shirt sales capacity. So we have our own merch trailer down there. The MSD and Precision Turbo Trailer, split the wickets, and you will find us. Get yourself a Drag Week t-shirt. A huge thank you to the folks at Gear Vendors Under an Overdrive for being the primary sponsor yet again for Drag Week. It is a fantastic platform to show off the world's quickest and toughest street cars. And the great folks at Eastwood for sponsoring the live feed, which you're all watching right now and is beaming across the world. We got people from a zillion different countries over here watching. Almost 5,000 people tuned in right now. And a big wheels up hit there for Mark Cicino. 135 short time. The G-Body Pontiac 111 in the 8th mile. And Mark Cicino goes 968 with a 138 miles an hour. And Norm Tannehill right on his coattails goes 1084.2 at 124. I'll tell you, we told you a little bit about this car, that kind of ratty-looking 1972 Dart. Looks, as they always are in drag week, are very deceiving. Not a beauty contest winner, but this ain't a beauty contest. This has a twin turbocharged, Predator-headed Chrysler big block in it. It has some serious power. It ran down in the 7s reportedly last night. And Kevin Payne, the 1988 Ford Mustang, a very clean example over there on the AAA side. Matt Blasco is the driver of that Dart. We'll see what Blasco can put together for a run here on the laser side of the drag strip. Blasco comes out with a front end up now and sideways with the tires spinning. You look at the fuel in his fat way up. Goes through the 8th at 143 and Blasco goes 808 with a 0. Look at the speed, 183.39 miles per hour. Oh, that thing is wicked. You look down at the, from the grandstands, you look down at the drag strip, that thing was literally turning the tires to the 8th mile. You can see that thing was black tracking to half track. Yikes. Kevin Payne went 964.1 at 141 in the little Fox Body Mustang, but man, Blasco putting on a show as Jake Bauer comes up. Speaking of shows, a 1966 Chevelle that is capable or would be capable of showing up and embarrassing most any car show in America. What a gorgeous piece. And Mark Payne, the 1968 Ford Mustang Coupe on the AAA side. Jake Bauer is running in our street race small block power adder category. He is clearly spooling the turbos. Mark Payne is running in our modified naturally aspirated category. So the NA car will get to the stripe first after being spotted about 2 seconds. 10:37.7, 130 for Payne, 9:74.0, 137 for Jake Bauer. Jay Grabiak coming up now. Grabiak is running in our A-gas category in that 1955 Chevrolet with a nose-high stance, the newspaper mailbox-style scoop. What a car that is. Again, following the fine tradition of like the Chisholm and Stasiak car, it is a beautiful piece. Gotta love that nose-high beam axle gasser goodness. And the Corvette of Terry Converse. Converse sits on the AAA side. He comes out with a front end up. Little small tire Corvette. You can watch him. He's jamming his own gears too. Back in the red bobbing, weaving up and down as he pulls the handle over there. But Jay Grabiak on the throttle goes 1083.6 at 121 with Terry Converse going 1055.2 at 130 miles an hour. Chris Bashir, I will tell you what, I have seen a lot of Chris Bashir over the last month, and I will tell you that this truck is ridiculous. Daryl Yost comes up in his 1969 Chevelle. Chris Bashir was the winner of the True Street category at the NMCA Super Bowl of Street Legal Drag Racing earlier this summer. He then came out to Norwalk and went to the finals in the NMCA World Finals in the True Street category. That is a street-driven and street-pounded truck, and it is going to go way, and I mean way, down in the 8s on the AAA side of the drag strip. Bashir planes that little sleepy-looking S10 pickup truck through the 8th mile of 130, and Bashir punches it down there, 857 with a 4 at 155 miles an hour, 1011 with a 0, 152 for Daryl Yost in the 1969 Chevelle. Ed Schwartz and Mark Vincent coming up now. Now we've kind of got ourselves in a stride here. There goes the Dart, the weird, wild Canadian 1972 Dart. Will it be back for a 7-second slip? We'll have to stay tuned and find out. Street Race Big Block Power Adder, the category for Mark Vincent's large by huge 1970 Monte Carlo. Ed Schwartz, he is running in our Street Race Small Block Power Adder category in that very clean, very nice vinyl top parachute equipped 72 Chevy Nova on the AAA side. Oh man, you saw Vincent really wheel the tire there. All that weight transferring forward and back. Vincent pedals the car and then stands back on it, and Mark Vincent goes 911 with a 9 at 160 after the pedal job. 969.5 at 138 for Ed Schwartz on the AAA side. Vincent's car, as it got near the end of the shutdown area, did start to emit a fair cloud of smoke. Gonna get a look at that thing as it comes around. There's that gorgeous 1966 Chevelle we saw just run down. Here comes our 55 Chev Gasser up the return road. As we're going to take a second at the top end just to make sure there's nothing down there in the shutdown area before we send our next pair through. That next pair will be Travis Ray. Ray, a fellow chowderhead from Massachusetts like me, and Alan Casita. Casita, the 1966 Ford Galaxy. You want to talk about a trip to get here? Ray lives on one of the islands off of Massachusetts, so when he wants to come here, he's got to put his car in a boat, ship it over to the mainland with his truck, and then start the tow from there as the 55 Chevrolet Gasser heads around the corner. This is Travis Ray's third attempt at drag week, getting through drag week, and he really wants to get it finished up and kind of close the deal this year. And again, a lot of the deal on drag week is personal accomplishment. People are not showing up here necessarily to reset world records. They're showing up here to prove to themselves they can do it, that they built a car that's capable of finishing the race. And Travis Ray has a very nice piece of that Corvette down there. DMC race cars. Dennis McPherson Racing out of Eastern Massachusetts done a lot of work to it. Makes a lot of power. See if he can apply it all here. So Al Casita in the 1966 Galaxy had the jump off the starting line. Travis Ray 117 in the 8th mile, and Ray goes 9:36 with a 9, 146 miles per hour, 11:84.0, 113 on the AAA side. Adam Hodson, again, Adam Hodson and Jeff Oppenheim coming up now. Oppenheim, the 1986 Chevy El Camino. Hodson was a guy also running in the True Street category at NMCA Norwalk a few weeks ago. Hodson's car, an LS power plant with a turbocharger. It is a beautifully, wonderfully done, clean car, and it is going to go down into the single digits as well. I believe that's a mid-9 second piece. We'll see what he can do with it. Jeff Oppenheim, a multi-time drag week competitor in his tried and true 1986 Chevrolet El Camino here on the laser side of the drag strip. Both cars now fully staged and gone. Hodson leaves first, Oppenheim taking his time. Oh yeah, baby, that thing hunkers down, swallows the right rear tire, lifts up the front left. Oppenheim not going to be able to catch him at the stripe though. 982 in the 6, 135 for Hodson as Oppenheim goes 10:39.1 at 130 miles per hour. Well, a pair that could not be more different. Tony Sanchez, the 1969 AMC Javelin, and that's no imposter over there. That is a true AMC-powered AMC. A very, very hairy little piece of Kenosha Cadillac on the AAA side of the drag strip. It makes good power and it is fast. George Gallimore's car bends the laws of physics. This car went 191 miles per hour last year during drag week 2014 before it ate up, I believe it ate up a transmission. And there's Gallimore just hating the back tires on that monster 1970 Monte Carlo. Jeff Ferguson is the guy you see in front of the car right now. Ferguson is the engine builder out there. He is the guy responsible for the incredible amounts of horsepower that this turbocharged big block combination makes. Gallimore competing in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category. If this car runs as good as it did last year, your jaw is going to smack the pavement when he gets down to the top end. It is an amazing thing to watch. It leaves like a school bus and then pulls like a rocket from the back half of the track on. Here goes Gallimore. Here he goes, baby. Gallimore feeding the fuel to it. Oh, it's losing half track. Gallimore has to pedal it, and the big Monte Carlo goes through 850 with a 7 and just 128 miles an hour. Tony Sanchez went 1092.5 at 107, but Gallimore, again, you look down from the grandstands. Once the boost came in, that thing was black tracking the tires to the 8th mile. Once it got sideways, he thought enough was enough. He lifted and coasted through. That car will be back, and I'm not going to guarantee anything, but 190 mile an hour time slip is certainly not out of the question. Glenn Bridger and Kyle Beaumont. Beaumont, the 2000 Pontiac Firebird in that unique blue shade, and Glenn Bridger, the 1968 Camaro. It is Bridger running in the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated category. He takes off first, and it is Beaumont running with the Street Race Small Block Power Adder class. And Kyle goes down 851.4 at 165. Bridger goes 1047.6 at 127 in the first gen Camaro. Jeremy Heiser now, the 1991 Pontiac Trans Am, the GTA model. Very, very clean car down there in the factory style color scheme. And Marty Kester, the 1987 Monte Carlo. And again, carrying the factory paint. 87 the last year for the Monte Carlo SS model, the 83 to 87 offerings down there. It's Jeremy Heiser, gets ready to run down. Heiser had to really turn the tire hard early into that run as Marty Kester was off the starting line. And Kessler runs down 10:35.8, 113 miles an hour as Jeremy Heiser goes 11:28 with an 8 at 126 after having to pedal the car early in the hip. Tom Franks and James Ratz coming now. Ratz, the street race small block power adder car, and Franks, the 89-90 Mustang here on the laser side, the notchback variety. Both cars, you look at them, very similar in many ways. They're both running even in the same category. And again, that category is street race small block power adder. So we'll see what they have in the power adder department down there. Tom Franks took a sweet time coming off the starting line, and that thing did not leave anything like he wanted. James Ratz is going to run down the AAA side. I'm not sure he was looking for a 12-second time slip either at 117, but I can promise you Tom Franks was not looking for a time slip that read 13:20 with a 5 at 101. Bob Kripe coming up now. Kripe in the 1969 Camaro in blue with the white rally stripes. Street race big block power adder is the category for Kripe, and you can see what the power adder is. He's got those two carburetors perched proudly atop that motor as Bob Admire, the 2005 Pontiac GTO, completes a burnout. Admire is running street race small block naturally aspirated in the 6-liter LS powered 05 GTO. There's George Gallimore coming back up. We're going to see Gallimore again. That is the car that was roasting the tires at the 8th mile. It is a mammoth 1970 Monte Carlo, and it shall return for better or worse. That thing is awesome. Trouble for Bob Kripe on the starting line. They got to push that 1969 Camaro off the line. You never want to see that happen. Someone's made the effort to get all the way here, literally get to the starting line, and trouble strikes. So it's going to be a single, I believe, for Bob Admire down this laser side of the drag strip. So you can hear that LS motor really turning away there. Car stuck to the ground right off the end of the throttle. And Bob Admire, a clean run, goes 1084.4 at 127 miles per hour. So we'll be one of, I believe, one of our gassers. Is that one of our gasser competitors? You're going to see what category our 55 Chev is running in over there. But Mark Covey, he has come back in his 1970 Buick GS 455. This is one of the cars, like David said, was final assembly happened as the hours were ticking down at the beginning of the event. He's running Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. And Mark Covey last year needed a very small amount of time to get himself into contention for, I believe, a top 3 finish, or maybe even contend for class. I believe they made an airpan out of a trash can lid. They are one of the teams that got really creative, used these things around them to try to find a way to make their car go a little bit quicker. Modified naturally aspirated is the category for the 1955 Chevrolet on the AAA side. It has the wheel skirts on it. You can see the exhaust dumps just behind the rear wheels and the forward-facing, squarish, old-school, pro-stock-looking scoop on the front of that 55 Chevrolet. Kobe's got the big, heavy steel Buick on the laser side with that big torque-making Buick big block under the hood. Huge reaction time advantage for Kobe. Kobe looks like a horsepower advantage as well. 105 in the 8th mile. And the big Buick thunders its way down 10-19 with an 8. 130 miles an hour. 11.92.2 and 111 for the 55 Chevrolet. Greg Edwards and Matt Grant come up now. Grant in the 2007 Ford Mustang, with Greg Edwards rolling up in the 2002 Chevrolet Camaro. Do not see a class designation on the window of Matt Grant's car, although it is listed as a Pro Street Power Adder entry. Parachute mount high. Again, you look at where the exhaust is coming out, the front fenders there. He's got a C? Okay, cool. Thank you. I just noticed on my screen. Thank you for that. Greg Edwards, the 2002 Camaro, he is running in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category. Couple of healthy cars out here, a couple of late model body styles, and I believe a couple of turbo combinations. Oh, they're going to launch like turbo combinations. The sit and spool routine here at Drag Week is one that we're all very familiar with, and Matt Grant did not have the success he wanted, but Greg Edwards is taking the boost. Again, the fuel richened up. The boost forcing its way into the motor. He goes 854.3 at 163 miles an hour. as Matt Grant goes 11:18.2 at 133. Steve Forrester and Jamie Hochbaum. Hochbaum, the 2010 Challenger, and Forrester, the 1993 Ford Mustang. Chrysler fans, don't get too excited about Hochbaum's car. The reason I say that, it is powered by a Chevrolet engine. That is not a pure Chrysler product. There is a Chevy motor under the hood. And again, you can see the front exit exhaust happening there when he's in race mode on the AAA side. Hochbaum is running in the modified power adder category, and that means you better have something that can run in the 7s if you want to throw down with those boys. And Stephen Forrester is running Super Street small block power adder in the good-looking notchback Mustang sitting on the laser side of the strip. For those of you watching the live feed, the laser side of the strip is the left side as you're looking at your screen at the front of these two cars. The AAA side is the right side, as Jamie Hochbaum in the Chevrolet-powered 2010 Challenger will take on Steve Forrester here. Forrester leads first. Hochbaum cannot get the thing to spool. He is going to basically idle it off the starter line. And Steve Forrester goes 794 with an 8 at 182 miles an hour on the laser side. Forrester, a beautiful lap out there. The thing just set down to the tire and drove right down the racetrack. 794.8, 182 for Stephen Forrester. Here comes Doug Flynn. If you like Holley EFI, if you use Holley EFI, thank Doug Flynn. He is an engineer at Holley. One of the guys that works very closely in the development of the Holley EFI system, and it's great to have a guy like him out here having fun on drag week, as he has been for several years. There's a couple of Holley guys racing out here this weekend. Mike Cox, the 1951 Kaiser Henry J. Cox out of the Oklahoma area. The Mad Irishman, he calls the car. One of the neatest parts about that car, when you look at it and you look at the trunk lid, the trunk lid is obviously an authentic Kaiser piece, and where the Kaiser Henry J logo was has been gone for years, but what you can still see is the shadow where that thing was a great car. It Doug Flynn roast the tires off the back of the 72 Nova. Meanwhile, Mike Cox driving the Gasser 51 Kaiser Henry J down, goes 10.040, 132, with Doug Flynn sprinting down after pedaling 10.89.6 at 138 miles an hour. Joe Gribben and Jeff Richardson coming now. Richardson, the 1970 Chevelle, and Joe Gribben, the 1969 Camaro. Gribben is running street race, small block, naturally aspirated, and Jeff Richardson is competing in the street race, big block, naturally aspirated class in his Chevelle. This is obviously not the Chevelle that was dragged out of the woods. We'll see that car, I'm sure, in a little while out here. Richardson's car is Chauvy's. I mean, both of these really nice period, late 1960s, early 70s Chevrolet. Can't beat them up there. Good look on the whole side of the street. Their reaction time went to Richardson. Certainly even on the power though, but Richardson's big block car does start to pull away as they get past the 8th mile. The big motor breathes deep. 10.58.2, 128. Joe Gribben goes 10.71.5 at 124. Jim Forbes and Brad Dyer coming up now. Dyer in that 1972 Nova, and Jim Forbes in the 1962 Chevy 2 in the Supercharged 427 cubic inch Chevy big block engine on the AAA side. Gasser, the A-gas category for Jim Forbes. Forbes upped the ante. This year at Drag Week, a sealed hood class was offered, a sealed hood award. So he has his hood sealed, meaning he cannot open the hood without breaking that seal if he wants to contend for that sealed hood award through the end of the week. That is confidence in your stuff, and Forbes drives that stuff all over the country, so we should have confidence in it. Brad Dyer, he's pedaling, he's sideways, he's out of the whole second, but he has got more power than Forbes does. Dyer's car wandering through the center line, goes 987.4, 148 as Forbes goes 992.3 at 130 miles an hour in that high ride Gasser style 1962 Nova. Here comes Tina Pierce. She's coming up here on the laser side. You know and you love her. You remember her. She's been on the television show, the Street Outlaws show. She's in her brandy new, basically, 2008 Chevy Colorado, one of a series of small pickup trucks that Tina has raced. And Matt Kettling, the 1968 Camaro on the other side. Pierce is racing in the Pro Street Power Header category in that beautiful little Colorado pickup truck. And Kettling is running in our street race small block naturally aspirated category in his 68 Chevy Camaro. Tree comes down and they are gone. At least one of the wins is Tina. Spools the turbos, the dice. Oh, that thing is trucking. Look at it. Making the smoke looking like a locomotive down past the 8th mile. And Tina Pierce goes 8.59 with an 8 at 163 miles an hour in the truck. The parachute comes out, and Matt Kettling gets past like he was tied to a stump. Goes 11:09 with a 0, 131 down on the big end. Dan Ashlock coming up now. Ashlock, the 1969 Valiant, running street race, small block, naturally aspirated on the laser side. The Mustang on the AAA side actually entered in the unlimited category. And again, unlimited, you can put whatever you want in there. The Mustang deciding that he wanted to be in the unlimited side. Ashlock's car, well, I'm pretty sure it's equipped with an inline 258 cubic inch six-cylinder. In fact, I am convinced it is now equipped with an inline six-cylinder engine with about a 1.5 barrel carburetor on it, as the Mustang goes 13:34.5109, and Ashlock goes 19:36 with a 2 at 70 miles per hour. And here comes Mike Roy in his 1971 Chevy Monte Carlo. Roy completes the burnout, pitches the back end of the car sideways. This car is a 4,000-pound, 7-second twin-turbo, big block-powered wagon of hate here on the laser side. No other way to say it. This thing is just hateful. To watch this car going down the highway, he does not pull a trailer with it, so it just rolls down the road just like you see it sitting here at the starting line. It stops traffic because it is just wild. The Yenko Tribute Chevy Nova on the AAA side. Leads first as Roy spools the turbos. Roy leads with the front end up, roasts the tires, pedals it a couple times, and he says, nope, not this time. The car actually looked like it was set up at an angle on the starting line. It drove itself right out of the groove as soon as he hit the throttle. So he is going to go slowly down the laser side, and he will go down and come on back for another hit, I'm sure. 971.7, 140 on the AAA side of the racetrack as Mike Roy rolls through 14:63.9 at 58 miles per hour. Street race small block naturally aspirated is the category for the Mustang that's coming up, and I'm virtually certain this is Ed Hohenberg from Canada in this Mustang, as it says Plan C on the back window. Ed had planned to take, I think, a pair of Pontiacs, and both of those Pontiacs let him down, so he defaulted to his Mustang. And he's going to be lined up next to Keith Harrison. Harrison is the guy we have seen over the years in different cars. He drove a very high-riding 55 Chevrolet Gasser entry for a few seasons. And he is here this weekend, or this week rather, to run in our hot rod category. Has the lake pipes on cork. The gorgeous coupe rolls toward the starting line. The coupe equipped with the drag radials, as is the Mustang. And the tree is going to flash here as both cars leave the starting line. The coupe is going to get out of the hole first, and very light coupe. Take advantage of that power to weight ratio down by the Mustang as Harrison got a little bit up there. It's wandering around some, 108th mile. And Keith Harrison goes 11:16 with a 0 and 125 miles per hour as the Mustang goes 16:19.4 at 87.1 through the lights. So we got a word from race control. What's going to happen now is a little bit of starting line maintenance going to happen out there. Tyler's going to run out there with the tractor. As you see, Pooch, the man they call Pooch, Jason Ruckert out there from VP, spraying the starting line. Of course, VP Racing Fuels, a traction compound, one of the recognized, or maybe the recognized industry leader in that field. And Jason has been a big part of developing their program with the traction compounds and, of course, their ability to work in different conditions and adhere and really help some of these modern cars that make so much power stick. So he's going to fog some traction compound down there. Tyler's going to run over it with the drag or the reverse rotator. They actually have a rotator tractor here, which is a huge deal here at Gateway Motorsports Park. So it's been clipping along pretty good here. We have not seen either of the potential 5-second cars come around the corner yet. And again, I believe that's probably more of a strategy move on their part, wanting to get some more heat in the racetrack and get that groove and get some rubber laid down so they don't get out there on something that's a little bit maybe too gluey for their taste. Lutz was up there looking at the starting line earlier. Seen some great runs out there. We've seen some runs that had potential, but drivers had to throw them away. Of course, George Gallimore's car is something that David and I have drooled over the last couple of years. That big giant Monte Carlo, and again, it was turning speeds of over 190 miles per hour during Drag Week 2014. It went out here and was actually spinning the drag radials at the 8th mile. He had to lift that car and pedal it. So I'm sure we'll see him back again. It has been a fun morning, and it will continue to be a fun morning. For those of you in the grandstands, if you're looking to buy a t-shirt, we're set up between the MSD and Precision Turbo trailers down in the midway. at the pavilion across from the grandstands. Do not go to the toter home because we're not selling them out there anymore. You got to go to the trailer and get that done. Time slips for our racers. This is important even for you at home to know. What happens when a racer makes a run and they decide to turn in their time slip, they got to come see Tanya Turk. We got Keith down there on the rules enforcement side, and we got Tanya up here on the record keeping side. Because if it was left up to the rest of us, this thing would be a complete mess. But Tanya's organized and smart, unlike the rest of us, and she handles that stuff for us. So come see Tanya with your time slip once you want to turn that slip in. And that is in room 210 here in the tower. We got a really interesting truck coming up next after we get done with this touch-up. And that truck has at least it did the last time we saw it, had a very healthy 10-cylinder V10 engine in the front of it. This truck, I believe, out of the El Paso, Texas area. And made Drag Week a couple years ago, but did not complete the event. It may have actually been at this track when it had some engine problems, unable to continue it. Yeah, there are the twin turbos that will suck a small child out of the grandstands if you're not careful. So make sure if you got a little kid with you, hold on tight, because if those babies spool up, they're going to chew up a whole lot of air, and the front of that big Dodge Ram is going to be punched through the atmosphere at the top end of the course. Got a gasser competitor, looks like, in the lane next to him. Cab actually looks fairly inviting in that thing. That may be the way to go. You get the cab, a passenger seat is maybe not one you want to spend 12 hours of your life in for the next 5 days, but hey, beats walking, right? The old Chevy Coupe going to be rolling up next to the pickup truck once we get the starting line preparation touch-up completed. So I don't know. I think so far the run of the day, at least in entertainment value, was certainly a little Chevette at almost 180 miles an hour. That thing left the starting line. And those of you that saw it, the left front wheel was hiked up. It's a twin turbocharged big block of that car, and it was, again, the wheelbase is very short, and the driver had to be really up on top of things to keep on that car, and he did a great job. So will we see the Chevette again today? Well, we'll definitely see it tomorrow if he makes it to Indy, that is. But it's been a fun morning so far, and it will continue to be. Those of you unfamiliar with what goes on in the starting line of a drag strip, we have all these different types of tires, all these different types of cars, all these different strategies for leaving the starting line. And over the course of an hour or two, with all these runs we've been having, the rubber there gets worn down in some spots, and maybe it builds up in others, and we got to get out there with a rotator and give ourselves a nice, even surface, touch it back up with some traction compound to make sure it's nice and tight for all the competitors. This race, by the time we come back on Friday, will likely scrape the track and do all that other kind of stuff. Radial tires tend to pull rubber off the starting line, and big slicks add to that rubber layer. So it's a balance, and that's what Tyler's working on down there, and Jason's helping him out. They're a very talented tandem. When those two get together, some great things happen on the traction front. We're glad to have them out here. We're glad that Gateway Motorsports Park made the phone calls to bring him here. It's a very special deal, and all of our tracks will be prepped to the nines. This one has the chance to hold on to some history this morning, and I'm sure that they would love to have those numbers on the board here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Race cars running again. We're going to go back to it as we continue in this morning session on the first day of the 2015 Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Under an Overdrive. And you're watching the live feed, for those of you at home, brought to us by the fine people at the Eastwood Company. So the starting line freshened up. Waiting for that first pair to roll out from under the timing tower. And again, that big twin turbocharged V10 pickup truck on the laser side. Look at this thing. It made it a couple days, and again, I believe it was 2012 or 13 that he was last out with this truck. It went a couple of days in the competition and then ate itself up. This is Don Vallejo. It is a 2004 Dodge SRT10 truck with the twin turbocharger. So again, it is that unique sounding V10 engine under the hood. And Fred Cullen Jr., the 1940 Chevrolet Coupe. And you can see Don Vallejo's crew guy bringing him into the groove and lining him up into the pre-stage area, now waving him in a little bit. Vallejo's going to try to get all that mass moving and then going to try to punch all of it through the air. That humongous nose on that truck is going to plow through more air than virtually anything else we got out here. Both drivers pre-stage. Vallejo's undoubtedly going to spool the turbos for a second. Before he leaves, it's all going to come down to how the truck reacts here in this first 100 feet. And it torches the tires as he pedals it again, catches it early, lays the power on. At the 8th mile to 130, and he's pulling like a freight train down there. The truck goes 9,002 at 171. 13-12 of the 7, 104 miles an hour for the Chevy Coupe. Here comes Dwayne Phelps Jr., the 2007 Chevy Corvette, drag radial equipped, and Brian Goldstone, the 1973 AMC Javelin. Get a load of that thing. A Mondo burnout right across the starting line here for Goldstone. For those of you that remember, Brian previously ran a silver Chevelle that was just flat nasty. He's been working on this car for a couple seasons. It ate itself up just before drag week last year, and he was able to repair the car and, of course, get it sorted out, put a bunch of runs on it. It is a turbocharged big block Chevy combination, so not AMC power under the hood. It is as wild looking a thing as we will have out here this week with that great graphic paint job. And it's finished to a very high degree as he backs his way up toward the starting line. David had said last night Goldstone was trying to fight his way down the racetrack, but it was not going so hot for him as Goldstone is running in the Ultimate Iron category. One of the 3 competitors in our Ultimate Iron category. So steel-bodied cars with as much stuff as you can shove under that steel body happening beneath as far as the chassis goes. Dwayne Phelps Jr. in the street race small block NA category in the Corvette. 2 very different cars, 2 very different approaches, but one goal, get to Friday and survive. Phelps leads first, and here comes the big turbo car of Brian Goldstone. Oh, that's what he was looking for. Goldstone makes the gear change. He's hanging on to it. 166 in the 8th mile. Goldstone 698 with a 0. 208 miles per hour the first 6-second run of Drag Week 2015. And he put it down there with a bullet. Boy, oh boy, that was a fun one to watch. You saw him make that 1-2 gear shift, and that thing tried to throw him off, but Goldstone, refusing to lift, shuts off the clocks at 6.98 seconds at 208 miles per hour. Wow. That's what it's about right there as Brian Gebhardt comes up. Gebhardt in the Backyard Viper, or the Barnyard Viper, coming up here on the laser side. That Dodge pickup truck running in our B-Gas category. One of my favorite Drag Week trucks of all time. One of my favorite Drag Week vehicles of all time. Again, beam axle, parallel leaf springs, and the little shoebox Chevrolet Nova sitting on the AAA side. There goes the pickup truck of Gebhardt. The better reaction time by about half a second. The Nova running the modified naturally aspirated category is going to track down the Gasser pickup truck without too much trouble. 10:36.8 130 as Gebhardt goes 11:30 with a 0 at 119 miles per hour. Here comes Rich Frost, the 1993 Mustang. Frost is running the Super Street small block power adder category, and Jay Brown, the 1969 Ford Mustang. Jay Brown, and this is not an exaggeration, Jay Brown is one of the great authorities on the Ford FE engine in the world. This guy has a dyno in his house, and he has basically dedicated his automotive hobby to perfecting, learning about, and studying the FE engine. He has produced a book. Brown wrote a book called the Ultimate FE Intake Manifold Shootout, where he tested every single aftermarket intake available and those that have been discontinued on a multitude of FE engines to determine which ones make the best power and stuff. It is a fascinating read. Even if you're an FE guy, if you just like engines, that book is great. Rich Frost, I don't know if he's written a book, but he wants to write himself a nice time slip down here. And since he's running in Super Street small block power adder, he better bring some to the table. Brown, he's running modified naturally aspirated. I can promise you it's more than 500 inches of motor under there, and it is a Ford FE style beast for Brown as he goes 890, the one with an 149 miles per hour as Rich Frost goes through the top end, 9041 at 177. Couple of nice clean passes out there, and again, it's always interesting to see who decides to stick with that first time slip and who decides to move on. I would have to guess, this is just a guess, that Brian Goldstone with that 698 likely will take that to Talia and say, thank you very much, I am moving on down the highway. Mark Wishka coming up now. Wishka, the 1987 Ford Mustang with the Capri-style hatch on it. That rounded Capri hatch on it, and Wishka just hating the tires at the back of that thing. And that Sublime Plymouth coming up here on the laser side. Street race, big block, naturally aspirated is the category for the Plymouth. One car we have not seen come back up the return road yet, and maybe he's just packing up and rolling up his parachute down there, is Brian Goldstone. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. So we got the big Sublime Plymouth heading down the racetrack, and again that Mercury Capri hatched Mustang of Mark Wishka. Mishka running the street race small block NA category. Mishka got to have enough go-go to get down there ahead of the Plymouth. 10:33.5, 135. The Plymouth goes 10:91.8 at 129 miles per hour. Tim Hall and Darcy Laws come up now. Laws, the 1965 Olds 442, a beautiful example of an early A-body. And again, a telltale sign when you see the silent burnout. When you see the silent burnout, you know that there are likely turbochargers involved in making the power. And Tim Hall, the 1947 International KB1 cabbed truck that is running in the hot rod category. Tim Hall won our hot rod category here last year. And we will see what Darce Laws can get done in the Oldsmobile. KB1 truck is gone, baby, gone, and here comes Darce after spooling the turbos. The Oldsmobile starting to wander a little bit the laser side, using the entirety of the right lane. And Laws goes 8:41 with a 5 at 163, with Tim Hall going 10:54 with a 123 miles an hour on the AAA side of the drag strip. Rick Anderson, the 1979 Ford Mustang. Anderson, one of a Holly EFI guy, literally a Holly employee. They let these guys off work for the week to come in here and play with us. How cool is that? Is Don Shoney coming up, and Shoney, the 1983 Chevy Camaro. Shoney running street race small block naturally aspirated. Anderson is running street race small block power adder in the Mustang, which not quite doing the burn he wanted to do there. He barely even wore the stickers off those brand new Mickey Thompson tires he put on the back of that thing. Once again, still waiting the triumphant return of Brian Goldstone up the return road here. Have not seen him yet. Hopefully he makes his way up here soon. Rick Anderson and Don Shoney coming up. The Camaro and the little early 79, the first year for the Fox. Anderson just, well, he took the sticker off the tire there. He just turned it back to 60 feet. Peddleman caught it as the short wheelbase Mustang got a little sideways on him. 989.0156 is Don Shoney. And that brown third gen Camaro goes 16:36.4 at 83 miles per hour. Again, a couple of really good looking Chevrolets out here. Walter Herr, the 1969 Camaro. So Walt Herr and Corey Petska. Petska, the 1966 Chevy Nova, the shoebox variety, just square on all angles of that thing. But again, the body panel is beautifully straight. Flawless bodywork on that car, and that is where the hours get invested. And that is a sight for sore eyes as he comes by the front of the grandstands. Let him hear it. Brian Goldstone is coming down the return road of that 1973 AMC. The first man to go in the sixes at Drag Week 2015. What a killer that thing is, baby. Wow. He's going to make the left-hand turn. Just a fantastic hot rod down there. 208 miles an hour through the lights. Parachute balled up in the rear wing, and that thing is going to be cruising to ending. Unbelievable. As Walt Herr, 122 in the 8th mile. Herr goes 9:21 with a 0:151, and Petska goes 11:69.5 at 116 miles per hour. Going to bring up the small block street race, or the street race small block, naturally aspirated wagon. In the street race small block power adder S10 truck. Keeping our eyes peeled in the staging lanes, looking for some of the more exotic bodied machines if they've been coming around the corner here. So the S10 on the laser side, and Brian Bax is driving that 1965 Nova over there on the AAA side. Down through the 8th mile, the Nova, leading the S10, and the Nova wagon will go through first, 10:14 with a 1:126. The S10 goes 11:25 with a 2 at 122 miles per hour. Sarah Walton, the 1988 Monte Carlo, on the AAA side, and the racer in the modified Power Adder Mustang LX here on the laser side. This is Rick Anderson coming in front of the grandstands, little 79 box body Mustang. Looks like it is spool equipped as he made that left turn. Things start bouncing up and down. Locker or a spool in the back of that thing. So again, just a little bit of cleanup, touch-up on the starting line area here is Sarah Walton waiting patiently next to the racer in the Mustang that is running in the very hardcore modified power adder category. So there are like more cars in one staging lane down there than we had in the entirety of the first the first drag week ever. Yeah, just making sure that that AAA side of the track does not have any foreign matter on it up there at the starting line. Don't want anybody tracking anything around or rolling through some junk. Couple more racers coming up to get their time slips. And again, reminder to racers, you need to turn in your time slips before you leave. You need to do that in room 210 of the timing tower. So you come up to the second floor of the timing tower, room 210. You will find a smiling Tanya Turk in there. You'll hand her the time slip and she will take care of business, get you handled, and then you can go on your way. You'll be handed your directions once you get the time slip. Those of you that are hanging out for the week and coming with us on the trip, just to spectate and be part of the program, you can go to hotrod.com to find the directions on how we're getting from place to place. Those of you watching on the live feed, you can also get the directions on the internet, print them up, and if you live in the area, look on the route. If we come by your area, stop by, sit in the back of a pickup truck. You're going to see a couple hundred of the quickest cars in America driving down the main streets of your town. Taking that road trip, we go through these towns, and there's hundreds of kids along the streets checking out all the iron that's going around the country here with Drag Week. So Sarah Walton completes her burnout, the racer completes his burnout of the Mustang, and it's time to continue on. Walton is pre-staged, as is the Mustang. And a beautiful one for the Mustang. Turn the tire a little, 136 short time, pick the front end up, 126 in the 8th mile. And the Mustang with the parachute out goes 884.9 at 160 miles an hour on the laser side, 1141.4, 123 for the Monte Carlo of Sarah Walton down the AAA side. Guy represented over here, and Dustin Gardner, the 1980 Ford Mustang, so another early Fox body. That Fox body style chassis was introduced in 1979 by Ford, ran all the way through 1993 in a multitude of models. The LTD and others share that architecture. Jeffrey Sias, the 1990 Mustang, he's from the central part of Massachusetts, on the Springfield area. And earlier this year, the mini trainer Woodland Nationals, he's hanging out for the weekend for his birthday. And Jeff Sias goes 996 with a 0-141, as Dustin Gardner goes 955 with a 2 at 144 miles an hour on the laser side. Lisa Fisher coming up, the 1987 Buick Regal, street race small block power adder for the Buick Regal, and the modified power adder class for this Camaro rolling up on the laser side. The Camaro got the big cowl-style hood screw, so I'm guessing a high-rise style, maybe a Holley high-rise manifold under the hood. I'm assuming it's LS powered. Both cars carrying the laundry out back, so let's see what happens here as both machines are staged up. Camaro, again, instant smoke. The driver pedaling multiple times, trying to get it down the laser side of the racetrack. Fisher having problems on her own side of the race. The Camaro goes 1047.2, 144 as Fisher goes 1076.6 at 128. Jason Doshier, the 1984 Mercury Marquis wagon, will be coming up next. Man, this thing, my grandparents had one of these things, but it wasn't even near as clean as that one. Got the tan interior, which I think every one of these, I don't think they offered another interior color other than tan. And the twin turbocharged coupe is coming up of Troy Clark. This is a Ford Model A. You can see the turbochargers hanging off either side of the engine. Clark is running unlimited. Jason Doshier is running Super Street small block power adder. Both of these things, I mean, this is Drag Week in a capsule right here. The twin turbo hot rod. Here's a story about that hot rod. James Pringle, a multi-time Drag Week competitor, passed this information along to me. Troy Clark drove this car to Drag Week. He did not tow it. He got in his car from his house and drove it to the race. During the trip, he figured out that there was a problem on the one side of the engine, was not getting oil up to the top of the valve train. He set up a pop-up tent in an AutoZone parking lot and rebuilt one side of the motor on the road trip here. He ground notches into the lifters, got those squared away, stuck them back into the mill so they were getting oil fed up to him, and off he went, and here he is in the starting line. The coupe leaves the marquee sitting still, and at the 8th mile, he's going 114 miles an hour in the coupe. Down the top end of the track goes 954-139. The wagon goes 967-9 at 143 miles per hour. So Dozier and Clark head down there. I know Clark, or I believe Clark, was hoping for some 8-second time slips this weekend, so maybe that was a checkout pass. Either way, Troy Clark 954-9-139. No shame in that game whatsoever, as Dozier in the wagon 967-9-143. And again, that thing is cleaner than the one my grandparents used to drive me around in. Quick look at that first 60 feet of the track, grab a little piece of debris off of there. The next pair will be coming up. That's Kurt Borton of the 1982 Ford Fairmont. Kurt will be on the AAA side, and the Fairmont part of that Fox-bodied realm as the Mustangs were. So there's a whole lot of parts and pieces interchanged between those cars, and the Fairmont has become a very popular car to shove LS motors into, like everything else has been, but the Fairmonts can be bought for basically a song still. You can get the chassis set up the way you want it, and they'll swallow pretty much whatever engine you want to shove into the front of it. The Barracuda rolling up on the laser side. The Barracuda, the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category for the Barracuda, whereas the Fairmont is running Super Street Small Block Power Adder. And get close to a screen or get close to a seat, because Jeff Lutz is sitting under the tower right now. Jeff Lutz at the ready line in the turbocharged Camaro Pro Mod. Those of you on the live feed, spread the word right now. Jump on Facebook, jump on Twitter, any of your favorite message boards. Spread the word that Jeff Lutz will be rolling down this racetrack in what could be a historic fashion in just a couple minutes. Or less, actually, about a minute. Let's go there. But first, Kurt Borton in the 82 Fairmont going to get his shot, as is the driver in the Barracuda. Both drivers now going to fully stage it in there. Bumps in as Borton is in second. Borton hits the tire first, so a little bit of overspeed fluid coming out the back of that thing. Barracuda had to pedal early in the run. Jeff's son, Jeffrey, going to go out there and take a look at the lanes here. He wants to put his dad, 11-16, won at 123 miles an hour for the Barracuda, as Borton goes 850 with a 6 at 164. So two very different approaches to what would amount to an all-out attempt in Unlimited. Last year it was Larry Larson that built a pickup truck, which he still races around the country. He's had success at NHRA races. He's running in a bunch of match races. He's done a lot of stuff with that truck. He's not racing it here this year. He built that truck from the ground up intentionally for Drag Week. Jeff Lutz built this Pro Mod. He did not build the chassis. He raced this Pro Mod at NMCA Pro Mod. He then decided to alter it to fit into Drag Week and to get a license plate on it, which required the addition of stuff like lights and all that kind of deal. I don't know what the licensing requirements exactly are in Pennsylvania, but obviously they're not as tight as what you'd find in other states. It has a Pennsylvania tag on it. It has all the right paperwork. It is legal for the event. Jeff's son, Jeffrey, going to give his dad the motion to pull into the water box here momentarily. The numbers to pay attention to: 594 on the ET side, 244 on the speed side. Either of those numbers, going under the ET or going over the speed, will make this the quickest or the fastest or both street legal vehicle in the world. The morning of day one, and you can already feel the tension as Lutz begins a nice short, actually, burnout. I'm surprised he did not carry it across the starting line. So a nice short burnout there for Lutz. Jeffrey going to climb into the car. As normally, you see the most turbo guy or most Pro Mod teams, they do the burnout, they roll up, guy comes in, make sure the air bottle's on for the shifter and all that kind of stuff. Closes the door, takes a quick look at the parachutes. He's going to give a little bit of instruction there to get that car lined up in a straight line. Critically important step here. It seems basic, but that thing needs to be arrow straight, and they have placed it right in the center of the groove, that groove that has widened out. As more and more cars have gone down the racetrack, that groove has found a little bit of an edge on either side. That's what they're looking for with a big tire slick car like this. You don't want the big shiny glue track, you want that nice, dulled out, rubbery center of the groove, and that's where they're at. Do they have the tune-up right? Will Jeff Lutz make history on the first day of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015? Here we go. Oh, and Lutz is going to tear it. 106 in the short time. 197 at the 8th mile. Jeff Lutz goes 605 on the 1. But look at the speed, 251 miles per hour for Jeff Lutz. You just saw the fastest run in the history of drag racing for a street legal vehicle. Jeff Lutz makes history being the first street legal vehicle to crest 250 miles an hour in the quarter mile. A very clean opening shot for the Camaro, the ET 6051. The speed 251.95 miles per hour. 106 in the short time. They backed the car off, I would guess. I'd have to get some specifics from Jeff, but looking at the incremental numbers, they took the front half of the racetrack and they were very soft with it. So we're going to go to a replay here. If we look at watch your screen up here, we're going to go to replay of the Jeff Lutz run. But the front half of the racetrack was a pretty soft run. 106 to 60 feet was rather soft, and then the 410 to the 8th mile also indicates that they took their time to get that car to be safely down there. Let's watch. Again, through the first shake zone there, no big drama through the 8th mile, and that's where the turbo cars, make their oats on the back end of the racetrack. Nothing to really complain about there, a very clean run. Are they going to get more aggressive or leave it at 6:05? Time will tell, but Jeff Lutz is on a pace right now at Drag Week that no one has ever been on. So now we have the pair coming up as Randy Bellahar coming back up. Bellahar again dead hooked this Firebird and stood it up. That's what he wanted there. Well, maybe not, because he lifted off the throttle and was starting to raise the front end. And Herbert Hirschfeld, the 1937 Ford, heads down the laser side. We have a racer in need. Dennis Taylor is in need of a stock GM alternator pulley. And the staging lanes are now closed for the first session. The staging lanes are now closed for the first session this morning. Dennis Taylor needs a stock GM alternator pulley. So if Dennis Taylor is in the pits, I believe with that Retro Nova, I believe that's what he's looking for, the alternator pulley for. Dennis Taylor, find him, help him. If you got an alternator pulley, he needs one. Also, the staging lanes are now closed for the first session. Staging lanes are closed for the first session. Next pair up is Kevin Studaker, the 1972 Chevy Concourse wagon, the wagon of doom, and Danny Roberts, the 1980 Chevy Malibu. Studaker really stepped up the horsepower this year. He actually worked with Eddie Miller to get that car up and running. Goes 10.24.9, 134. Danny Roberts goes 9.67.7 at 141 miles per hour down the laser side. So Bob Ritchie, the 1988 Camaro, will come up next to John Ferrone, the Ferrone Engines, Australian-based 1969 Aussie Charger. The Charger in Australia was as legendary as the Charger was here in America during the muscle car era down there, which basically coincided with the muscle car era up here. The Aussie Charger was the Valiant Charger, I should say, was a pretty mean beast. One of the more legendary engines in the Australian muscle car era was what they called their Hemi 6. It was an inline 6-cylinder engine, hemispherically headed combustion chamber on it. And that was a big muscle car engine on there, a 300 plus horsepower inline 6 from the factory. And that was how the hot number came out. Now this car has a Wedge Chrysler based twin turbo setup in it. We have seen it down in the 7s. And as mentioned, it is a very heavy car, and it has eaten up more transmissions per mile than probably any other car in Drag Week history. Bob Ritchie in his 1988 Camaro is waiting on Ferrone as John completes his burnout, now brings that car into the pre-stage position. Richie in the clean third gen. You can see the down bars for his roll cage there as Jeff Lutz drives past the staging. That thing's totally stealth. I didn't even know it was coming by as Lutz goes to get his time slip. And Ferrone's car pretty soft down low. He is going to lift early. And Bob Ritchie will drive down the AAA side, will outrun Ferrone on this lap as he has problems. Ritchie goes 11.85 at 0 at 114 as Ferrone goes through. A 16.06.8 at just 61 miles per hour. So making sure the turnoff gets made before we send another of our Aussie competitors down. This in a Ford Capri. You can see the right-hand drive Ford Capri. Like, why is that dude closing the passenger door? Well, no, that is the driver's side in Australia. So the little Capri on the very small slick. I believe this car may also have come up and run NMCA action a few weeks back. I know we had we had a right-hand driver up there. As Kevin Studeaker comes in front of the grandstands in that big old Chevy wagon that with the increased horsepower, a low 10-second performer, and again, the Southwestern-based racer. That car has actually been on Drag Week in the hands of a few different people. Studeaker now has the quickest version of it that has ever attacked the tarmac at Drag Week. Now that we know the top end is clear, and or maybe we're waiting for a second here, just waiting to get the all clear to send this racer through the burnout box and down the racetrack in the right-hand drive Ford Capri. If you're trying not to raise a whole lot of attention driving through a small town in Indiana, this may not be the car to be in. Barney Fife sitting on the corner sees you driving down on the right side of the passenger compartment. He may raise an eyebrow. And the burnout not sounding too healthy for the Capri here. Let's see what he's going to go back in the water, it looks like. Well, no, he went into the water, then he's going to drive to the starting line. That is not normally the formula for great traction off the hit of the throttle. This could get interesting for the driver of the Capri is Steve Riemann. It is a 1970 Capri. I'm going to have to guess it's a Ford, maybe a Cleveland-style engine. Those Cleveland motors are big stuff down there in Australia. A lot of the development engine for the Cleveland. Well, the development of the Cleveland engine happened down there in Australia. So Steve Riemann is going to slowly motor down the AAA lane, and trouble there for him. Oh, and look what we got coming to the starting line as Tom Bailey is coming to the starting line. Yeah, it keeps falling down. People are saying it sounds bad or something. So Tom Bailey is completing his burnout. This is the second of the two cars that we know of that have the potential to reset the world records, which we talked about earlier. Tom Bailey from Michigan set out last winter to have this car constructed. Skinny Kid race cars up there in Michigan built the chassis. Steve Morris is providing the horsepower. Steve Morris normally occupies the passenger seat of this car, but Morris apparently suffered a leg injury of some sort and is unable to make the trip. So there is another dude riding shotgun who isn't Steve Morris. This thing is I believe the engine combination of this thing dynoed at somewhere in like 3,600 horsepower deal. Tom Bailey, when this car is going together, obviously called 6 Seconds 2.0, stated publicly he wanted a car that may be capable of 550s in the quarter and 300 in the standing mile. Those are huge numbers. Right now he's just looking for 590s in the quarter. Can he go faster than 251? It's gone 407 to the 8th in testing. Ooh, and very aggressive off the hit of the throttle. He had to pedal it twice. Going nowhere in a hurry out there for Tom Bailey. 169 to the 8th. Goes 720. Oh, Bailey looked like it got loose down there. That was odd at the finish line. Boy, 727 to 217 for Bailey through the lights. Car made a strange move down there at the top end of the racetrack. They're going to come around, get it set up again, and I'm sure they will see them in the afternoon session. But 727.2 pedaling multiple times with a 217 mile an hour trap speed. Hello. So it was Lutz with a more conservative approach through the first 8th mile of the racetrack that seemed like the move to make right now as far as the very heavy-duty unlimited cars go. Okay, fix the mic. the stretchy truck. That is a twin turbocharged, rear engine, big block Chevy S10 with a wheelbase that is stretched to the like half-mile mark down there on the laser side. It is weird, and it has been coming to Drag Week for a few years now. Doyle Henderson, the 1967 Chevy Camaro, rolls up on the AAA side of the strip. So Pluniak's truck is good. I believe he's running the low 8s with this thing. I don't know if he's gone into the high 7s yet. Obviously, as you'd expect, trying to apply the horsepower in this very long wheelbase and very narrow truck is where the trickiness comes in. He can make all the power he wants. Got that Holley EFI on atop the engine on that thing, the twin turbochargers on a big block. It has the oats to go real fast. It's just a matter of getting it all down to the asphalt. Henderson goes early. Oh, Henderson has a problem. That thing pushing itself through the center line. Pluniak's going to wait and let that situation clear itself up before he actually goes down the racetrack. Actually, Pluniak backed out of the beams. I think he's going to restage the truck. He was sitting there spooling the turbos when Doyle Henderson's car started spinning the tires very hard. Actually, might have broken an axle or something like that. When you look at the marks that Henderson's car made, it was a one-wheel. It started off as two wheels, then it went to a one-wheel tire spin situation. And the way it was driving itself to the left, or the right rather, was really kind of weird. So as Henderson makes the turn at the top of the course, Pluniak waits patiently. This is a truck that attracts a little bit of attention going down the road, as you can imagine. It is a freak in every sense of the word, and I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. Nick would tell you the same thing. So Nick has been out and about with this truck, racing out in the western part of the country during the race week event they had out there, and he is certainly back here to Drag Week as he has committed himself to these street legal events. I believe a mechanic by trade up there in the Buffalo, New York area. Nick Pluniak comes to the starting line of the crazy S10 known as the stretchy truck. Or in some circles, the WTF truck. So the truck motor plugged in there behind the cab, technically mid-engine because it's not hanging behind the rear axle. That is correct. And Pluniak hits the tire very hard, and that thing really jarring and sliding around a little bit there. He gets it rolling, though, through the 8th mile. Pluniak at 126, and Nick black tracking to the finish line, 978 at 160 miles an hour for the pickup truck with the engine plug square in the middle of it. So Nick Pluniak, an adventure over there on the laser side of the strip. David Freiberg, you have returned from parts unknown.
I'm back. I was out shooting little video vignettes that'll get dropped into the live feed throughout the weekend.
Nice.
Just getting to know some of the racers out here. Like this Corvette on the right-hand lane, Finland.
Finland?
Brought it from Finland.
It's a showpiece, too.
It is, and he's going to be at the Optima event in Fontana where we're going to race in October. And he told me he's going to another event after that. He's here to just race the thing all around the United States.
How cool is that?
Extremely.
You might as well make the most of it, because I'm sure the ticket to ship that thing over here was a big pile of dough. So once you get it here, you may as well do as much as you can with it.
Well, he obviously saved a lot of money on the car itself, so he's got some cash sitting around.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a pretty low buck looking deal over there. And make sure you've got to turn in your time slips to room number 210 in the tower. We got a Nitro Funny Car team we had down here this weekend. That's John Hale, the driver of Big Jim Dunn's Nitro Funny Car, and a couple of Jim Dunn's crew guys down there.
Maybe they're here to go head-to-head with Lutz.
Well, 251 mile an hour track speed. Not sure if you heard that. He repeated that 605 ET, but did go 251.
Oh, I missed that. I was out there recording.
Tom Bailey came out and just ripped the tires off the back of the car early on and went nowhere in a hurry, but he pedaled it. It went only 217.
Yeah.
Complete and utter destruction of the rear end of that Corvette.
That tells me if there's a stock IRS under that deal.
There was a stock IRS under that deal. Yeah. That is heartbreaking, because that thing literally spit chunks out of it as it likely blew up one, or if not every joint that it had holding it together. 13.33.9.105 for the 4th Gen Camaro on the AAA side.
So I'm thinking they're going to go out there and build a cairn out of the needle bearings lying all over the track. So we're going to be down for just a bit here while they sort that out.
Man, I'll tell you, I give the guy a lot of credit because he did come out of off the starting line like he meant it, but boy, the rear end just gave up the ghost big time in that thing.
So while we've got a break here, we're going to an Eastwood spot with Mike Finnegan.
Hey, it's Finnegan back in the Hot Rod Garage, and I am getting ready to weld a whole lot of holes shut in the firewall of my 1955 Chevy using the Eastwood magnetic plug welding tool. This thing is awesome. Think of it as another pair of hands that are going to hold that copper plate right behind every hole you want to weld. The TIG or MIG wire will not adhere to the copper, so this gives you all kinds of extra time to sit there and fill in all those gaps. The magnet actually pivots, so you can set this up for curved pieces of metal and adjust it so that at almost any angle, this will back the hole the way you want it to. If you've got a couple of pieces of sheet metal that you need to butt weld together that have a small gap or a bigger surface area you want to repair, these 4 and 8-inch magnetic plates will also help you do the job. Before we can weld anything, we've got to take the paint and the primer off the car. I've got a bunch of holes to weld up on the firewall of my 55 Chevy, but I don't have any friends around to help me. And that's not going to be a problem because both of these tools have built-in magnets. And that's going to allow me to back up each hole with a piece of copper and give me a surface that I can weld to that the weld will not stick to. All right, there's the Eastwood magnetic plug welding tool. If you want to check it out or any of the other awesome tools Eastwood offers, visit eastwood.com.
So you can see the work being done down there in the starting line to move the Corvette out of the way, and that's a shame, but they get some work out there. We got a lot of great people and a lot of parts to fix these things. Hopefully there's some guys with Corvette IRS pieces available. One of the cars that's kind of on the fun side will be part of the next pair, and that's the Chevy Caprice that's lined up down there in the starting line. One of the kind of more sleepery attempts, or one of the more sleepery cars on the entirety of Drag Week. It looks like the old man Caprice you see rolling down the highway, the one that's been waxed every weekend of its life. Got the little CB antenna. It has a set of, looks like white, what's it, sleepery, man. I'm making words up here. You know, sleeper-ish, sleepery, sleeperoony, you know, that's how we roll around here. But we look at this thing, it's got drag radials on it that he's painted the white wall on. At the time when he went through tech, he actually had a set of old, like, you know, pressed shirts hanging up on one of the coat hangers in the back of the thing. And it's a car like that Caprice that really keeps things fun around here. Again, we see the really fast stuff come out every now and again. I'm hearing that Dave Schroeder and Joe Barry are a couple of 10 cars back in line, so those are a couple of our big hitters that'll be coming around the corner momentarily. But cars like that Caprice are what keep things really interesting at Drag Week. And once we get ready to go, which will be pretty soon, as is mopped up the needle bearings off the starting line. I'm looking down out of the timing tower, down at that 4-door Caprice. If you see the rear bumper of this Caprice, it has a bumper sticker on it that says, I Heart Bingo. It literally has every old man touch you could possibly add, complete with the fake little plastic dog sitting on the rear package tray. So we're going to get our safety people, looks like, back into place, and then it will be time to continue on as Jason Rupert is going to fog a little bit more traction compound in the starting line. You see, it looks like a little bit of preload set in the rear suspension of that Caprice as well, so the right side of that thing's sitting up a little high. There's Tyler Crosswell going to come out on that Ford tractor and drag across the starting line a little bit, maybe first 60, 80 feet. You know, we got some of those very quick cars coming up. Hopefully Dennis Taylor has found that alternator pulley. Again, Dennis Taylor was in the market for a GM stock alternator pulley. Hopefully that somebody down in the pits came through for him and hooked him up with a pulley, or knew someone who had one locally. The staging lanes are closed for this session. What's going to happen, we're going to run out all the stuff in the lanes, or the majority of it. Then we're going to call in our daily driver, or rather our street machine eliminator competitors, will be called into the afternoon session. They'll run, they'll make their hits, and when that session begins to die down, we will go into an all-run session that will last until 2 p.m. Once that happens, we fold up our tent and grab the directions and then head down the road. As we will continue to do all week long, a huge thank you to the people at Gear Vendors for being the presenting sponsor of Drag Week yet again. They are an incredibly long-standing and huge supporter of this event. We can't thank them enough for being a part of it, so we can be a part of it as well. And Eastwood, that company Eastwood is sponsoring the live feed that you're watching right now if you're at home. And Eastwood is a great resource for all the shop tools and all the interesting parts, pieces, products, whether you need paint, whether you're looking for air tools, whether you're looking for paint guns, all the stuff you could possibly imagine, hand tools, they literally have it all. So the folks at Eastwood, visit them online. We have a website we're going to be directing you to. They've been doing a bunch of giveaways and everything, and once Freiberger gets back, I'll quiz him on that as well. But Eastwood, thank you for providing the help that we needed to get this live stream out to the world. And literally, it is going to the world, as we have people on multiple continents watching right now, and they will be right through to the end. The finished Corvette is backed up. Tyler's dragging the starting line. This beautiful day at Gateway Motorsports Park continues just outside of St. Louis. And again, we're going to be moving up to Indy tomorrow, and then we continue on up kind of on a northern route, go up to Cordova and Great Lakes Dragway up there in Wisconsin. So it is a great slate of tracks this year. Some very fast places, and the weather does seem to be moving in our favor. What we're going to do is try to keep this racetrack moving in our favor. And that's Tyler's job out there. That's why he's dragging and rotating and spraying and doing all the stuff he needs to do to keep things happy. Freiberger was down there at the pit shooting some video stuff. He'll be back here in a few minutes, and we'll be running toward downtown. It's always great to escape down to the pits every once in a while to make sure you can stick your face under the hoods of some of these cars and meet some of the drivers, because that's where the stories are at. And the stories really start getting made when they try to drive these things from place to place. And that'll be starting, for some of them it's already started. Some of them have already come up here and turned in their time slips in room at 210, gotten their directions and headed off down the road. Others, they'll wait right till the end so they can cruise with everybody in a big pack. People approach this thing in a very different way. Some people want to go out there and kind of have a week by themselves and go out and cruise and do their own thing on their own schedule, and others want to be part of the band and part of the crowd and roll in a big giant cluster of cars, which is both good and bad, especially if you break down, you get a bunch of help around, but a bunch of you start breaking down, well, that could get complicated in a hurry. Okay, word on the street is Dennis Taylor is in the possession of a pulley. So Dennis Taylor has received his pulley. That is a good piece of news, of course, from Dennis Taylor. And thank you to anybody and everybody who was able to help out on that. So yeah, the Caprice will come up. It still does have the shirts on the hanger at the back of the car, and the little plastic dog in the package tray, the I Heart Bingo license plate on it. And it looks like Tyler going to back the tractor in, and maybe that's going to be the high sign to fire up these next pair of cars as we're going to wet the water box down a little bit down there as we get Henry Diani coming up. Diani, the 1980 Chevy Camaro, and it's Jeremy Stelford in the 1984 Chevy Caprice. Stelford's car has a 502 cubic inch big block Chevrolet under the hood, and it looks like your granddad drove it to the drag strip this morning. Henry Diani, that 1980 Chevy Camaro, he's running in the Pro Street naturally aspirated category, so you have to imagine there's some big cubic inches of rat motor or similar under the hood. So when you look at that Caprice, it has the stock wire hubcaps on it, but they're wrapped in a set of drag radials on the back, and there's a 502 cubic inch big block Chevrolet making the gusto under the hood. I love that thing. So cool. And Henry Diani, the 1980 Chevy Camaro. So Diani and Stelford both pre-staged. And Diani will be second to fully staged here. A couple of naturally aspirated cars out there. No waiting to spool turbos. Stelford, the better reaction time is Diani has all 9. Jeremy Stelford, 85 in the 8th mile of the big block Monte Carlo. Motors on down there, 1283 with an 8 at 107 miles per hour. That thing's greatness. And Henry Diani just kind of looking on down the laser side of the strip. The next pair of cars coming in right now. A first and fourth generation Camaro will make their way to the starting line. Kyle Coy is driving the 1967 Camaro. The fourth gen Camaro competing over here. In the street race small block naturally aspirated category. I wonder if this is my guy Fred Simmons over here. I'm not sure if it is or yeah, it might be Fred Simmons. That'd be another one. It looks like a Massachusetts plate on that bad boy. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's Fred Simmons down there. Fred is a friend of mine. I've known Fred for years. Back when Fred first started racing cars at New England Dragway in Epping, New Hampshire, I had just picked up a microphone, started to do this job. Really good guy, runs a small shop back in Massachusetts, SMG Motoring. Does all kinds of work. This is an LS1 with a set of Edelbrock CNC ported heads on it and a MSD Air Force or Atomic Air Force intake manifold. So Fred Simmons drops the hammer out of here. AAA side of the drag strip, 896.9, 159 as Simmons goes 11.14 or 11.74.9 at 115 miles per hour in that 4th gen Camaro. Good to see Fred out here and good to see Fred running.
Check.
So the little Nissan 240 is going to roll up on the AAA side. With that really rumbly rolling idle under the hood. That is an LS power plant, I do believe, for Casey Rance. It's a 2005 Nissan 240 SX. And the Mercury Cougar of Scott Miller comes up on the laser side once we get the all clear. Miller, it's a 68 Cougar and a very, very tall cowl style scoop for Miller as Casey Rance brings the parachute equipped 2005 Nissan through the water box. Burnout begun by Scott Miller. Rance will back that car in the water box, get these rear tires heated up. Rance comes through the edge of the water box. And you can hear the turbocharger spooling as he was doing the burnout, so we know he's got the boost action going on under there. Scott Miller sounded like more of a traditional setup, naturally aspirated. He's running street race big block NA in the 68 Merc. So the little aerodynamic small coupe taking on the big 1968 hunk of Detroit iron in the form of that Mercury Cougar. Down the racetrack we go, the Nissan really pulling hard at the top end, goes 929.7 at 147 miles an hour. Scott Miller goes 981 with a 7 at 133 on the laser side of the drag strip, but 929, 147 for the Nissan. Kip Galloway coming up now in the highlight, a 1961 Ford Falcon in the gasser style. It is running in the gasser, the V-gas category. The highlight 61 Falcon with the red tinted windows, the very high riding stance, and of course the beam front axle. And I believe this is Jack, what's his name? This is Jack, and I cannot remember Jack's name, but it's an FE in this thing, I believe, with the twin McCulloch blowers on it.
That is correct, sir.
See that?
I have delivered to you the nectar of the gods.
Okay, well I already had one, but I guess we can have my heart explode live on camera. So the Falcon gonna head down the racetrack here. The Falcon built in the gasser style, but the Falcon is not really a car you would have seen a lot of during the gasser era build like this. They're really cool. This one is spectacular. Riding high, get the slicks hanging out of the rear wheel wells. Jack leaves the starting line, rotating the tires. He makes a banana shape run down the laser lane. It bellied out to the right. He dragged it back to the groove. 849 with an 8 at 158 with the twin blown McCulloch supercharged FE engine. 1094.6 at 122 for the High Life Falcon. D.W. Dishman. So D.W. Dishman, the 1971 Pontiac Ventura's Billy Gebhardt comes up. Gebhardt of the 1962 Plymouth Valiant. Valiant of the interesting styling era of Chrysler in the early 1960s. D.W. Dishman. The 71 Pontiac Super Street small block naturally aspirated is what the category that Dishman is running. And Billy Gebhardt is running in our Pro Street naturally aspirated category in the Valiant. Gebhardt got a much better light, and Gebhardt will get to the finish line quicker as Dishman having trouble on the hit of the throttle. 10:53.5 at 128 as Dishman goes 12.97.6 at 103 in the Super Street small block in a machine. Dom Zavacek, the 1973 Chevy Camaro, red with the black rally stripes coming back over the hood. And this Camaro's coming back up again. The Camaro had a tough run the first time. I believe it ran somewhere in the 12s. As you can tell with all that tire, the wheelie bar is hanging off of it. It is not a fairgrounds cruiser. That's a runner. And that 12-second time slip was not what they were looking for. Zavacek's car ran here last year. It's quick. In trouble for the 67 Camaro. It came off the starting line. Looked like it might have had a fuel delivery condition as it came off really hard at the hit of the throttle, then just fell on its face. 10.54.2, 130 for the Camaro as the first gen machine. Zavacek goes that 10.54, 130. The first gen rolls down the AAA side, 20.054 at 57 miles per hour. Here comes Chris McNeely, the 1964 Chevelle on the laser side. And the Wagzilla mobile over there on the AAA side. Greg behind the wheel of the CTSV Cadillac station wagon. LSA power under the hood for the CTSV. As Chris McNeely appears like he will be lined up next to Greg as Greg is boiling the hides in the back of the wagon here. We were joking last year, nobody will be riding in more comfort than the dudes in the wagon. You got the storage space in the back, you got all the comforts at home in the Cadillac. Life pretty good over there. Chris McNeely, the 64 Chevy Chevelle, will be roughing it a little bit harder, but he may be getting to the finish line a little bit quicker. But don't discount the wagon. That's an 11-second player. So Chris McNeely needs to be more than that to get down the 8th mile. The Chevelle starts to leg out a little bit. 102 in the 8th for the Chevelle. Here comes the wagon, though. 10.67.5, 127 for the Chevelle. The wagon goes 11.20 with a 7 at 131 miles per hour. Doug Garrison, the 1964 Pontiac GTO with a big block Chevy. Whoops. Big block Chevy power under the hood for Garrison in a manual transmission. So Garrison going to be lined up next to the Sootmaker over there, the big diesel truck. I believe that's Jason Russo driving the pickup truck on the AAA side. Diesel truck has entered into the unlimited category and has the reverse gasser rake going with those tiny rear tires, the rear wheel and tire combo, giving it that upward facing look. Doug Garrison going to let the clutch out and pull the gears in his big block Chevy powered gorgeous 1964 GTO. And there goes Garrison. He is not going to wait around for the soot cloud. That guy doesn't like to get bug whiz on this thing, let alone a big cloud of soot. So Doug Garrison goes 10.65 with a 6 at 130, and the big pickup truck smoldering its way down the AAA lane, 17.43.9 at 85 miles per hour. Mercury Cougar and the Pontiac rolling up next. So the big convertible sitting here on the laser side of the strip as Greg Maiden completes his burnout, the 1987 Mercury Cougar on the AAA side. So Greg Maiden will follow down in the diminishing cloud of soot from the diesel truck. And so we got both cars pre-staged. In fully staged position goes the big convertible. Convertible leaves first. Maiden going to spool it up, and he is gone. Maiden pulled on pretty good through the 8th mile at 123, and Maiden really leans on her at the top end. Goes 8.79 with a 3 at 157 miles per hour. 12.93, 4 at 104 for the big convertible down at the top end. So leave this one on too? 58. A 1496 won at 96 on the AAA side of the drag strip. Jeff Atkinson and Matt Fry coming up now. Jeff Atkinson is driving the car, and you know what car I'm talking about. This is the formerly Rick Dyer owned and raced Cars 1969 Camaro Z28. The machine, this actual car was part of that first Hot Rod Magazine streetcar shootout back in 1992 at a very boiling hot weekend in Memphis, Tennessee. At the time it ran in the 8-second zone, and really it has been repainted, but it certainly has retained all of its character from the old days, including that massive picnic table wing hanging off the back of it. And Matt Fry's car, also kind of a, I don't want to say it's an old school car, but it does not have that modern, get the old school back half look to it. So here are 69 Camaros, one is mustard yellow, the other was ketchup red, will be lining up next to each other here in the starting line. But if you're a fan of any of this street legal, streetcar racing stuff, you know and appreciate what the car coming up on the laser side of the drag strip represents. Jeff Atkinson keeping the legacy of that car alive, maintaining it at a high level. And as Freiberger told us, they actually hurt this car yesterday, but Atkinson obviously able to make the repairs to get it back out here. The Cars team had such cool stuff. We talked about it. Danny Scott and Dyer. Several of them running out of that Michigan shop. And Matt Fry lined up over there in his red Camaro, getting ready to run down, looking over saying, man, this is cool. If you're going to run down the racetrack at Drag Week, why not run down next to one of the cars that started the entire craze that led to the creation of this event and its subsequent explosion in popularity. Rick Dyer is pre-stage. In goes Matt Fry. They're both locked in there now. They're gone. Wheels up, Watson comes right off the back of Atkinson's car. He's not waiting around for Fry. He gets to the 8th mile, 113. And Jeff Atkinson goes 969 with a 142, with Matt Fry going 1024, 4 at 123 miles an hour. Jeff Atkinson must have driven that thing through a sand pit before coming up to the starting line. As soon as he hit the throttle, it threw half a yard of rocks out of the back of it. So Dennis Taylor will be coming up next. Taylor in the car he just finished building, this 1972 Nova he calls the Retro Nova. His daughter Alex over there going to put the jump pack on, I think, to get it fired up again. Waiting for the starting line to get de-rocked out here. John Puckett will be driving down the track next to Dennis Taylor. Taylor, the hot rod builder, does great work over there. That's Scar again. He had a front to back build there for Taylor in the Nova. We will see his daughter Alex, I am sure, in a little while. There's Alex down there assisting Dad with the car, but she's not come around the corner yet with her own Bad Arrow, the 1969 twin turbo Camaro that she owns and operates. Getting yellow here is making sure the racetrack is clean for everybody, so we're going to take a second and knock all the rocks out of the way. As another of our Aussie competitors waits in the ready line behind John Puckett. So one of the things that's kind of annoying about this is the fact that the starting line is so tacky at this point. You can push the blower past the rocks, because a lot of times the blower does not just launch the rocks, you're going to manually pick them off, is what we're doing right now. So Dennis Taylor sits just ahead of the water box in that 1972 Nova. Puckett sitting behind it here, waiting for the track crews to finish doing their work. They've done a spectacular job of all morning. We've certainly given them some opportunity to get out there and work between flying glass and whatever else we've done to their racetrack. They have recovered quite nicely. Well, they're going to put the blowers and the mops away. That means they're going to get some tire smoke and a lap time down the racetrack. And there comes that 1969
69 Cars Camaro. How awesome is that to see it drive down past the return road like that? It is like a time warp. Such a neat piece, and it's going to be great to watch it cruise down the road this afternoon as we head on to hit the beautiful car.
And Taylor rips a nice burnout out of the Retro Nova, and here comes John Puckett heating the rear tires in his Mercury Capri. John Puckett is running in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category with Dennis Taylor running Super Street Big Block Power Adder in the Nova. Again, he was the gasser champ last year. Now he's moved over to the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category and holds big time. On the tires, he's going to pedal it and run down through the AAA side. As John Puckett goes 10:43.5 at 138, Taylor goes 10:54.1 at almost 170 miles an hour. Yeah. Bob Williams, the 1976 Camaro known as the Pork Chop Express, and Brian Jensen from Australia driving a 1977 Holden Toronto. So those of you that don't speak Australian, Holden is basically the Australia's Chevrolet wing. And in sad news, Holden is ending production in Australia this year. Holden is the manufacturer that builds the Chevrolet SS. It's a model that is actually, right-hand driver and all that deal down there in Australia. They manufacture the SS and ship it back to the U.S. Toronto. Wow, as Bob Williams pulls a huge wheel stand off the starting line of the Camaro, it bounces down to earth. He is going to leg it out to the big end of the racetrack. He goes 9:30 with a 7:148. And Brian Jensen goes 9:56 with a 0 at 143 miles an hour in the 1977 Holden Toronto, of which we hope we see a whole lot more of this week on Drag Week as they make our march around the country. A pair you do not want to miss coming up after this pair that's in the water box. Another reminder, you need to bring your time slips to room 210 in the timing tower. Room 210 in the timing tower is where you need to bring your time slips when you're ready to turn them in and move on out of town. That is the place where Tanya is. If you don't turn in your slip and you leave, you will be disqualified from the event. So Mike Roth and Greg Weigert come up. Both cars have run down the racetrack earlier. They made a hit and ran right back in the lanes. As again, we are cleaning up some stuff on the AAA side there before the starting line. The mop and the broom. The less your stuff leaks, the more we run. That is a pretty simple mathematical equation on that, but that's the truth. We do have a limited amount of time. Remember that, everybody. So, again, if you're on the racetrack and you think you're having a problem, pull the car over and stop so we can, if there is something coming out of it, it's contained. Take a look at the Retro Nova as Dennis Taylor comes up the return road. That thing is a beaut. He pedaled it, still went about 170 miles an hour. That power adder big block under the hood. And there's John Puckett, the 1983 Mercury Capri. He also makes the turn out to go get his time slip. As Mike Roth and Greg Weigert get ready to rock and roll here in St. Louis. Looks like Roth is going to make another attempt at a burn. Oh, he lost fire. He's got the car refired after his burnout. Got it in gear now. He's going to bring it up there and stage it in. The T-topped late second generation Camaro on the laser side from Mike Roth. Greg Weigert, the 68 Camaro, the 68 Firebird, a more stock looking piece. And I say stock looking because it's a mover. Weigert running in the street race big block naturally aspirated category. Street Machine Eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. 10:79.5 at 125 miles an hour. 11:25.4 at 120 from Mike Roth. And we're getting word that it's actually, I reported that Steve Morris broke his leg. Well, Steve Morris actually James McIntyre comes up the 1968 Camaro, and Tom McGilton comes up the 2013 ZL1. Which one of these do we talk more about? It is a very difficult decision here as McGilton's car was bought as a brand new Camaro ZL1. It had 36 miles on it when he handed it to Larry Larson and said, "Build me this." It is a twin turbocharged big block Chevy in it, and all of the stuff that came from the factory is functional. The backup camera, the climate control, the touch screen. I think even the remote start might work on this thing. It is an incredible piece of workmanship, and Larry Larson and the guys at Larson Race Cars did some amazing work to get it to where it's at. Unfortunately, they've lined it up completely out of the groove, and that might not be so good for Tom McGilton. James McIntyre, the 1968 Camaro, running in the naturally aspirated Pro Street category, a 673 cubic inch Goodwin competition. Hemi under the hood of this car. It is an amazing piece. He is trying to come in here and decimate all the standing Pro Street naturally aspirated records. Tom McGilton is running in the Pro Street Power Adder class in the ZL1. So an NA car and a big block and a Power Adder car off the starting line. A very easy run for James McIntyre as McIntyre leads on the big 673, goes 873 at 168. Tom McGilton goes down to the big end. 8:15 with a 4. Look at the speed, 185.79 miles an hour. Woo, mama. McGilton's car was super soft in the front half of the track, 145 short time. McIntyre was too. They were both very conservative leaving. But 185 miles an hour through the wickets for Tom McGilton in the Camaro. Jason Doshier, the 1984 Mercury Marquis wagon. He needs a set of LS1 coils or square truck coils. That tan-colored 84 Mercury Marquis. If you're looking to help a guy out, you're looking to be part of Drag Week, you're looking to be part of the fellowship, now's the time. Jason Doshier, the 1984 Mercury Marquis, the tan wagon, needs a set of LS1 coils or a set of square truck coils. He is in need and he needs help. Please help. He's down in the pits. Here comes Joe Barry from Colorado, the iconic 1956 Chevrolet 210 in the orange, that creamsicle colored car. The big square steel Chevy. One of the cars that inspired our Ultimate Iron category here at Drag Week. Out here to lay down the law with Eric Beyer in the other lane. Beyer is running modified Power Adder. It was a few years ago that Joe Barry made his first 6-second pass on Drag Week in this 55 Chevrolet. It's a big block, it's a turbo combination. It has had a Lenko in it over the years. It has had a Rossler Turbo 400 in it over the years. I'm not sure what's in it now. We'll find out when he launches. Oh, baby. Barry trying to hang on to it over there. Had to pedal at 136 in the 8th mile. Goes 7:38.5 at 192 in the big, heavy 55 Chev. If he had been able to keep his foot down, that likely would have been a very, very low 7-second pass. As Eric Beyer went 983 to 135. 118 short time for Barry. He was getting it off the starting line. We mentioned this car earlier. This is David Schroeder from Canada in the 1966 Corvette. The engine, an 872 cubic inch mountain of aluminum with multiple stages of nitrous oxide put to it. The car ran in the very low 7-second bracket last night with no nitrous to it. Monty Smith is on the starting line, so you know he's spraying it, and they have worked with Monty Smith for a couple of seasons on this thing, and they've worked with him on this big combination. Now, I've just been handed a note by Freiberger that says, help me a bit. No, it says 1 stage of nitrous is what they're using right now. So there will be 1 stage on the car here. Monty Smith leading Dave Schroeder into the beams. The biggest accomplishment for Schroeder thus far has been the completion of Drag Week. And it is a rear and Morrison engine. 116 short time. 483 in the 8th mile, and Dave Schroeder goes 7:47.0 at 185 miles per hour in a nice safe tune-up. You saw how fattened up that thing was. So 7:47.8, 185. And a great pair. This is, again, Drag Week defined on the starting line. We got Mike Wensler from Michigan coming up, that 1987 Chevy Camaro, the 3rd gen, just an evil piece. The big nitrous engine for Wensler. Jeffrey Lutz, the kid, a 1989 Honda Civic, a turbocharged 434 cubic inch, standard issue, old school Chevrolet small block. This car went in the 7s last night. It has a body kit on it. It is entirely ridiculous. It has the wheelbase of the blower that we're pushing up and down the track to blow the starting line off with. To call it a shopping cart would be an insult to shopping carts. We need Street Machine Eliminator. I'm calling you to the lanes. We need you. And I see you all funneling in a giant convoy back there. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. And Mike Wensler. A big burnout across the starting line for Wensler. Wensler was one of the guys who had heartbreak last year. He got right to the verge of being here at Drag Week, and the car broke. This year, no such problem. As the gorgeous third gen from Michigan completes his burnout, he's going to stage that car up next to the turbocharged 89 Honda Civic of Jeffrey Lutz. When you see this thing leave this afternoon, it will have a luggage carrier a la Clark Griswold and the Queen family truckster headed down the road. Or maybe they pick it up and put it on the back of the Throma. I don't know how they get it from place to place, but it is a minuscule little car over there. And as David mentioned earlier, it had been in process for a couple of years. This is a long-term kind of build. Other stuff kept getting in the way. But here it is. Lutz running unlimited. Wensler running unlimited. Yeah, Wensler, oh man, it flamed out. Wensler's car leaving like you want a nitrous car too, just real violent off the hit of the throttle. But look at the little Honda. Here comes Jeff, 816-1 at 170 miles an hour in the little shopping cart of a Honda. Wensler had all kinds of stuff going on out there. He goes 947.0 at 135 on the laser side of the strip. Wensler's car was 117 at 60 feet, so he threw it right at it. It was moving along, and then he had to pedal it out there, and he saw Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. Street Machine Eliminator. We need you to the lanes as Rick Prospero. The 1990 Mazda RX-7. Prospero made his bones for several years here at Drag Week in that little Chevy 2 station wagon. He's a transmission guy, and that Chevy 2 wagon he had was a really, really cool car. It would just skitter those front tires along for about the first 400 feet. Leslie Smith. The 1967 Chevy Nova in a beautiful shade of orange. So Prospero has taken the 460 cubic inch big block Chevy turbo engine out of the Nova and plugged it in the far lighter and far more aerodynamic 1990 Mazda RX-7 shell. And Leslie Smith, what can you say about that car? He is running in the Pro Street Power Adder category, and it is magnificent looking 1967 Chevy 2. Prospero tiptoed through the tulips to start with as Smith goes 837.5, 181, and Rick goes 851 with a 3 at 166.68 miles per hour. Glenn Hunter Jr. coming up now from New York, the 1956 Chevy Bel Air. Glenn's changed things up a little bit. This car used to have that giant Whipple blower atop a big block coming through the cutout hood. He's going to be lined up next to Connie Heinelmar. Heinelmar, the 1969 Camaro. Yellow with that single racing stripe coming over the hood and the neck lid. So Glenn Hunter making his burnout nicely over there on the laser side. The 56 Chevy backing up towards the starting line. Went from one of the biggest, loudest cars we had out here in terms of the noise with the big huffer on it, to one of the more quiet ones. It sounds like he has gone to the dark side. Is starting. So Glenn was led astray by the dude that was backing him up a little bit there. I don't think he backed the car up far enough to get clear of the beams. He did it himself, so he's good. So Glenn Hunter Jr. and Connie Heinelmar come up now. Connie's second run, Glenn's first as the Sea Red Camaro of Doc McIntyre comes around the corner. Oh, Glenn gets the front end up. He's throwing it. There we go. There's the window trim flying off the back of the car at 60 feet. Hunter pedals it and goes 807.6 at 182, almost 183. The parachute's out there flopping around, and we got to go send the chrome retrieval unit out there to grab the window trim off. There we go. So if Hunter did not have to pedal that thing, it would have definitely been in the 7s. Mile an hour wise, who knows where it would have been. Randy Heinzelman going to be lined up next to Frank Romano. Romano in one of the neatest and longest standing cars on Drag Week, this silver 1955 Chevrolet. It has a big block Chevy and a stick shift in it. And look at, here comes Joe Barry, boys and girls. Joe Barry followed by Dave Schroeder. There it is, that 1956 Chevy all the way in from Colorado to complete this week in Drag Week. Beautiful car for Joe Barry. He makes his way around the corner. And Dave Schroeder, the Canadian, and the nitrous injected 872 cubic inch powered 1966 Corvette. Beautiful piece. Mike Winsler and Jeffrey. There's Jeffrey Lutz coming up. Jeffrey Lutz says, I am not stopping to let you take your camera off. I am going back to the pits. So Lutz is heading back to the pits and apparently just going to forego even getting a time slip. He just drove right past the time slip shack. He's going back in there with a purpose. So picking up the remnants of the trim on from Glenn Hunter Jr.'s car right now, we need Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes for your session. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes as Frank Romano and Randy Heinzelmer wait their turn. All right, I think we have picked up all the wayward pieces of Glenn Hunter's beautiful 56 Chevrolet. We'll shove those in his window when he makes his way back to the starting line. So Randy Heinzelmer completes his burnout in that plum-crazy purple-colored AAR CUDA clone as Frank Romano going to abuse the rear end and axles in that thing one more time. I think it was eating up the clutch rather than the rear tires. Frank Romano now testing out the rev limiter and the valve springs here in the water box. So he is going to go off. He's going to give it heck with what he's just accomplished here in the water box. Not the big burnout he was looking for, but scrub the tires up enough. There's Rick Prospero. You know him, you love him. You used to see him in the 1966 Chevy 2. Now he's taken that drivetrain and plugged it into the RX-7 and an absolutely stunning 66 or 67 shoebox. So here's a lot of it. Grab the gears and got that big block locked up tight. As Randy Heinzelmer trying to hang with him and actually going to put a fender on him down there. 1052, quicker than a 1070 with a 5 at 128 miles an hour. 1052, 130 for the AAR CUDA. Glenn Hunter Jr., we're going to sell him his chrome trim back again. $20, it's all yours. Swap meet deal today. Jared Kime, the 2000 Camaro SS, and Randall Burns, the 1977 Buick Skylark. Burns drove this car with his wife Galena all the way in from Ely, Nevada. You know where Ely, Nevada is? Neither is Randall. It's nowhere. It is like the surface of the moon out there. Ely is a long way from any sort of real civilization. Randall's a geologist out there in Ely. He works at a big mining operation out there, and he makes sure they're digging out the right stuff, apparently. Jared Kine, the 2000 Camaro. Lines up next to Randall. 13-43, 120 for Jared Kime. 13-14 with 8 at 106 miles an hour for Randall Burns. And the X-Body makes it through the finish line. Jimmy Waugh, the 1999 Pontiac Firebird, and Scott Kleppinger, the turbocharged 1986 Camaro. Scott's car is impeccably clean, and you can see that side kind of entry into the turbo there, that side intake. Cut right into the fender. The metalwork on the car is beautiful, and Scott makes his bones. Doing very nice work on very nice cars, and this is a testament to his ability down there. He went very deep in the rounds during our heads-up shootout last year. At 110 for Waugh. Kleppinger goes 13-47, 3 at 81. Floyd Cronk. Look at this, 1992 Ford Mustang. This thing's crazy looking. And Brandon Atherton. Arterton, I should say. Arterton in the 84 Camaro. And Floyd Cronk in the 1992 Mustang. Cronk is running in the modified power adder category. Arterton is running in our street race small block NA category. So it is Arterton moving first, but there goes Floyd Cronk. You heard 109 in the 8th. The motor started to flatten out down there and lay over, and he lifted quick. 9:31, 3 at 130 miles an hour for Floyd, as Brandon goes 14:30 with a 6 at 98 miles per hour. We got our man Mr. Root working the stat books over in the other room there, and he's providing some pretty cool information. The top 3 cars in the Pro Street Power Adder category are all separated by less than a tenth of a second right now. If everything stays as it is, they would leave today separated by less than a tenth. That is pretty cool. That's Hunter, Blasco, and McGilton. Here comes a car that we had a lot of fun with last year. Jason Patrick, the 1965 Rambler Marlin. As we mentioned, the most majestic fish in the sea. They call it the smoked salmon now because they were welding it and the rear seat caught on fire. Alex Taylor in the Bad Marrow, the twin turbocharger, on the razor side of the strip tumble for Alex Taylor. Came off the starting line, went hard at about 150 feet, lifted and will roll actually slowly to a stop almost at the top end of the drag strip. Jason Patrick, 11.79.0 at 118 miles an hour as Alex Taylor is taking the slow road down the laser side. So the majestic fish, the most regal fish in the sea, the Rambler Marlin, gets down there first, making the turnoff. Alex still working her way down. Well, here comes Dale Gebhardt, the 1976 AMC Gremlin. That is powered by one of the angrier AMC engines you will see anywhere ever in the known universe. This thing is peeved, man. It is mad. And of course, the Gremlin was used for a brief time in Pro Stock in NHRA. Gremlin, and then the Hornet. Of course, the Hornet campaigned by a couple of teams out there, Wally Booth and Dick Aarons most successfully. Dave Canners drove one. But this Gremlin out here is real mean stuff, and Dale Gebhardt knows how to get this short wheelbase hellion down the racetrack. As Dale Gebhardt goes 118 in the 8th, and Dale goes 9:59.8, 150 miles an hour down the laser side. $17.21.4, just 80 for the pickup truck that pitched the tail out sideways. Dale Gebhardt running modified power adder this weekend. Street Machine Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes now. Street Machine Eliminator, you should be in the lanes now. And it looks like most of you are, so thank you for responding to that call. We're going to run out our class cars and then get into Street Machine Eliminator. It will be very interesting to see who stays and who goes regarding our cars that have already made runs. The lanes are closed for anybody running on the class program, so you're going to have to wait till that later session to get another hit. There is some serious iron left in the staging lanes, though, to run through here before we make our switch over to the very entertaining and very fun Street Machine Eliminator category, which will have a host of cars running down in the 10s. A lot of really cool stuff in Street Machine Eliminator this year, so don't miss it. As Lonnie Andazola. So Andazola does the burnout in the 67 Camaro, and Matt Bunal, or Bunal rather, the 1986 Camaro, on the AAA side. Andazola. Front end up and gone as Matt heads up. Lonnie going to have plenty for Matt as they get down past 1,000 feet. Lonnie goes 1088.8 at 124, with Matt going 1287.3 at 108 miles per hour. Terry Converse, the 1967 Corvette, and Rick Callahan coming up again. Callahan I believe is packing a Chrysler Hemi in the front of it. He is running in the Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated category. The Corvette running in the Super Street Small Block Naturally Aspirated category. So the small block, much smaller car, or the big block boat of Rick Callahan, that big 69 Roadrunner. It is a cool, cool piece with the big elephant Hemi in the front of it. The Roadrunner, 1096.9 at 130 as Callahan goes 1217.7 at 107 miles an hour. Now we got Brian Howard, the purple SN95 Mustang, lined up next to the green SN95 Mustang on the laser side. A hint of the performance potential on that green car. Not build anything. That's weak need. And the burnout so far of the day goes to Brian Howard, that 1995 Ford Mustang, the cloud you can probably see from space at this point. Finally dissipating here at the start line so we can see both cars again. Remember, you need to grab a t-shirt. We're going to be sold out of those things right now. We get back. Powered Mustang goes 860 with a 157, but a bunch of smoke down there at the finish line. Brian Howard goes 991.8 at 150 on the AAA side. So both competitors going to make the turn off down there. Mean looking Chevy pickup had all kinds of traction issues. He's coming up through Return Road here, as well as the third generation Camaro. We are going to leave. Don't forget the alt curve for this next year. Good stuff. Sean Abner and Jason Seneca. Seneca, the 1993 Ford Mustang, and Abner, the 1999 Chevy Corvette. And boy, if that truck is the one I'm thinking of on the AAA side, we're in for a treat here in a minute. So Sean Abner and Jason Seneca. Corvette of Abner going to get there in plenty of time, 11:53.8 at 118, and Seneca goes 12:74.2 at 104. So that 1937 Ford pickup of Tom Ciancito running in our hot rod category, running next to Jason Tapscott, the 1975 Camaro. V8. 1980 Firebird in the northeast corner of the pits. It's car number 320, a oil pump drive shaft for a Pontiac V8. Eli is in the northeast corner of the pits. It's car number 320R. Car number 320R. Like a pirate, yes. Yeah, exactly. Say it like a pirate. R, matey. I need to be a drive shaft oil and oil pump for me. Pontiac engine. Bring him something that helps save his week. Both cars fully staged. .57.6, 140 miles an hour as the pickup goes 10.42.9 at 126. Here comes John Manasse Jr., a 1970 Chevelle. It was Manasse a couple years ago that won this event in his Nova. I believe he actually won the street race big block power adder category as well. And another of our New England-based or Massachusetts-based runners. Unfortunately for Manasse, the rear engine, that thing does not look as though the posi unit's working properly. It's got a little one-wheel peel going on there in the burnout box. SN95 Mustang on the AAA side of the drag strip. Manasse, I believe, was the guy, if I remember right, was the dude who packed his entire trunk full of ice to try to get his electric fuel pump to survive the trip. Is hooked up, and it is rolling 10.46.3 at 134, 13.75.3, 102 for the Mustang on the AAA side. Tony Sanchez, the 1969 AMC Javelin, and Andy Thornton, the 2003 Crown Victoria. So the four-door Crown Vic and Sanchez in the 69 AMC. Again, this is an AMC powered deal. I believe it's Sanchez. So Sanchez inching ahead, both cars pre-stage. Andy Thornton in the Crown Vic. Big Tony from the Southwest comes out in the front of the air. Last time he cut it this time, 104 in the 8. The naturally aspirated hard-running AMC goes 10.40 with an 8 and 130 miles an hour down to the laser side. 14.90 with a 0 at just 76 for Andy Thornton in the Crown Victoria. Ran in the 13s last time, so he had some sort of something go away on and down there. Once again, we have a racer in need looking for an oil pump drive shaft for a Pontiac. So if you're looking for a t-shirt, don't go to the toter home. You need to go to our trailer, or rather our t-shirt selling area between the Precision Turbo and MSD trailers. For those of you just tuning in on the live feed, this is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors, and you are watching the live stream presented by the Eastwood Company. Better reaction time at Portland, the better elapsed time is that 71 Demon goes 9.78.7 at 138. Rodriguez goes 11.55.5 at 114 miles an hour on the AAA side. Yeah, those of you, if you're watching the live stream, here's the amazing sweepstakes they're running. They're giving away all kinds of great stuff, from tools to welders to other equipment that would be super useful to you in your home shop. So go to bestofeastwood.com and enter in to be part of the giveaways that will be happening, I believe, one a week over the next several weeks span as John Manasse makes his way up the return road. The fellow Chout Ahead and former class winner here at Drag Week in the Chevelle. Now it's Jeff Richardson's turn and Jeremy Heiser. Every 2 weeks ago, we did diverse product line. Jeff Richardson goes 10:59.6, 127. Jeremy Heiser goes 10:51.3 at 136 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Lance Sharp. Sharp in the 1966 Chevy Impala, just a giant white battleship of a car down here, the laser side. And the wagon. AAA lane side for the Malibu wagon in brown with the one bad wagon license plate. If anybody finds a set of keys with a miniature piston, please take them to the lost and found at the Drag Week Motor Home. Again, if anybody finds a set of keys with a miniature piston keychain, please bring them to the Drag Week Toter Home and drop them at the lost and found. So Lance Sharp will complete the burnout. The wagon has done its burnout. So Lance Sharp inching that big Chevy ahead as the wagon now going to break the pre-stage position on the AAA side of the strip. Ooh. 71 Demon comes up the return road. The wagon comes up and huge wheelband lands and Lance Sharp trying to beat the power of the Impala. It shoots fire out of it about 330 feet down the drag strip. So the wagon after the big wheelie goes 11:39.5 at 96. Sharp goes 15:02 with an 8 at 77. So Jeff Pagano coming up. Pagano, the 1970 Chevy El Camino, and Keith Harris, the 1934 Ford. And again, Harrison, a former competitor in our gasser category. He's entered in hot rod this year, running the coupe with the drag radials on the back. The El Camino, well, it's competing in the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated class. See the big wheel tubs looking down into the bed. Once you make a run that you want to stand on, you got to bring the time slip to Suite 210. Time slip to Suite 210 to turn your slip to Tanya Turk. She will take your information, she will give you a map, and send you on your way. So once again, time slips need to be turned in to room 210 here at the timing tower before you leave today, or if you don't turn in a time slip, you will be disqualified. Pagano does his in the Elkie. Working our way through it now. Keith Harrison is pre-stage. Jeff Pagano going to work his way in there. To the 2-124 as Pagano goes 12:06.2 at 115. So Tom CN City became the quickest car in the hot rod category with a 10:42.9. That is the quickest pass we've had in the hot rod category, 10:42.9. Thank you to Mr. Root, our statistician in the other room, for feeding us this great information. Always good to see the class records change, the class records get broken with the alteration of the rules of hot rod. Certainly side of that category. The well-worn Chevy Nova got outrun the late model Mustang. 11.11.9, 121 is the Mustang. Those 12.89.6 and 111 on the Laser side. A couple of our cars trying to get a second chance in right here. These are the guys that made it into the lanes before we fell off for our class competitors. Mike Burrows is one of those guys, a 1971 Chevy Nova. In orange, Burrows got really aggressive with that car with a hit of the throttle earlier. And it ripped the tires off the back, and he's going to want to make some Pontiac here. Much more control, Mike Burrows on the loud pedal goes 9.17 with a 9, and look at the speed, 150 miles an hour for Mike Burrows and that Hugger Orange Nova down the AAA side. 14.32.4 at 92 on the Laser side of the drag strip. Daryl Yost and Scott Scribner coming next. Scribner to the 1967 Chevy Camaro and Daryl Yost the 1969 Chevelle. Next pair coming up will be a pair of Chevys as Scott Scribner is backed up. Someone was on the racetrack, not sure if it came from Scott's car or not, but the Chevelle of Daryl Yost waiting patiently. Oh, they're going to back Scribner all the way out. So we backed the Camaro up first, the second gen, then we're going to get Scribner out of the way. Yost, he's pre-staged, says, hey man, let me get down this racetrack. Starter says, I will if you give me a second, man. Okay, he's grabbed the switch, green light on, and Daryl Yost. Yost is on the starting line. Yost is shifting his own gears down there. Look at that thing moving around in the middle of the racetrack. Man alive, he was grabbing that shifter hard. He goes 982.5, 151 miles an hour. And as you can see, didn't really have his elbow locked in place there as that car was really heaving around down there at half track. Scribner's car backed up out of the way, and I think Scribner's right along due to saying, hey man, give us a shot at this thing. David, you're back.
I'm back and forth and back and forth. We're sorting out an audio issue with me. We need Steve Ryman to get to his car. Steve, go find your car.
So Scott Scribner was supposed to run down against Daryl Yost. He didn't do it, but he's going to run down next to somebody. And that somebody will be the Street Race Small Block Power Adder class Fox Body Mustang on the AAA side. Well, it won't be a solo pass for Scribner as he leads. 105 in the 8th mile. Scribner's car pretty contained down there. Goes 10.39.2 at 130. Adam Hodson's car is really cool. That's the car I was telling you about. We saw a couple weeks back at Norwalk at the NMCA Finals. He was running the True Street category. And it is a turbo LS combination, very cleanly, very well done. I like the fact that he runs those factory-style rally wheels as well. And Jesse Martin, the 1989 Ford Mustang on the AAA side. Adam Hodson comes off the starting line, feeds the power to it. Another very nice clean run for the car, 113 in the 8th mile. And Hodson goes 9.46 with a 8 at 141 miles an hour on the Laser side of the strip as Martin goes 10.89.9, 127. Look at the big smoke down there.
It's a 9.46. It's a 9.96.
Oh, 9.96, 8, 141. I apologize there, but I just got distracted with a bunch of smoke down there at the top of the racetrack. That's just what it is.
Now, Doug Flynn on the left-hand side here is an engineer with Holley EFI, and he's had some small blocks and LS stuff in that thing. He's over that. He's got a 500 and something cubic inch big block on it now. Old school.
He went old school, and he went old school in the launch last time, too, as that thing really was crazy. He speeded it down some. He's got it cleanly up the starting line now. He came out here a couple years with his dad. Not sure if he's still coming out with his dad, but Doug Flynn goes 864 with an 8 at 160 miles an hour. Mike Cox, 1194.5, just 78 in the Kaiser Henry J. How badly do you want to own that car down there?
Which one?
You know the one I'm talking about.
Well, actually, that black dart in the left-hand lane, that is that guy's first car. Mom gave it to him. It's awesome. He's still racing the thing. It's got a Predator-headed Mopar in it, twin-turbo deal. He said as it's run deep into the sevens. This is his first time in drag week. He brought it down from Canada.
It went 8.0 last time at I think almost 180 miles an hour. So it is making real serious power. I wonder where he races it out there in that part of the world. There's a couple of great drag strips up there in Western Canada. We'll have to find out. And that's about what he was looking for. The car much more composed in the early part of the run, and he is putting the coals to it. 787 with a 6 at 184 miles an hour. Norm Tannehill goes 1084, 3124. So Matt Blasco gets his 7-second time slip and gets a time slip that reads nearly 185 miles per hour.
And backing up what he did at the test and tune last night. So I'm saying that's pretty solid.
And the burnout for Tom Hogshead, as I told the crowd last time, the only car that's competed in every single drag week since the event was in the inception of the event in 05.
He has not completed everyone, but he has initiated everyone.
Hogshead leaving the starting line with Bob Crippy in a 1969 Camaro on top of the big 632 Blueprint engine. Goes 10.28.7, 132. Crippy goes 10.38.2, 138 miles per hour. Kind of a testament to the off-the-shelf available horsepower out there. You can call an outfit like Blueprint and be like, yeah, send me a 632. You bolt it in, you go 1020s, and you drive it around the country.
Are you going to eat that sandwich or euthanize it?
Vaporize, inhale, euthanize, whatever you want to call it. This is an ugly scene right here. So the Pontiac man himself, Vince Rash, heads down the AAA lane. Vince has won Daily Driver, and he won his class last year, which is the Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated class. 955, 142 for Vince. That's Ed Hohenberg going down to the Mustang. He had planned on taking, I believe, one of two Pontiacs, and both of the Pontiacs let him down, so he ended up in the Mustang. Big Danny Morrison down there by the starting line. Who's the big guy rolling around with? Bubba. A staple at Drag Week every year. And by staple, I mean the hugest human being we have at this event.
Yeah, Bubba standing here next to the tower, next to the far more attractive human in the red shirt, is the only guy who has competed and finished every drag week except this one. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it all the way this year.
Things get interesting for that Malibu early in the run. That car goes through 10.43.0 at 153 miles per hour. I believe this is Dan Sates coming up here. And Dan is a very successful racer in the NMRA side of things. And if it is Dan, then there is a Proline small block Ford turbo motor in this car.
Which is interesting. He's in Modified Power Adder. Modified's one of the categories where we do not separate the engines by displacement. We figure you're on your own at that point. If he can make this happen with a small block, more power to him, literally.
Like half the cars in the pits, this one finished just a few days ago. Dan told me earlier in the year he's really looking forward to this event. Certainly his first time and a very different approach to the drag racing world than he's used to in the traditional style of the NMRA world. So this is cool. On and off the throttle. It was looking pretty promising there as it started to roll into the power, but the car made a little bit of a move and he decided to lift and coast through. So the Fox Mustang goes 12:27.5 at just 73 miles an hour through the lights on the AAA side. Is this the Nova here? Is it stack injected like for real, or is it stacked with the EFI?
I have not seen the car up close. I was looking at photos of it, and I am not precisely sure. My money is on EFI, not a mechanically injected deal, I don't think. I love that we've got these guys returning in front of the grandstands. That is just so awesome all day long seeing that.
We haven't run one street machine car on Mark Wishka coming up, the 1987 Ford Mustang LX on the AAA side of the strip.
Oh, back to normal, good. What was it?
So Wishka will take the tree on a solo effort here. Pre-staged. And Wishka maybe waiting for an opponent that is never going to come over there. Okay, now he's sitting down. If you're a drag week, kind of 108 light, you might as well be racing pro stock out here. He goes down, coasts his way through. 10:13.9 at 130 miles per hour.
Well, there's a quick break in the action. I think we should probably tell the people both online and here in the stands who they're talking to here. I'm not sure you all realize that you've got partners in body mass here in the booth. Brian Loans from Bankshift.com, also an official NHRA announcer. And I am David Freiberger from Hot Rod Magazine and also from the Roadkill Show on YouTube. So that's who you got here in the booth.
Luckily, I turned around because I was just about to go face first into that sandwich again. And if there were children watching, it would be trauma for life. So I'm glad you guys got to miss that. But no, this is it's a great event. We've had a very busy morning. We're going to continue on. I believe the plan is until 2. I know we've had some downtime, so I'm not sure if that's going to move around or not. But I know that we got a lot of cars stacked up in the lane still waiting to run.
I have just texted our race director to find out what the cutoff times will be today after that delay for the drivers' meeting this morning, which was so entertaining for our live audience at home.
And we're seeing our Street Machine Eliminator cars for the first time now on the starting line.
This is a 45 International on the left-hand lane. Isn't it an International? I think that's what it is. And it's powered by a Cummins. Second year at Drag Week with this car.
Warren Whitmer goes 11:24.4, 122 in his Camaro. Now, the interesting thing about that International, David, you remember this from last year. Last year, it had a really kind of whole weird thing going on. It was kind of a pro touring-y looking-y thing.
And now it doesn't.
No, now it's way better.
Now it's regular.
It's got a Studebaker. Tailgate on it. That makes it even cooler.
I did shoot an interview with this guy in the pits earlier, which we'll see on the live feed. If you're here in the crowd and you want to go check out the live feed, it is on replay as soon as it shuts off today, so you can go relive every moment of Drag Week 2015 at Gateway.
And you'll see Roger Davis run his 1958 Volvo PV455. See, I thought that was a PV445, but that's the 55 model.
Amateur.
So basically a little panel truck Volvo that is lined up cockeyed on the laser side of the drag strip. This could be the weirdest pair you see all week. Well, there goes the old pickup, like smoking like a locomotive down there at the 330-foot mark. The dude in the Volvo's like, do I get to leave now? And it leaves like it means it. Swallows the right rear, picks up the left front, and lifts at the 8th mile. The diesel truck goes 12:21.9 at 116, and the PV 455 goes 11:23.9 at 113 miles an hour. Picture this, if you will. Pull up, pick up a lovely lady, put the top down, go cruising the countryside in your 1972 Triumph TR6.
Very sporty.
Baller back in 1972.
Yeah.
This is way better, though. Got a whole bunch more motor in it than would have had it originally. Would have, like the 9 horsepower English 4-cylinder or 6-cylinder would have been there. And Chris Mosley comes up in his 1969 GTO Judge. You got the luggage rack. I can picture you and Karen in the TR6. You got the basket on the luggage rack, little wine in there. I can see that happening.
A lot of wine in there.
Boone's Farm, Mad Dog 2020, both considered wines. So you start to see the diversity here in Street Machine Eliminator. As David said, it's pretty much a wide open deal. You can run almost whatever you want. And 10 seconds flat being the cutoff, and that looked like I couldn't tell if it jumped out of gear. Maybe there was some sort of a driveline failure there for Dale Knapp in the TR6. Chris Mosley in the Pontiac is going to go down to the finish line first, going 12:26.8 at 82. And Napke is just going to kind of lug his way down there in that TR6.
I'll just go ahead and blame Lucas Electric, right?
Yes, that is it.
Let's go with that.
He left the original wiring in the car. That's what you do. I didn't wire this thing. Lucas did. This is not my fault. All my work is flawless. Well, that great-looking Roadrunner going to be coming up next with the A12 style liftoff hood there in the AAA lane. That's Ross Dudley.
From Canada. Been here many, many times. Stroker wedge in that deal.
And a 6-liter powered GTO here on the laser side of the drag strip. The short-lived GTO, another of the imports from the Australian market that we talked a little bit about with the Holden that we saw run earlier. Sad deal for Holden down in Australia. They're completing their run as a domestic manufacturer in Australia, I believe, at the end of this calendar year or next. So the GTO going to line up next to that, as David said, stroker wedge powered Roadrunner.
Wow. How many times has Pontiac slapped the GTO name on a different kind of car? Different car line.
73 and 74.
Yep, which is Ventura.
Yep. And then so I guess 3 times. Right? Because all the other ones were A-bodies before that.
Yeah.
Ross Dudley goes 11:38.8, 121. 11:66.3 at 117. Now, you enlightened me, maybe even last year, that the NOVA acronym, that a lot of people I don't think know about.
You don't think people know that? I thought that's standard trivia
I don't
at this
think it
point.
is.
Okay, an X-body GM, the Nova. All of the other vehicles fall into an acronym. N for Nova, O for Omega, which is the Oldsmobile, V for Ventura, which is the Pontiac, A for Apollo, which is the Buick.
That's the type of stuff you get on this live feed, man. You don't get this kind of stuff everywhere.
No, Google can't tell you that.
It just doesn't want to tell you that. It probably could, but it chooses not to. Well, Matt Jennings, the 1955 Ford Fairlane, going to actually outrun Scotty Self, and he's having trouble in his 2008 Mustang. Matt Jennings, likely a Y block in that car, if I had to guess. It runs like it's got a Y block in it. Got the 21.115 62 mile an hour pass out of the 1955 Fairlane. That is actually superior to what Scotty South is going to lay up on the board down there, as he's had all kinds of trouble in the Mustang. 31.06, 9 seconds at 43.
Hey, some of our most cutthroat races last year were 20-second cars.
They were.
Yeah.
Literal battles to the death. As Frank Romano comes up the return road in his stick-shifted 55 Chevrolet out of New York, one of our favorite cars and another one that has made many, many attempts at the drag week success. Oh, wait a second.
jumped it.
31's
Oh.
fine.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, because he crashed that, because you made him crash that car.
I did.
So Jason Moore comes up in 1983 Camaro, and Brian Coleman comes up in the Chevelle. Coleman, a pretty interesting hardcore dude over there. He has had a whole bunch of hot rods and cars. He actually had a nitro-powered, altered wheelbase Dodge for many years. He did some cool stuff, exhibition stuff with that. Jason Moore really looking some traction over here on the laser side of the drag strip, down bit early in the run. Moore in the third gen Camaro. Will not get any elapsed time, will not get any time slip, and will get a giant cloud of smoke at the top end of the racetrack. He jumped the tree before it was active, so he gets a whole bunch of nothing. And Brian Coleman's actually steering his car way off to the left side of his lane. We cannot see what's going on down there with Moore, as there is just a huge cloud of smoke down there. Looks like both guys made that early second turnoff. But they are going to obviously check the top end of the track. Whenever we see a cloud like that, we got to get a look at it. And as you can imagine, you take your foot off the gas pedal at the top end. Sometimes that is when the rod bolts and other things decide to exit the program.
Yeah, that was the color of piston vapor. That's what that was.
Piston vapor. That was the color of hopes and dreams, actually.
You know, Coleman, you were talking about, he got one of the most epic photos of all time with that fire burnout that he did at George Ray's Wildcat Outlaw Drag Strip. Those were good times. He's also got a little, and I'm going to get this wrong absolutely, a little 31 Chrysler Coupe. I think I nailed it. That's powered by a early Hemi, and he's been here at Drag Week with that car blown and unblown.
Yes.
And he ran that thing at our Roadkill Nights event in Detroit several weeks ago, and unfortunately tagged the water barrier up at the top end and folded it up a little bit, but he's okay. Car's going to be okay. He was telling me he's got some serious plans for that thing.
Cool.
He's going to go round tube.
He's hardcore.
Double throwdown. Yeah, he is.
Totally hardcore.
He's not giving up.
You know, I was thinking back, the first time I ever came to Gateway was in kind of a weird capacity. When I got out of high school, a buddy of mine and I jumped on my Camaro and we went on this road trip. We drove all over the place. We actually drove out here, and I ran my car down this place and like on a Wednesday night testing tune. Then we ended up coming back the next night. I think it was a Friday night. Then they had some Saturday night show, so we came back the next night. There's a car some of you may remember. It was called the Battleac. It was a 1959 all-steel Cadillac, had a blown alcohol motor in it.
Red, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And a guy from the West Coast had it. It traveled around a little bit, but that was the car that was kind of like one of the centerpiece cars of this match race deal they were having. And I remember just freaking out. You know, I just got out of high school. I'd never really seen anything out of the local area, and the Battleac, I believe it was called, was just really, really nasty piece. And I think it was, you know, maybe it ran low sevens. We got guys out here just tromping all over whatever that thing was doing. But it's a great place. It's a really neat racetrack here. If you're in the St. Louis area, make sure you get out here and support the place. It's open multiple times a week. They got a vibrant test and tune program and all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, and don't forget that we will be back here at Gateway to wrap up Drag Week on Friday. And then on Saturday, we're doing our Drag Week Heads Up Shootout, which you really don't want to miss. That's where we just put all of these cars side by side, regardless of class, and run them down head to head. And you're going to see some, let's call it, 8-second cars taking out some 6-second cars.
Yeah, it's a pretty diabolical, like the whole thing. It's a pretty diabolical program, and it's very fun to watch.
So we want to thank Eastwood Company for doing this live video feed. If you're in the grandstands here at Gateway, go home and watch us the whole rest of the week. Eastwood Company brought this live feed to us, which was a big, big deal. Brian and I did this together last year and just had a riot. And we got comments from the thing all year long. And it took a lot of rifling to make this happen. So it's super cool that Eastwood stepped up and sponsored this for us.
Well, I've just been handed a note through the window, and it was folded up, and I was hoping it wasn't telling me I was fired. Actually, it says, the management of Gateway Motorsports Park would like to thank everyone for playing hooky from work today. All the great Drag Week participants for the show, and Jenny and everyone at the Enthusiast Network and Hot Rod Drag Week for yet another incredible partnership event. We can hardly wait until Friday. To host both the Hot Rod Drag Week and Hot Rod Power Tour in the same year is quite an honor, and we would love to do it again every single year. We hope everyone has a safe week, and thank you all for supporting all the new Gateway Motorsports Park It's a great place here. Sincerely, Lewis Warden, the drag strip manager, Chris Blair, the general manager, and Curtis Francois, the owner of the facility.
Thank you very much, Gateway. We love being here. And you know, when we were here for Power Tour, we did manage to tattoo your building.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, but we had a burnout contest here in the right-hand lane.
Okay.
And a guy blew a tire, and chunks of it flew so far you can still see the tread mark on the front of the tower here. If you look at that advertising sign there, it's a white and blue sign. There's a big tread mark above some of the lettering.
We came, we saw, we wrecked your stuff. That's kind of how we operate.
It's drag week.
Here.
Pretty normal operation.
That's drag week.
Yeah. So.
Well, we're in the Daily Driver, or the Street Machine Eliminator. I'm going to do that 100 times. We're in the Street Machine Eliminator portion of the program right now. That's going to continue. We're going to rotate those cars through until they fall off, you know, until the lanes start to die down. Then we're going to allow our class cars to make one more kind of desperation attempt before we close the lanes and move on.
It's actually an all-run session after the Street Machine Eliminators are done. Everybody who's broken in the pits, who's been jamming, is going to have another shot to get down the track. I've texted race control a couple times, or Lonnie and Keith, and asked them for our cutoff time. 3 p.m. is the answer from Keith Turk in the pits. 3 p.m. is where we are going to be shutting the lanes. And they're actually going to shut the lanes a little early, try and get everything run through so that we're done at 3. But if you're in lanes and it needs to go to 3:05, you know, 3:10, whatever, you will run. But we're not going to have the situation that we had last year with guys like with their power glide in a million pieces in the lanes. They're like, you said if I was in lanes, I would run. Well, yeah, but nobody's taking a dinner break while we're waiting for your junk to get reassembled so we can race
you cannot brew 85 in front of us in the lanes. We will not wait for you to actually make the fuel. Won't happen. So yeah, we do as much as we can, obviously, to accommodate everybody and try to get as many opportunities to get people down the racetrack as possible, but there has to be a time limit, because if not, we'd be here all night.
Drag Week has been a live and learn every single year. There's notes that we make that end up creating the rules for the following year, and you know, some are winners, some are losers, but unfortunately the list just keeps growing, but so does the class count.
Absolutely, the class count keeps growing, and as we look at, you know, we look at how the participation breaks out year over year, as you mentioned earlier, more and more guys are looking at individual classes going, you know, I'm going to put something together to run street race small block naturally aspirated or whatnot, rather than just going, I'm just going to go into the Street Machine Eliminator, which there's no shame in that game at all. If you're going to run Street Machine, you're going to have a car that runs very low 11s or runs high 10s. And what this event does that's weird and it kind of skews the whole scale is that a 10-second street car is an incredibly fast car. I mean, that is a set your eyeballs back in the back of your head, super stupid fast car. It's just in the context of this event, it puts it on the lower end of the spectrum as opposed to the top end.
It's the same as when you go to like the Chevelle Nationals and pick any one of those cars, and if you saw it in your local gas station, you'd be like, that's cool. But when you see a sea of 700 of them, you start to get numb. You don't realize that these 10-second cars out here are legit.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Chevelles, we have not yet seen the Australian, the Chevelle that the Australian guys dragged out of the barn or the field or under a tree or wherever it was from and cobbled it back to health. So hopefully they will be up soon.
So now on our live feed, we're going to go to another one of our Eastwood tool tips.
Yeah.
So let's do that on the live feed, and we'll stick with you here at the track.
Mike Finnegan here in the Hot Rod Magazine garage, and today I'm taking the front shocks off of my 1955 Chevy Bel Air using Eastwood's half-inch drive twin hammer super mini impact gun. Check that thing out. This is obviously fitting in places this will never go. Don't be fooled by the size though, this packs 600 pound-feet of torque. I don't care what you've got on your car that's rusty, it's gonna break it loose. And because it only weighs 3.5 pounds, this is not gonna wear you out. And don't worry about your neighbors, it only makes 90 decibels of noise at full song. Nobody's gonna be banging on your garage door late at night when you got this bad boy fired up. But go ahead, yank every wheel off of every car in your garage. This thing's not wearing you out. This switch gives you the option of matching the power of the gun to the job you're doing. And it's got 3 speeds, both forwards and backwards. Air tools make everything we do here in the shop more efficient, but they're not any good if you can't fit them in the spot you need to do the job. This one doesn't even have a socket on it, and I can't get it in there. I can't reach the bolt with that. The Eastwood half-inch drive, no problem getting this bolt out. Perfect. That's Eastwood's Twin Hammer Super Mini Impact. Check out this and all the other awesome tools at eastwood.com.
And so with a little bit of downtime we sent Freiberger off to report from the pits. I don't know who he found or who he's corralled over there, but let's go to David Freiberger down in the pits with one of our racers and their cars. I did that in the track there.
How are you doing this? You guys are looking nice.
Do is kick it off by just showing you kind of what goes down here and the huge variety of cars. You see them going down the track one at a time at the live feed, but you don't get as close as you can here. The pits and staging lanes are open to anybody who wants to wander. Right now, we've got the class cars racing, so they're staged up here, and all of the Street Machine Eliminator cars are in the pits. So some of the faster cars are here in the line, but look at them. Over here, this black 69 Roadrunner, that is a fast car, meaning factory appearing stock tire. This car looks completely stock. Dive in there and see if you can have a look at the Hemi engine that's in this, which people think of a Hemi as being a factory fast car, but not running in the tens like this thing does. And last year it was doing it on this tire right here, a red line bias ply, just like the car came with from the factory. But this is one of the guys who we sort of shafted with our new rules, because the key thing that made this thing super cool was running 10s on that tire, but we made a rule that said everyone has to have a drag tire. There's a bunch of reasons for that, but you see he's got it on Hoosiers now, so I'm really looking forward to what this thing is gonna run. And then right next to it in the lanes is another good Mopar. It's a Gremlin with a big block Chrysler in it. This belongs to the Gebhardt family. They won the Spirit of Drag Week award last year. And it's gonna be fun to see this run. But this car right here is one that has actually blown my mind. I choked up when I realized this thing was here at Drag Week. This car used to belong to Rick Dyer of the Cars Racing team that was really part of the origins of fastest street car racing. I remember going to Detroit in 92 and 93 and driving this car around on the street. It was the first Lenko car that I had ever driven. And Rick Dyer and I were cruising it one night and got pulled over, and the cop got out and tripped over the wheelie bars, which was a big moment. This thing was in the 8s back in the early 90s, which was just huge at the time. And being with this car sort of brought the idea of fastest street car racing into the Hot Rod Magazine office. And Joe Pettit, who was another staffer on the magazine, had gone to a race in Atlanta around the same time that I'd gotten together with Rick Dyer. And we got into this conversation about which of these is the fastest street car, and we decided that the only way to really know was to race them. And so we came up with the Hot Rod Magazine Fastest Street Car Shootout in Memphis, and this car was there. This is where it all began, and here we are now at Drag Week, driving these cars on the street. 300 cars here. It's the first time this car has ever been at this event. I'm looking forward to catching up with the guy who owns it now. But let's wander down the lanes here and just look at the other various cars that we've got. Ooh, this thing's a Capri, a Fox body, but not a Mustang, which is interesting. This guy's been back for a couple years with his Cougar, looking for cars that I know, which is a little difficult. We've got, I think, in the neighborhood of 200 new people to Drag Week here. Oh, check this out. This ZL1 Camaro right here was built in Larry Larson's shop, who, as you know, is the 5-time winner of Hot Rod Drag Week. This was a brand new, legit ZL1 when it came into his shop with virtually no miles on it. They tore it apart,
well enough
put
for
a turbo
Freiberger
big
down there.
block Chevy
We
in
got
it,
cars
tubbed
back
the
on the
thing.
starting
It
line
has
right now,
all
and
the-
there he is. He's returned from the trenches as Nick Perry and Ronnie Munchin head down the racetrack.
Yeah, did you notice how I got back up here to the booth like that?
It was lickety split, man.
That
I gotta
is
be
some
honest
TV
with
magic right there.
you. You must have a Segway scooter. 1357.2 at 98 for Nick Perry and the truck.
What we're really doing here is I'm going down in the pits and doing some interviews with people in between downtimes and when Brian doesn't need me, which is virtually always.
No, man.
Yeah, playing them back in the live feed as the opportunity arises.
Very clean 1966 Chevrolet pickup truck for Nathan Dial. And Clark Strong, the 1969 Roadrunner, on the AAA side of the strip. And as you said, we have a lot of Mopars here this week. A strong contingent. Strong and Dial going to head down the racetrack. The little pickup truck's a pretty good runner as well, but Nathan Strong definitely bringing more to the fight here. 3/10 quicker than 60-foot time. 60-foot cone, I should say. Clark Strong going to run down, no trouble in the Roadrunner. 11:33.5 at 119 as Nate Dial goes 13:53 with the 2 at 98. I have seen this pickup truck somewhere over the last several weeks, and it's actually all running together at this point, so I'm not sure where. But it is a quick truck. It might have been a True Street runner at one of the NMCA races I was at. Rob Hauser comes up. Hauser comes up in that later second-generation Camaro. Those 88 to 98 pickup GM pickup trucks can be had for a song at this point, and they will swallow whatever you want to shove into the front of them. In terms of engines. Rob Hauser goes past the 8th mile at 91 miles an hour. Going to run down in the 11s. Goes 11:62.8, 116. The pickup, 12:22.4 at 115 miles an hour for the step side.
Kerry, another long-time drag week veteran in this Olds. Good bracket racer.
And Matt Atrobius, the 1971 Mercury Comet, completing the burnout here on the laser side. Last name being as unique as it is as far as Atrobius goes. We're going to catch up with him because I'm wondering if he was the same Atrobius that was racing at the U.S. Nationals 2 weeks ago. In a different car, obviously, but the 70 Mercury Comet. Nice little package down there. Is a gorgeous Falcon wagon rolls in with a wood grain on it and everything. That's coming next pair, but we got Kerry Watson and the 72 Olds and Matt Atrobius, the 1971 Comet on the starting line. Once again, both of them verifying that the bulbs are fully green before they left. They always want to make sure no more green is coming. It is all there. And Kerry Watson. And the Oldsmobile goes 11:96.3 at 113 as Matt Atrobius goes 14:53.1 at 98.
We have a lot of people watching at home who are new to drag racing, judging by the questions that they're posting, and I don't think many of them realize the reaction time has nothing to do with the elapsed time. When the light bulb goes green, you can sit there for a day and a half, and it will not affect your elapsed time. And so you'll see some really slow lights at Drag Week, and they're time trials, so it just doesn't matter.
Exactly, and the main reason, especially in the other classes, is guys are sitting there to spool the turbos or do what they want to do, but as David said, until you roll the car forward and break those beams, the timer at the top end of the track does not begin. Clark Lamb and Gary Andrus. The 1963 Ford Falcon wagon. What a nice piece that is. And Clark Lamb, the 1968 Barracuda, also a very cool and very clean fastback Chrysler on the AAA side. Gary Andrus, 188th, baby. Yeah. 10:01.8, 133. If you want to make sure you got a spot in the top 32, that's what you want to do in the Street Machine Eliminator class.
Yeah, the cutoff for the class is 10:0. You cannot hand in a time slip to us that is quicker than that. So 10:01, probably putting him at the very top of that class right now.
Those guys, a bunch of the guys walking back, must be his pals, super excited, and there was enough for him to fit in that wagon. So that's exactly what they were looking for down there. As Clark Lamb goes 11:38.3 at 118. David, the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans, and Chris Gosh, the 1966 Buick Skylark. Growing up, I had a buddy whose dad had a 79 Le Mans. It was a four-door. Do you remember the era where they didn't have the windows did not roll down in the back of those cars?
On the wagons, for sure.
What
Is the four-door
happened?
the same way?
Yeah. Who made that decision? There was a meeting held, and someone actually said, let's not have the windows roll down. And everyone said, you're a genius. Promote this guy. Yeah. I like the cut of your jib. As Chris Goach goes 12:16.1, 109 in the 66 Skylark, and Burke in the window functional 79 Le Mans Coupe goes 11:44.8 at 118. Corvette Z06 coming up over there. At least a Corvette with the Z06 wheels. That's Dale Ponzius. Drew Teppen coming up in a 1965 Nova. One guy we did not see run earlier that is another kind of a standout competitor in Drag Week, Clark Rosenstengel, did not go down the racetrack. Clark had posted on social media last night that he was in dire need of transmission parts, and I'm guessing either that didn't get done or he's still trying to button it up now.
Had a chat with him, and I discovered that he got the elusive quick release main shaft in his Turbo 400.
They only built a few of those. Drew Teppin goes 12:25.01.14 as Dale Ponzius goes 12:19.2 at 119 miles an hour. Jason Trotter coming up. This is a 1987 Dodge Daytona, the Mopar X license plate. It is still front wheel drive. As you can see, he's got the front wheels sitting just ahead of the water box, and that is where the smoke is rolling off of. I'm gonna guess, and I have not seen under the hood of this thing, I'm gonna guess it's like a neon, like an SRT 2.4 turbo neon motor in the front of these things, which can be made to make some pretty good power.
You think it's not a traditional 2.2 or 2.5?
I don't think it's the 2.2. I think it is the more advanced neon style 2.4. Dave Amron, the 1966 Chevy 2 wagon on the AAA side.
You do realize I used the word traditional 2.2 turbo.
Wow, those were dark days.
Those were the 80s.
Call it whatever you want. Goes 11:02.6 at 138 miles an hour for Jason Trotter.
138.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Dave Amron goes 12:46.7 at 109 in the wagon. Oh yes.
Rich Corinthian leather.
Rich Corinthian leather, the 1979 Chrysler 300.
I'm sure the guy's never heard that before.
The plane, boss, the plane. We go to Fantasy Island with Ricardo Montalban. And James Reeves, the 1986 Dodge Omni GLH. This thing is a terror. It is going to go way down into the 10s. And again, it's a front wheel driver. Got the little skinnies on the back. I believe it makes about 500 horsepower to the tire. Manual transmission, or transaxle, if you will. And he is going to pull up next to the 79 Chrysler 300, pass him and go 10.89.7 at 130.
Wow. That's cool.
That is really cool. As Dan Smith goes 11.59.6 at 116, and even getting that big tank of a 79 300 down to 11.5 seconds is somewhat of a career accomplishment.
I will admit, when that GLH was brand new, I was working the parts counter at a Dodge dealer, and I wanted one.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it, man. They go. Especially when they're tuned up like that one is. This is Pat Culkin, it's listed as an 80, but it's a 1990 Dodge Shadow. And Nathan Hines, the 1970 Chevy C10. And looks like some trouble for Pat Culkin as they're getting his crew guys to roll him back, and he is taking his helmet off. And that was a quick lean out the door. I know what's happened, and it is not good type of move for Pat Culkin. Did not try to restart it or move the car again. Of course, the Shelby put his touch to those the GLHS for a little while, I think, back in the early 90s.
He put the touch on Chrysler for him anyway. 1170 from the pickup truck. I like it.
Hey, they made those convertible Dakota trucks too. Remember those for a short amount of time?
Yes, I do.
That was flailing in the dark. It was going on back then.
Yeah, when the rear window Malibu guy left GM, he hopped over to Chrysler for that program.
The visionary. Jeremy Hoskins. This is an LS-powered rear-wheel drive DSM. Talon. What do you call it? Eagle Talon or a Mitsubishi Eclipse would be the two body styles there. And Jeremy Wilson, the 1966 Chevy Nova. This is the Regency of the 79 Chrysler 300, complete with the little red, white, and blue badging on there. You pulled up into the discoteca with that thing. You were something special. They still wear platform shoes in 79? Did you still wear platform shoes in 79?
I think I was wearing sneakers in 1979.
Jeremy Wilson was in a hurry to get out of there. Quick reaction time, relatively so. 102 in the 8th. A nice little patina Chevy 2 Nova goes 10.69 at 130 as Hoskins fights his way down. The 11.86 at 124 miles an hour for Hoskins in the 1995 Mitsubishi.
I'm going to go all out with a prediction here, Brian.
Okay.
The first 2015 Mustang to run in drag week.
What David's referencing was a moment of pure elation on his part last year when a C7 Corvette came around the corner and he said, I believe this is the first C7 Corvette to race on drag week. And they had started selling those things like a week and a half before the event. But yes, you were 100% irrefutable fact. And Raywood Lejeune has, as you mentioned, the first 2015 Mustang. This is a GT, so you get the 5-liter overhead cam Coyote V8 under the hood. That's a good engine, man. That is a real good high-winding piece. Andre Miller in the 1992 Chevy pickup, that bluish silver color over there in the AAA lane. That's everything he needs and maybe a little bit more than Ray Lejeune has. They get down to the top end. Lejeune just got him at the stripe, 1150 with an 8, 122. Miller goes 1163, 117. Yeah, 1150 with an 8, 122. He probably has like a tuner on it. There's nothing, you know. Well, here's a real beauty contest going on down here. This is Mike Myers coming up in the LS swapped front engine rear-wheel drive. Well, obviously all Corvairs are rear-wheel drive, but this has the engine back in its natural position under the hood, the Corvair wagon.
It's on an entire G-body chassis.
Okay, cool.
I believe.
And that just, that magnificent Ranchero over there in the AAA lane.
With roadkill decal, guaranteed to make it break.
Double the value. Got the down bars from the roll cage, got the well-worn wood grain. Got a really hard-looking truck thing. The Ranchero, 107, half track, 1019 with a 3.
Solid. That's going to put him at the top of the list.
Absolutely,
Not
yeah.
the top, but towards the top.
In the upper echelon, as Mike Myers goes 1271 at 105 miles an hour. We are looking for a welder over by the hot rod trailer. There is a Corvette over there by the hot rod trailer, a red Corvette, a welder needed. And a reminder, you need to bring your time slips to Tanya in room 210 in the timing tower. Tanya needs your slips, room 210 in the timing tower, as Tim Hoskins and Scott Cottle come up now. Cottle used to run a 65 Rambler American. Now he is in the fox-bodied Mustang with Tim Hoskins driving that 84 Chevy S10. Did not see Shane McClellan run either today.
He's in the pits. Okay. I saw him with the front end jacked up. I wasn't exactly sure what he was doing with it, but yeah. Krusty Nova, not made a pass yet.
There goes Scott Cottle, 1330 with a 5.107. Tim Hoskins goes 14.21.6 at 98 in the S10 truck. Comes Scott Brown from Texas, the AAA lane side. That is the 1953 Chevrolet of Brown. Turbocharged LS engine under the hood. He calls the car Capone, as that kind of gangster look to it. And of course, the Butterface wagon. It says it on the back window. What do you want me to do? I'm contractually obligated to say that.
He has a trailer with matching patina with the Drag Week logo on it. It's pretty
nice.
good.
So the 53 Chevy Bel Air, complete with the wheel skirts still on it, or the fender skirts rather, still on it for Scott Brown. Car has been a mid-10-second runner. We'll see if he's able to back that up for maybe the 1060s, 1070s as the Chevy 2 wagon heads down past the 8th mile. He goes 1077.9 at 134 miles an hour. 1156, 501.17 for the Chevy 2 wagon. Brad Hodson, 1979 Pontiac Trans Am, the T-top equipped machine, and Mark Dream, a Dream in the 1995 Camaro with the semi-non-functional posi unit in the rear axle.
That's the not so limited slip?
That is the not so limited slip. That is the left tire, the left rear conservation mode on that thing. You rotate the tires evenly around during the week, you'll burn them all down at the same clip. Man, that Ranchero is so ugly, it's beautiful as that thing comes around the corner. The face only a mother could love on that bad boy. Brad Hodson shifting his own gears there, but boy, things did not go so hot for him. Over the first 60 feet, the car seemed to kind of lay over on him, as Mark Dream, on the other hand, is driving down the laser side, 1345, 5101, as Hodson goes 1395, 497. Kind of like the way the rear wheels are done over here in the Chevy, the old kind of stock Eliminator look where they used to paint them half and half. That's cool.
Well, this is a potentially record-setting car here at Drag Week, that Impala.
Is this the one?
Yes.
So this is the 283 two-barrel car?
Yes, this poor guy I forced to run on drag slicks because that's the new rule at Drag Week. Every single car's got to have drag tires going down the track. So he did that old split painted rim look, but watch this thing go.
You're not usually able to count as how many times it rotates, but it sounds like by your description, we'll be able to actually count the revolutions of the wow.
Yeah.
Kent Davis. Hang on tight over there as Tim Stansbury. He runs down the laser side. The good news is whoever's in the other lane thinks their stuff is like a pro mod. Look what I'm doing over here.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a 3-second 60-foot with it wide open.
20.184 seconds at 68 miles an hour. The only thing slower today has been the Rambler with the inline 6.
Oh man, you know, this guy's been struggling, working away at the tune-up. He's gonna break into the 19s at some point this week, I'm sure of it.
It's gonna happen. There is actually a tailwind. I was gonna say, is there a head or a tailwind, but he's actually getting help. Here comes Tom Taylor in the 1979 Nova. Gonna line up next to that GT California Special Mustang on the AAA side of the racetrack. So late 70s Novas certainly have not gained the popularity that the Malibus have gained. The Chevy Malibus are very popular in all different types of performance racing. You don't see too many of the 79 Novas floating around. Or
the Disco Nova. Yeah. Fun fact to know and tell. That is an X body, but when they went to that larger body style, the front clip off of it is essentially second-gen Camaro.
Okay.
While the rear leaf spring configuration is still first-gen X body Camaro Nova.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor, off with a shot, 135 reaction time, which again, in the context of the day, is pretty well pro stock level. As Tom Taylor goes 10.52.4 at 131. The GT California Special Mustang, 14.51.2 at 100 on the nose.
He's from California, so he basically only used half the gas down the track, just to be politically correct. Are you aware of that deal in California? Jerry Brown, our governor, legitimately proposed a bill to cut our gasoline usage in half in 10 years.
Yeah. By what method? Destroying half of the population? How is that going to work?
Yeah, I know. It's like, what's the first thing you do when you go to war with a country? Shut off their oil supply, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and do that to all of California.
Let me know how that works out for you. Matt Clow, the 1985 third-gen Camaro. I live in a place that's pretty whacked out as well, but man, you guys take the cake.
That's Samsonite, that's all I got to say.
You got the Malibu rolling up, the G-body Malibus we just mentioned here on the laser side. Very clean, well-done car. We'll see how close to that 10-second barrier he can flirt with it. But the license plate says street car on it. Leaving hard. A nice clean run for the Malibu. Goes right down the center of the groove. 1080 with a 7 at 125 miles an hour as Matt Clow goes 1284.9 at 117. And there goes the mighty Impala over there going to get his time slip. It is a beautiful car anyway.
It is.
Yeah. You get a lot of time to look at it going down the track too. Brian Januski, the 88 third generation Pontiac Firebird, going to line up next to the earlier second generation F-body on the laser side. So the third gen of Januski inching its way in. Nice, gear jammer.
You know, that third gen, especially a 91 Firebird, is about the most aerodynamic factory V8 rear-wheel drive muscle car you can get.
Pretty shocking deal, but that was what? That was the first 300 mile an hour production car out there in Bonneville, right?
Yes, it was.
Brian Januski, 12.06.7, 114, putting the aero to work, 15.96.2 at 88 on the laser side, right-hand side of the strip. Lynette Januski is coming up in the 2000 Chevy Camaro, 2000 Camaro SS, the LS1 power under the hood, and the first-gen Camaro here on the laser side. Racer X driving that thing. Don't have a name to share, but certainly a nice-looking first-generation Camaro. I always get a little shiver when I see the 2000 Camaro SS because back then this was in '98 when they started producing that SS model. I'd gotten out of high school. It's the summer after I was out of high school. Went to the drag strip, driving home from the drag strip in my Camaro. A guy comes up behind me, one of these things. I'm like, all right, pal. So off we go down the highway. It was a state trooper. It was a very, very bad afternoon in my life.
Well, and apparently the Trooper could run 11:53 at 118, which is better than whatever you were driving, I'm sure.
It is. It was. So he pulled me over and threatened me with virtually every possible punishment, including the electric chair, and then I got the largest ticket of my life. So that was a great day, and I see those Camaro SS, and every time I get a little twinge.
Now you're going to want to lay eyeballs on this Grand Cherokee here on the right-hand lane, because this is not the type of SUV that we were trying to cut out of Drag Week that was basically a support vehicle or someone's mom following them along to, just keep backing up. Yeah, have a look at this thing. It's pretty entertaining.
This 2008 Grand Cherokee SRT8, we'll find out how much or how hardly it's been modified, but these things, I believe they have a 425 horsepower from the factory, all-wheel drive, of course. Nick Taylor in the 1980 Malibu. Remember the guy that showed up with one of these things, the pump gas drags, like the last year, like 800-something horsepower, was pulling wheel stands and it was falling with the gear up and it was spinning the front end. The front wheels were up in the air. It was an all-wheel drive setup. It was going to limp mode.
Yep.
But Ryan Anderson goes 1066 with an 8 at 133, and that is a lot of beef to move down the racetrack.
I speak the truth.
Yeah, you do. Nick Taylor goes 1037, 9 at 132, thinking the whole time, wait, can I not shake this tank-like SUV to my right? Wow. What are you still doing over there is what Nick Taylor was thinking. Keith Crike and Ken Passerby. Passerby, the 1970 Chevy Nova, and Keith Crike, the 1999 Camaro. So the 70 Nova and the 99 Camaros, we continue our way through the Street Machine Eliminator category. These racers getting their hits in. And again, the strategies here will vary. Some racers will make multiple hits. Some racers will make that one hit and get out of town. As Ken Passerby. And Keith Creech get to the top end. 1073, 428 miles an hour for Passerby's. Creech goes 1244.6 at 116 miles an hour. The interesting thing, and I think probably more so in this category as we go on the drive this afternoon, some of the cars in the upper classes are using kind of automatically going to default to a gear vendors or an overdrive transmission of some sort. A lot of these are the guys that can benefit with that. A guy maybe running a turbo 400, if he's going to put 488 gears in the back of his car and we have a stretch to drive 50 or 75 miles on the highway, that's crummy.
Yeah, if you've never had overdrive and you add it to your muscle car, it's life-altering. It really is.
For your wallet, too, your fuel savings over time will exponentially multiply on themselves.
Which will make Jerry Brown happy, governor of California.
Yeah, the moonbeam, the moon bat, whatever they call the guy, moonbeam. Mike Carl, the 1968 Chevy Nova, he's just dumping gas out the window, he says. Gives Jerry Brown the finger, 1020 with a 6, 134. The little Chevy 2 goes 1342 with a 3 at 101, or 1342 with a 7 at 101.74 miles an hour. Cool Hot Rod Drag Week 2015 logo on the back window of this Camaro. This is Travis Martin. Martin was the guy I was telling you about. I saw pull into the NMCA race with a trailer behind his car and started yapping about Drag Week. Well, here he is. I was hoping he was going to show up, and he ran very well in True Street at the NMCA race. So we'll see how he does this week on Drag Week as Sandra Senior comes up. And Sandra was listed as driving an 85 Oldsmobile, but that is in fact a little two-wheel drive short bed Chevy pickup truck on the AAA side of the 345 variety, somewhere in there. And behind that, the Chevelle. Travis Martin, 94 miles an hour in the 8th, and Martin in the 4th generation Camaro makes a clean run, 11:48.7 at 110 miles an hour. We're going to back that Chevelle out. So once again, this is the one you told us about before, David. What is the story on the Chevelle that looks like it is the crustiest of the crusty things we have seen today?
I'll wait till the people on the live feed can actually see it. They don't have cameras on that just yet, because this story is worth telling to the 5,000 people that are watching worldwide.
So in goes the Chevelle, going to inch its way into the water box here as the Camaro of Adam Wright waits patiently. Wright also has the Drag Week logo in the back window.
So here we go. The 69 Chevelle in the left-hand lane. Greatest roadkill story of Drag Week that I've seen so far. These guys flew in from Australia Found this thing growing in the weeds last Friday. Bought it for $1,500. It's an actual SS396 4-speed car. It is clapped. But they got it running. They claim it ran on the 20-year-old gas, which I question, but you know, 20-year-old gas is better than 5-year-old gas every time. And they're here running all of Drag Week with it. I told them if it makes it to the end, I will give them $1,600 for that car.
Nice. They'll come out ahead.
Yeah, cash.
Cash money.
Right.
That is good, and that is that's like I don't know what that is in Australian currency, but that could be a big windfall. That hundred could be enough to live on for years down there. I just don't know.
I can't imagine a world where that would be worth shipping home to Oz. I'm telling them that anyway.
That's you got to take that.
Just
whether you believe it or not, you do have to be convincing when you deliver that line. You got to sell a line.
What's going to be even more amazing is when you hear that story and then you watch the thing go down the track. It surprised me last night. Not that it's brutal, but it's brutal for a car sitting under a tree for 20 years.
Bumper delete too, which is good.
Oh yeah, weight savings.
Yeah.
Gotta have that. It's got interior delete as well.
Interior delete. Yeah, they sitting on lawn chairs in there or beanbag chairs or something.
Look at this thing.
That's pretty good. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh, good.
$1,500. Who cares?
It ended violently. I thought that was it, but no.
Yeah, this pass will make you think that they've completely punked me on that story, I think.
So here comes Adam Wright, going to roll up, look over across the racetrack and go, I am getting away from this thing as quickly as humanly possible. Or not. Oh, Wright's going to leave with the wheels up. Look at that thing. Chevelle is actually moving along pretty good. Almost 80 in the 8th. It's going to be close to 100 at the top end of the racetrack. Survey says 14.22.1 at 97 miles an hour. That's respectable.
Kind of hard to believe, right?
It is. Adam Wright goes 10.90 with a 7.123 on the laser side. Good license plate down here in the black and gold Chevelle, which says you tried. Black and gold, kind of smoky eunuch-ish color combination. Chad Addison is the driver and owner of that car. And Steve Eden driving that 70 Chevy Nova. This is a 4-speed car, and Steve Eden is a guy who shows up each and every year at Drag Week, no matter where we're at. One of the longest standing records in Drag Week has been supplanted. James Tapscott ran a 9:57.6 in the street race small block naturally aspirated category, finally getting around Jeff McConnell's record, which has stood for years. Jeff McConnell ran his record time. I can find it here in my notes. Jeff McConnell was the guy who set the kind of class standard in that thing several years ago. That was in 2007 in the street race small block naturally aspirated category.
And that was best single pass or best average for the week?
Single pass. This is a single pass, just single pass.
Got it.
Chuck Ogle and George Messer coming up now. Messer, the 2004 Silverado, and Chuck Ogle, the 1973 Cuda. I think I'm more of a fan of the 71 to 73 E-body Chrysler ones than I am of the earlier stuff. I think those are really good-looking cars, especially the 71s. 73 of Ogle leaves the starting line first, and our lone stock pickup truck, it appears, is running down the former George Messer's machine.
I don't know. Have a look at the numbers. That 2460 foot says something's going on.
Yeah, you're right about that. Actually, at almost 80 in the 8th, and he is going to be clipping close to the 1462, 94 miles an hour. As Chuck Ogle goes 13.65.8 at 108.
Couple repeat offenders at Drag Week here coming to the line in their Mopars.
So Scott Abbott on the AAA side of the racetrack in that car that I think he's every time he says he's going to paint it, I think everybody threatens him with death if he painted that thing.
And a past winner of this class as well.
And Charlie Ogle going to go down in his 1972 Challenger, painted in gold. And there is the Chevelle sitting there for all the world to see on the corner of the main grandstand after a very impressive 14:22 effort.
It's interesting. Our numbers here say it's a 72 Challenger, but those are not 72 taillights.
It does look what, 71?
70.
70. You guys keep opening and closing that door in the Chevelle. You only got about 4 more times till it falls off. I'd be pretty gentle with that thing. Good work, guys. That's really cool. Charlie Ogle had a little bit of carbon built up in the exhaust there. Scott Abbott was off cleanly, had a big hole shot on Ogle, and 11.97.8, 115 actually gets to the stripe ahead of an 11.48.2 at 121 miles an hour. Look at the back window down here for Andrew Netherland's car. It says Plan Z's.
Oh, that's going through a lot of stuff. He must have more cars than me, because
you've gotten to a place in everything has gone so wrong, you end up looking at what appears to be a Honda Civic and going, all right, I guess it's you and me.
Yeah.
And Edward Mall, this is the 1995 Mustang. This car is a Grassroots Motorsports 2015 challenge car. What that means is this car was basically built on a budget of $2,000. These guys last year came out and ran Drag Week in the 2014 Grassroots Motorsports challenge car they built. And now they are back this year. They're going to try to run 11s, mid-11s all week long. And again, the budget on this one was $2,015. And if they're going to run mid-11s, they got to find more power. 12, 14, 5, 117, and the Honda runs a very Honda-like 18, 38, 5 at 75 miles. That's a Jerry Brown car right there. Jerry Brown is like,
he loves that.
That is my jam right over there.
Brian, I'm getting word that the vultures are actually circling the pits already.
Really?
Yeah, literally.
We got a bleeder or 10 out there?
Yeah, probably.
So thank you very much for coming out this year, Ed Mall and Bob, with the Challenge Mustang again, having fun on a budget. That's what it's all about, racing to your own abilities and stuff. As Tim Bradshaw comes up in the Mustang convertible, and the 4th generation Camaro SS going to line up next to the Mustang GT.
Just a reminder, we are running out our Street Machine Eliminator class, and once this closes up, we're going to have an all-run session, and we are lanes closed at 3.
That is about an hour and 15 minutes from now, so that means you got to get in there. And a couple of big burnouts happening right out here. The good-looking Mercury Cougar. This is Gavin Lusk in the Mercury Cougar. And the pickup truck of Gary Harris, the 2005 Chevy Silverado. Harris has a big tank of washer fluid back there. Why do you have a big tank of washer fluid in the back of your truck? Well, if you have an alky injection setup in there, you're buying the washer fluid to use as the alky injection. So let's see what this thing runs. Maybe a snow setup. It does have a pump and stuff on it. So let's see what goes on out here. Is the pickup truck. Oh, totally sleepy. 178 short time in the truck. And Gavin Lusk is grabbing gears going, wait, is that a crew cab truck that's going to put a length or two on me? Uh-oh. Smoke down there at the top end for the truck goes 11.92 at 112. 14.71, 2 at 103 for Gavin Lusk in the Mercury Cougar. It is room 210. You got to come to the tower to room 210 to turn in your time slip at the end of the day. And here's a car that has had a major league improvement in the aesthetics department. That is Kevin Poe, the 1961 Pontiac Tempest. Well, actually, it looks like a 61 Pontiac Tempest, but it's actually a late model Pontiac GTO that he dropped the entire Tempest body over top of. Last year, it was in a very raw, rusty patina looking state. This year, it's in a very nice two-tone paint job. I believe he told us that at one of the stops last year, he said, my wife has threatened to not let me bring this thing home unless I paint it. So he had to make concessions.
If that was the standard, I would never be home.
You would be. Where's Dad? He's in his truck in front of the house like he told me to be. Chris Greer for the 1979 Malibu wagon. And again, Kevin Poe, the 61 Pontiac Tempest wagon with the late model powertrain under there. It's the whole late model GTO. It's manual transmission, got an LS2 motor in the front of it. And Poe goes 12.58.4 at 109 miles an hour. Chris Greer goes 13.49.4 at 103. I had a neighbor, literally a guy that lives around the corner from me, bought a 69 bought a 69 AMX and dropped it over a late model GTO setup. So
that's the two wrongs don't make a right program?
Exactly.
So this white Mustang in the left-hand lane, he showed up for his very first drag week last year. Didn't even make it to day one because parts fell out of the C4. So he's back here, and he's got a little, I think he told me it was a 331 small block in it. Super clean Sano interior in this thing. Nice roll cage fit. Looks very stock.
Andy, green on green, GTO convertible with, guessing a 455 or the order or something. Based off of that 455 is going to get locked on by the Mustang. The Mustang passed the 1,000-foot cone, goes 1070, 3.5 at 126. Very potent little car. As the GTO goes 1473 with an 8 at 64 miles per hour. Beautiful looking GTO Judge over there. That's John Gilliard, the Orbit Orange, or Carousel Red, I should say, Judge, and Rachel Gebhardt, the 1967 Plymouth Belvedere.
From the Gebhardt family, always out here with a bunch of Mopars, and they won the Spirited Drag Week Award as a family last year, which is the first time we had done that.
So John Gilliard completes his burnout, heating up the drag radials, as does Rachel Gebhardt in the 67 Belvedere. Oh man, a great little car coming up. Oh, a pair of great cars coming up in the water box next as well. Again, showing off the diversity here of the daily driver class. That is the great part of this thing, because the rules, are basically, hey, show up and run to your level of your safety equipment, and don't go any quicker than 10.0. It's really wide open, a lot of different stuff. And the Gebhardt Plymouth is no slouch. The Belvedere at almost 100 at half track. That's a big car, and it's going quick. 11:41.2 at 122 miles an hour, as John Gilliard goes 14-13 with a 6 at 103. So you got Hemi Joel Nystrom over there in the AAA Auto Parts lane, or the AAA lane. That is his, he built that car to compete in the Fast Series back in the day. So the 426 Hemi that's in there, I believe, is larger than it appears to be from the outer appearances. And then you have the tunnel ram equipped, small block, 4-speed little Maverick over here in the laser lane.
I have disappointing news for you. He actually did pull the stick out with that car. He's got an automatic in it now. Went way quicker. He's got that Eddie built small block in it and a tunnel ram that he had sitting around since the 70s.
Stick or no stick, it runs good, 11:33.0121, and the Hemi convertible goes 13:42 with an 8 at 103 miles an hour with Joel Nystrom at the tiller.
Is that too quick for a convertible with no roll bar? I think 1350 is the cut, isn't it? Is it 99?
Maybe 99. I'll have to consult the book on that one.
Yeah, that's not a top of mind rule for me right there.
I'm generally not a big convertible guy. Paul Whalen. Paul Whalen has been to the majority of drag weeks over the years, and he's done the majority of them in that Mustang over there. Kevin Rolfe is lined up next to Whalen in a 1967 Chevy GT500 Mustang. Is that a real Chevy GT500 Mustang?
Chevy GT500?
Yeah, just like I said. Yeah, it is. They made virtually none of them. So the Shelby GT500 Mustang goes 11:65.9 at 106, and if so, it's a nice warmed up 428 under the hood. Paul Whalen goes 12:59 with a 1 at 130 on the opposite side of the racetrack. If you want to buy t-shirts, I'm sure we're going to be getting that unit packed up pretty quick. If you want to buy a t-shirt, you got to go down between the MSD and Precision Turbo trailer. That's where we're set up selling shirts. So go down and grab yourself a shirt down there at the trailer between the MSD and Precision Turbo trailers in the pits. Rob Ruppel and Guy Young. I'm surprised we don't see more Lightnings out here. Big 5.4 blower motor in there as Rob Ruppel, the 1972 Nova, comes off the start line. Very unique color on that car.
And once again, he goes red, but it does not matter at drag week whatsoever. It's a time trial.
You say once again, that was probably the first time that's happened today.
Right.
We should get him an award.
It's true.
11:82.3 at 100 as Guy Young goes 13:77.9 at 99. So Dave Kerwin coming up, the Starsky and Hutch Torino, and Steve Chichak. Chichak, the 2009 Pontiac G8. What the hell was that guy's name? Dave Kerwin of the Big Block Power at Torino goes 11.99.0. 113 as Shishak goes a 11.43.9 at 122 miles an hour. So John Hindley Jr. is the guy that won the Daily Driver race last year. This is a car that was owned by a man named Steve Boyer. Boyer passed away during Drag Week 2 years ago. He had some physical problems. He came out to Drag Week, and unfortunately, he passed away during the event.
In his hotel room.
In his hotel room.
Not as a result
Right.
of an accident.
Right. And so this car came into the possession of John Hindley Jr. He came out here last year and amazingly won the Daily Driver, which is then called Daily Driver portion of the event. Pretty emotional and amazing deal as Sean Devine runs his 79 Honda Civic down next to John Hindley Jr. The Civic goes 12.16 with a deuce at 118 miles an hour as Hindley goes 11.090 at 120.
You know why the Honda ran that quick? The VTEC kicked in.
So the VTEC, yo.
Yeah.
Yes.
He does have a late model motor in that car.
Downtown Jerry Brown's like that was about 1 ounce of fuel he burned right there. Give me some of that. Charlie Davis and Chris Jacobson. Jacobson the 88 Ford Mustang and Davis the 2007 Mustang. Davis with the louvered rear window. And Jacobson the 88 Mustang of the Fox body variety. LED style taillights in there for Chris Jacobson. It'll be interesting to see where the cut ends up for the top 32. Oh man, Charlie Davis, big trouble. He let the clutch out. Only one tire did anything when he let the clutch out, and then when he pedaled it looked like it actually smoked the clutch. That is not so good in the first 60 feet of the racetrack as Chris Jacobson manages 10.36.5 at 132 miles an hour.
And we like to remind Jeff Richardson that Manton has sent you probably a couple push rods. That's a solid guess about what's in this box. We got push rods up here in the tower for you if you are Jeff Richardson.
So Jacobson 10.36.5, 132 in the Mustang. Davis 13.14.8, 116 on the opposite side of the course. Kevin Webb, the 1969 Valiant. And Ross Dudley, the 1968 Plymouth. We've seen Dudley, he's making a second trip around. Dudley's car again, that A12 style lift-off hood. The 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. You know what's cool is that Indy, the last couple of years I've gotten to announce the Heavy Challenge, and I do that with Herb McCandless. Herb McCandless
really?
comes up, yeah.
Oh, that's totally cool. I haven't talked to him in years.
It's really awesome.
Mr. 4-Speed.
And he is a great guy that has all these really cool stories. And one of the stories I happened to ask him about was he drove, obviously, for Sox and Martin. A lot of people know that he drove for them. That was kind of where he made most of his bones. But he also drove for a couple of like nefarious characters. He drove for Brooklyn Heavy, the guy out of New York that owned all the street racing style cars that he used to buy old pro stocks for. So he drove for Brooklyn Heavy, and he drove for Billy the Kid Stepp, who was a guy out of Youngstown, Ohio, that ended up getting shot to death. Like he was a super bad mafia, like bad dude. So I asked him, we were killing some time as Kevin Webb is literally trying to burn the tires to the cords down here.
Speaking of killing time.
Yeah, gee, Kevin Webb just annihilating the rear tires. But anyway, I'd asked McCandless about his thoughts on Billy the Kid Stepp and all this stuff, and he looked at me and he said, "Man, I'm still afraid of that guy."
Yeah.
Long story short, the 68 Winter Nationals, it was McCandless jumped in a Sox and Martin Plymouth to race out there for them, and that was kind of how we got to start with those guys. Kevin Webb's a big burnout, not really matched by these big impressive
Well, you're not going to be fast, be flashy. That's what they say.
That's the old deal. If you can't be good, be spectacular. 11.67, 119 for Dudley, and Webb goes 14.42.9 at 98. And we know he's got the power to spin the tires. Here's Jesse Mataferri, the 1983 Chevy C10, the John Deere tribute machine down there with the big block Chevy engine and the stacks in the back. Lined up next to Dale Napke in the 1972 Triumph TR6.
Second attempt on that TR6. Let's see if he's got it sorted out after that last one.
Yeah, we did blame the Lucas Electronics the last time. The car did not want to come off the starting line. I think it's because he does not have the rear plastic window tape thing on there. That might be an aerodynamic issue. He does have the Kirky racing seats in there, so that freed up a little bit of room, took some weight out of there. Very small car. Let's see what Dale Napke can do with this 1972 TR6 Triumph. Just look at the size difference between those two things. That's hilarious. Ferry, the big block powered pickup truck, had the better of the two launches. Napke's car sounded like it ran into the rev limiter out there. As Jesse goes 12:43.2 at 105, Dale goes 13:61.7 at 113 miles an hour.
Once again, if you're sitting at home, a reminder to please check out bestofeastwood.com. They're doing a sweepstakes in conjunction with their sponsorship of the Drag Week live feed. They're giving away some good stuff, plasma cutters, paint guns, all sorts of things every 2 weeks. So check that out, bestofeastwood.com.
Jeff Dugopolsky coming up now after several years of saying his name completely wrong. I believe I actually got it right that time. So Jeff Dugopolsky is from the local area here, owns a repair shop, and kind of got on the Facebook and Twitter and stuff earlier, a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, and said, hey, if anybody needs help, I have a shop. Doors will be open 24 hours a day, and I'm sure a few people took him up on it last night, and judging by the sound of the vultures circling, as you mentioned, there may be a few more that need to get some work in tonight on their stuff, as Bob Goopa will be coming up the 1981 Camaro.
And Dugopolsky, two-time winner on this class.
Yes.
2 in a row.
Well, you know, and it's kind of a telltale deal, but you see he's got deep written across the rear window. For those of you that don't know what that means, he's going to deep stage this car. And what he's going to do is, as he pre-stages the car, he's going to let his opponent, or actually his opponent's going to pre-stage, he's going to fully stage, he's going to roll ahead one more time, and they kind of quick treat him out there, but basically he's going to have the car set deeper in the beams. It's going to shorten the racetrack up a little, but it's going to shorten his ability to roll out some, so the reaction times in theory should be better.
Right, that was a brutal quick tree, and he still cut a 1:17.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have still been sitting there.
I probably would have been, yes.
Yeah. Now. And now. And now.
Sir, please please put the lawn chair back in your trunk. 11:46.6, 119 for Dugopolsky, and Goupel goes 20.534 at 71 miles per hour. Brad Armstrong, 1968 Chevy C10, and Dalton Woody, 2004 Pontiac GTO. So a 2004 GTO would have likely had the LS1 engine in it as opposed to the larger LS2. I think 05 and 06 were the only ones that got the 6-liter in. There's a lot of these GTOs here this year.
Since when did you become knowledgeable on the late model GTO? This is new for me.
This was what happens when you go to do LS Fest. You need to know these things.
Yep.
This is new to me. It's like I don't even know you anymore.
Who are you, man?
What have you done? With Brad Armstrong having no trouble at all waltzing down the laser side. Dalton Woody up in smoke on the AAA side of the racetrack. 13:20, 102 for the truck, as Woody goes 15:30 with a 4 at 109.
And I just got the official word, all lanes are open. We are in our all-run program now. You're going to start to see some more of the heavy-breathing cars coming up. I'm looking at the monitor, and there is a lot of cars in lanes, so you do not want to go home yet.
Staging lanes are open. All classes, all categories, all staging lanes are open. They will be closing by my watch, which is unofficial, in about 58 minutes. I would get in there now, or forever hold your peace, as the Pontiac GTO of Chris Mosley comes up. Be lined up against the latest iteration of the GTO on the laser side. So we have the iconic Judge and the not quite yet iconic middle 2000s version of the same car. The classic case of a car everybody wanted, but it was delivered in a manner nobody wanted it to look like. People clamored for that thing, and then it showed up and they went, really, this is what you're giving us here? Like, let's put some scoops in there. Then you have the Chevy SS, which is a car Chevrolet actively tries not to sell. They do not want anyone to buy that thing. 1185.7 at 116. Chris Mosley, 1080 with a 5, 125. The Chevy SS is like the biggest mystery in the world to me. That's a cool car, and literally you cannot find one. You cannot, you go in to order one, they probably throw you in a back room and get a TSA search.
Here in the right-hand lane, we have the first car out of this group that is not in the Street Machine Eliminator category. We are looking at Hot Rod. Check out that 47 International.
And Hall on his last pass reset his own record in this category. He is the quickest guy to ever run down there in that 47, as David mentioned, International KB1 truck.
That's not the KB2?
Well, see, the KB2 is a much larger 2-ton truck. See, this is what happens when you work your way through. I can talk GTOs, but I can really talk old, crummy trucks that go 2 miles an hour. Oh, here it comes. The Holden, it's about to do something real weird. It's coming. But first, Tim Hall, 10:35.6. Hey, now, the bottom falling out of that hot rod record. Davis goes 11:77.7 at 119 miles an hour. And actually, I was wrong about that because it was the other truck I was thinking of that came out earlier. The blue truck made, I believe, was the quickest pass in hot rod history.
So our hot rod class, Tim Hall ran 10:54 earlier, and then it was broken by Tom I can't pronounce his last name, with that 36-37 Ford, the blue one, at 10:49. But then that just got dumped by a 10:35. So we're actually seeing some heat in that hot rod class.
I mean, not to take any attention away from the guy in the white pickup truck, but if you look at that side of the racetrack, unless you're his mom or his sister or his friend, you're looking at the wrong lane. The guy on the right side of the track right here, this car has come up from Australia. It's a Monaro, and if it does what it does on YouTube, it's going to do the first 300 feet with the left front wheel 3 feet in the air. Or the first 60 feet in this case, as it spun the tire pretty hard. He goes down through the 8th mile at 113, and that stack-ejected big block Chevy-powered Monaro goes 978 with a 0 at 141.97 miles an hour.
It leaves kind of like those old GM X-frame cars, doesn't it?
And sometimes he'll get it up, it's almost like a boat. He'll leave like that, he'll get up on plane and stay there. Yeah, defying the laws of gravity and good sense. So, good run down there as we're going to touch up the racetrack. And again, we're in this critical final hour, and almost like we get to the 4th round of qualifying at an NHRA race or something. This is where the desperation kicks in. You got to do something. At this point, if you have any hopes of trying to win your class and you did not make a good run this morning, you're going to have one shot to get it done this afternoon. And failure to do that is, well, you're just here for the beer supposedly for the rest of the week, unless your competitors really fall off the table.
And I am in touch with Lonnie and Keith. They're trying to discover if there is going to be an extension at all, or if we're still shutting down at 3. So we will get that to you soon. Right now, you must presume 3 o'clock. If your car's in pieces, I would jam on it hard. But right now, on our live feed, we are going to throw once again to an Eastwood moment, getting some tips on some of their tools. And while we're doing that, you could probably open 2 windows on your browser and have a look at bestofeastwood.com to join their sweepstakes. All right, let's roll with another Eastwood tech tip.
Hey, I'm Mike Finnegan, host of Roadkill and Hot Rod Garage, and I also am the staff editor at Hot Rod Magazine. I've got my drag boat behind me, and I've got to do some work on the trailer, so I'm going to be cutting through this sheet metal here using the good old-fashioned death wheel, and I'm going to compare it against Eastwood's new VersaCut 60 plasma cutter. Now, this is actually a pretty good tool for cutting through sheet metal, but it's not the fastest. All right, that's not bad, but I'm gonna be here all day. Let's get out the VersaCut and see how much quicker we can go through this and see if I can actually cut a straight line. This is the VersaCut 60's torch, and finger operated here on the trigger. Also includes this cool guide, and what the guide does is it sets the distance from the workpiece to the torch head. Nice. The death wheel loses, and the plasma cutter wins. Look at that. Nice straight cut, no time flat. The VersaCut 60, it's powerful, it's portable, it only weighs 42 pounds. It's got a 20-foot long torch cord. You can go anywhere with this machine. If you want more information on this tool or any of the other ones Eastwood sells, visit eastwood.com.
You know, it's obviously been pumped up a little bit. What's different from last year is it was on a 3/4 ton suspension. You know, this year we 4-linked it, put a posi under it. You know, hopefully we're going to run some better times. You know, it's just a work in progress.
How many times have you been? This is second time?
This is our second year.
And
Yeah.
what did you run last year versus what you're expecting
Our
this
best
time?
pass last year was at Tulsa. We ran a 1360.
Okay.
And we've already run a 1259, and I was pedaling it, having some shifting issues. So we know we're going to run a little faster.
You're just pretty much in it for the fun.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to put down some, you know, crazy times, but this is the best. It's the best racing. This is the highlight for racing for me and my buddy Gabe. So it's just awesome time. We appreciate you guys so much.
Oh, thank you. We have fun doing this, but you know, guys like you just bring the character to the event. It's like, we're glad that you show up knowing you're not going to win anything, but just to have a good time.
Right. We're just here to have a great time, and we're already having a blast. So.
And what class are you running in? Just the Street Machine Eliminator?
Street Machine Eliminator, yeah. We're, I don't know, we're hoping for 11 second pass, high 11, but we'll see.
What have you done to the motor that would make that happen?
We're making about 500 horse, so
okay.
Really it should. It's just if we can get it to the track, you know. It's we've worked on the pump, put the biggest injectors that we can get in it, new delivery valves, you know, bigger turbos. So we're making double the horsepower we were last year.
Yeah.
So really, we should be in the 11s. So.
Well, that is fun stuff. Thank you very much for coming back.
Thanks. Appreciate you guys.
Awesome times.
See you again.
Oh, wow. Were you there?
3 years ago.
I'm here in the pits with Tom Ciancito, who's got a former Hot Rod Magazine feature truck, which I remember it when it had a V6 Chevy in it, right?
That's correct.
Was that like a former Bush motor or what?
It was actually a road race version of the Bush motor,
and
the V6.
Did you do road race action with the truck, or what was it built for?
Yeah, I've done it. Just mainly hot lap days, you know, go out, have some fun out on a road course.
So what made you come out to Drag Week with it?
We've always, in fact, part of the reason that it was in Hot Rod is because I did so many different activities with the truck.
Yeah, you don't
Drag
just
racing.
let it sit in the garage.
It's been at Bonneville, and it's been on actually on the track at Las Vegas, the oval track at Las Vegas, and then some drag racing and the open road racing in Nevada.
And what powertrain do you have in it now?
Now it's graduated to a big block Chevy.
Okay.
Yeah, 498 inches.
And you must have had a small block in it in between the V6 and now, didn't
absolutely
you?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that just because I've sort of followed the thing because it is so cool. You use it everywhere.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. We've gone from the V6 to a small block V8, and now we got a big block V8.
And it's a 36 Ford, is that right?
It's a 37 with a 36 grill.
Okay,
so you have a good memory.
I wasn't too far back.
You got a good memory. You got a good memory.
What did it run when you raced it at Bonneville?
At Bonneville was probably my first V8 small block, and it went 181 at Bonneville and spinning the tires too, because a rookie at Bonneville too.
Yep.
So spinning tires, but 181 at Bonneville.
And what do you expect to run here at Drag Week?
I'm hoping for super low 10s.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That is a lot of fun.
10s.
I love that you actually take this thing out and beat on it as hard as you do.
And we do.
Yeah.
We do. We have fun with it. We hopefully build it strong enough that it'll take our abuse.
Yeah.
And
well, that's the thing,
you know
survival.
You know how that works.
Survival's the key.
That's right.
Well, cool. Good to see you, and thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, David.
We'll watch that thing hard for the rest of the week.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Well, we hope to make it to the end.
You will. Now I'm in the pits with Jason here, who took some really good-natured ribbing last year with the Majestic Fish, the only Rambler Marlin that has ever run at Drag Week, right?
That's how we want it, yeah.
Yep. What year is this thing?
65.
65. And tell me a little about what you've done to it. It looks like it's still got the AMC motor in it.
Yeah, it ended up, it's a second generation AMC, so we upgraded, but
which, that's a taller deck than the earlier one? Is that the difference?
Yeah, I believe so, and narrower, but it's a 401 board and stroke to 429, 12.5 to 1, run on E85.
Oh, cool.
Hydraulic flat tablet, just try to keep it as low maintenance as possible.
And you have a torque flight in it?
Turbo 400.
Turbo
come
400.
out Wagoneers.
Yep. And you're running a naturally aspirated small block, is that your class?
Yes, sir.
What does the car run?
It's been 1164 but I'm still an amateur out here and still working bugs out of it, but still having fun. I had to build headers for it this winter, which turned into spring and part of summer too, because it's the first pair I've ever built. Turns out they're pretty labor intensive, but
Because I guess nobody makes a header for a 401 into a Rambling Marlin.
Right, exactly.
Interesting.
Yes.
So am I correct? This is your second year here at Drag Week?
Yes.
And you're running Street Machine Eliminator or?
Street race.
Small block, naturally aspirated.
Yes.
Well, cool. We're going to have a fun time probably poking more. What's the new nickname for this year? No longer the Majestic Fish?
Well, the tag still says Fat Fish, but after Friday's burning half the back seat incident, it's Firefish, Fat Fire.
You caught your back seat on
Smoke
fire.
Marlin. Yeah.
What did you do?
Welding some exhaust, way better exhaust hangers, some tabs for the hangers. So good news is the exhaust is a lot better, hanging a lot better now, but I didn't clear away enough insulation and carpet and
caught it on fire.
Yeah, no flames, but a whole lot of smoke and smoldering.
So this will become the smoked salmon.
Smoked marlin. I hear that's a good way to eat marlin too.
You're cursed. All right, we look forward to seeing you out on the track. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
You know, there's a whole lot of Canadians who show up at Drag Week, but these guys are known as the Canadians because they've got the most memorable, most violent car, and you remember it from the cover of Hot Rod magazine. And you guys have thrashed so hard at Drag Week. You finally finished last year. And so what did you do? You changed up your combination all over again.
Yeah, we got rid of the old motor. We saw a big 872 Ryer Morrison motor on racing junk that Al Belushi had for sale, and we picked it up.
872 cubic inches, which is a step up from what did you run last year?
It was a 648.
Okay. Crazy. I saw last night you rolled a 738 with the car, right?
Yep, yeah,
On
189 on NA. That was the first pass. Fired the car the first time on Tuesday, had it on a dyno Thursday night, and then had it out here. It's been a thrash.
You told me it made 1,600.
Yeah, on the crank.
On the crank.
Yeah.
And went 738 at 189.
Yeah.
And you still have how many stages of nitrous?
Well, we got 4 stages to use. We're gonna on this next pass try one stage with 28 jet in it.
And is that going to get you the 699 you're looking for?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It'll be close.
Tell me what did you have to change to get that huge motor into the car?
Yeah, dimensionally the motor was about an inch longer, an inch taller. We had we changed our chassis, the front motor mount point. We got headers built, of course. We had to build a whole new front end because the motor was sitting up so much higher. We were going to have to cut the old front end up.
The
to make it
fiberglass
fit.
front clip, the body part of it.
Yep. We put a bigger wishbone in the back. We went with a 2-inch because, with more power.
Sure.
Chassis-wise, I think that was about it.
What's the bigger goal at Drag Week? 699 or survival?
Oh, survival.
Yeah?
Yeah, if we can, Dave Ryer helped us pick out the cam for this. He took a 1/4 inch of lift out.
Yeah.
And, it's got less cam than our old motor. It's got better internals, but still finishing is what we want to do and have to do.
You know what it looks like not to finish. It's ugly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hope you go roll that 699. I think it would be amazing if you did that every single day. Is there any part of your life where that's a goal?
Yeah, well, if we, it should be capable of that. I think I'm more worried about the street drive.
Yeah. Oh, I know it. Well, cool. Thanks for putting all that effort into it again.
Oh, love it. Thank you.
Can't
Awesome
wait to see
event.
it on track.
Yeah, right on.
All right. This is my really good friend Keith Turk, who we race with at Bonneville, but we've been doing this together for now 11 years. Can you even believe that?
No.
And this is the first year, though, I think I completely handed you the keys to the whole tech program.
Yeah, there's
Yeah?
that.
How'd it go?
It was actually pretty good. We've been doing it 11 years, so everybody has a program, everybody knows what to do and how to do it. So not really much of a problem. Always the classics, though. The guys that can build 1,500 horsepower on a motor can't get a left turn signal to work. You know, kind of a standard deal. That happens year after year after year. So, and we changed a lot this year. There's a lot of different classes, trying to make this a truly competitive event for the classes that we have, and that costs a little.
Well, we're back. We got some cars running in the background, and you're watching 2015 Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vetters, the main sponsor of the company that has been involved for so long with this event. Rick Johnson and the guys at Gear Vetters, great partnership we've had for so many years here at Drag Week.
Now we're in the all-run session here. Now, there's a couple things that happens in all-run. Either you've got guys just making laps because they can, or you got guys running out of desperation. And I've got more cars in lanes than I really expected to see right now because a lot of people do the run and done, get out. So we still got some action coming up here in the last 45 minutes of Drag Week. I am waiting for either Lonnie or Keith to let me know if we are extending the time past 3 o'clock, but right now we are closing lanes at 3.
You know, we're seeing a couple of cars. At least that truck has not, that I remember, has not made a run yet. We have a truck that looks similar in Street Machine Eliminator, but it's not that one. That thing's out of here and rattling the tires a little bit off the hit of the throttle. That Mustang launching perfectly, 138 short time. Watch it go down to the 8th mile, 138 in the 8th. And the Mustang leans into it, goes 827, won at 163. Again, with a little bit of that piston dust, as you mentioned, at the top end of the racetrack. That is on fire down there. That car is being consumed in flame as it heads down to the top end of the track. I just saw it come out. The driver has brought it to a stop. The fire crew is going to roll. I caught something as the thing went down past the first turnoff, a little lick of flame. And as he was slowing that car down, a big ball of fire came out from around it, deep in the shutdown area. The fire crew has responded. And boy, the driver is out of the car. He's got the door closed. I'm still trying to keep a handle on it down there as to exactly what's going on. And they're definitely putting some on the car. You can see the smoke turning a more white shade down there, but boy, it came across, he just pulled the hood off of the thing. It came across the finish line. We saw that little puff of gray, and then about a second later, something just caught my eye. I couldn't tell if it was almost like a light reflection or not, and then all of a sudden he slowed it down more, and there was a big bunch of fire came out around that thing.
And they were on it fast, though.
Yeah, safety crew was right there at the top end turnoff. They were rolling to him as he was coming to a stop, just the way it's supposed to work down there. And this is a track. One of the reasons we're at a track like this is that they are fully capable, fully functional on that front. So if somebody has a problem, they respond to them in kind. And man, been one of the more active days we have had on the racetrack as far as having to respond to stuff. Those of you that are in the chat room saying, where is the fire? Why can't I see the fire? It is way, way, way down at the top end of the shutdown area. And we do not have a camera that's going to get you a good shot of where it is because the car is tucked up next to the wall. So at this point, there really isn't much to see. It was definitely a flash, too. It wasn't like it was a full-on, Chernobyl situation down there, but it was more of a flash fire as the thing was in the shutdown. So once they get that situation tamed, they're going to pull that car off the top end, and we'll continue on with our all-run session. And this is atypical for what we have seen over the years. But again, with this many cars, the percentage of something happening certainly gets on the rise, and that is something happening down there. And that's why the safety crew is where they're at the top end, just so they can respond to something like that. So just talking to Chris Blair over in Race Control, he mentioned that, of course, when they had to apply the fire extinguishing material, they're going to have to clean that up for a minute. So they're going to move the car around the corner as the other team kind of dries up the fire retardant material they sprayed. And, you can look out, if you're there in the grandstands, take a look out behind you, and you can see the convoy, which is turned on to a full-on convoy now as the cars and trucks are headed on to the next track.
This is my really good friend Keith Turk, who we race with at Bonneville, but we've been doing this together for now 11 years. Can you even believe that?
No.
And this is the first year, though, I think I completely handed you the keys to the whole tech program.
Yeah, there's
Yeah?
that.
How'd it go?
It was actually pretty good. You know, we've been doing it 11 years, so everybody has a program, everybody knows what to do and how to do it. So not really much of a problem. Always the classics, though. You know, the guys who can build 1,500 horsepower on a motor can't get a left turn signal to work. You know, kind of a standard deal. And that happens year after year after year. So, and we changed a lot this year. There's a lot of different classes, trying to make this a truly competitive event for the classes that we have. And that caused a little bit of confusion. A lot of the people didn't know what class they were going to run in, so we had to work with that a lot. It's the competitor's responsibility to know and understand where they're supposed to be.
Right.
And
but I've seen that
ultimately,
reality.
The reality is that no matter how you slice it, you're going to end up having to deal with it.
Everyone wants to hear the controversy, so what's the biggest drama you had in tech?
Believe it or not, the biggest drama we had this year was the no treaded tires.
Oh, really?
The no treaded tires rule caused a lot of people that normally run in the daily driver class to just kind of come out here to hang out and enjoy the whole event. All of a sudden they realize, wow, I have to bring a race car.
Yeah.
Or at least a car with race type tires so I don't destroy the race cars. And ultimately, I think it was a big change. There was like 20 people that showed up that didn't have those kind of tires.
Because they didn't read the rules at all.
Well, rules are something you either read or don't read. That's your choice.
Right.
But the average racer is more worried about the 1,500 horsepower thing. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the other thing that we changed in all of that was impound. So now every single car who's 850 or quicker and leading their class goes into impound, no questions asked. Do you think that that's what kept all of the bone stock full-size pickups out of the street machine eliminator class, or was it the tire rule?
Neither.
Neither. What
Actually,
was it then?
the deal was, oh, by the way, the only person that can work on a car in impound is the driver or the wristbanded passenger.
Right.
So that kept a lot of the pickup trucks that were following along, making it happen, out of the class.
So because there's so few of those types of vehicles here now, that gives us a really good idea of how many people were actually flying under the radar and cheating it up last year and the year before that, the year before that.
And the year before that,
Yeah.
the year before that.
Down to 11 years.
Yeah, down to 11 years. It's always been a deal where you try to get a true street race. You know? A guy just driving down the road with his buddy, hanging out, going racing a little two-lane blacktop action. The reality is, over the years, there's been a ton of drama with all of that. Everybody brings you up the issues, but the reality is, if they don't bring it to you with a video feed, you've got nothing on it.
Right.
You know, so I think the way we've got it with impound this year, only the driver and the wristbanded passenger, or the guys hanging out next to you in impound can help you. So they're not, they're not out there by themselves per se. So I think that was our biggest difference this year.
Okay, perfect.
You know, I mean, it was interesting.
So I think in a future video that we're going to do in the live feed, we'll probably show you what that impound deal is all about. But obviously, we're effective. Finally, 11 years later, we're figuring this out, right?
We are. You want to add the weight scales thing? You want to talk about that real quick? Because that's actually interesting.
What do you got going on?
The scale deal is there are three classes. There's Ultimate Iron, the Pro Street class, and the Street Race category, Fox Body Mustang category.
Exactly.
The Street Race category, those three classes have to be scaled when they come off the track every single time. So no pass will ever take place that doesn't have a car that weighs 3,000 pounds in those three categories.
Which is the first time we've ever done that.
Yeah, and and I've got Matt up there, and Matt is absolutely going to check them off and check them twice. You know, I said, don't let one car go. I don't care if he weighs 3,750 pounds. You make sure you scale that guy every time. Every time slip he gets is certified at 3,000 pounds or above.
The other new one is that we don't allow methanol in anything but unlimited. So how are you going to reel that in?
Well, there's no really reeling that in. I don't have a fuel sample checker here, but
you do have Jack Day here.
Not only do I have Jack Day here, but better than that, if I have a suspicion, all I'm going to do is dump some fuel out of that guy's car. Give me some fuel. Here's my bottle. You give me fuel. Me and Mr. Day are going to have a chat.
Right.
You know, and Rocket Brand Fuels is going to give us a hand figuring out whether that's good or bad.
Right. And we've talked to a lot of guys just making sure to keep their eyes, ears, and noses.
Your nose especially, because
exactly.
it's obvious when that happens. You know, they can carry 2.5 gallons in the car.
Right.
So we're gonna
That's
have
a lot of methanol,
It is,
actually,
but
but
it's-
it won't get you all the way down the track.
Not if that's the only thing you're running.
I made that rule so that guys could run the largest meth injection system that I could find available in the aftermarket, 2.5 gallons.
Cool.
That's why I think Snow makes that.
When you get a chance later on, you probably want to talk about how we got our rules and where they came from.
Yep, I can do that.
Because honestly, there's cars here that are part of that process.
We've got our name in the Bonneville rule book.
Hello.
Why not these guys?
How many times? There are several Keith Turk rules and David Freiberger rules in the Bonneville rule book. You can both, yeah.
That's how you know you become somebody.
Well, I know I was somebody when R.J. Gottlieb in Big Red was chasing Tanya's record.
I know, that was perfect. All right, thank you very much for all your help.
All right, my friend.
Yep, see ya. And we're back live with Drag Week
Here we are.
2015.
Well, Matt Grand's coming up. This Pro Street Power Adder Mustang really did not get anywhere before lighting the tires up last time down. And reality is, this is like a one-shot deal at this point in the afternoon. You're going to be able to get a hit or you're not. And Grant is going to be in there trying to get this thing down. He's going to take his sweet time getting off the start line. And, well, they went very conservative on the launch. Now they're going to feed the power to it. Meanwhile, Sean Curtis in his 89 Mustang's in a good run. Goes 11.74, 4.125. Grant goes 10.22.3 at 142 miles an hour. And you know the scoop on this Challenger down here?
I do not.
Oh, there's a Chevy motor in it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Why?
Why not? There was a guy at LS Fest with a Dodge Ram with an LS motor in it.
Well, that's more understandable. I mean, why do you have virtually a new car and do something like that?
You just, because you hate money.
Yeah, because you like 4,400 pounds.
Yeah, you like 4,400 pounds and you hate your money.
Yeah.
Jamie Hochbaum is the guy who loves 4,400 pound cars. And Barbara Carroll is the one in the 84 Ford Mustang that is running for its life down the AAA side of the drag strip. You can see Hochbaum really starting to feed the power to it now. Again, you see that fuel enrichment happen. You know that's the power coming on. 12.053 at 152 miles an hour. Not exactly lining up the speed of the elapsed time there. 11.43, 3.120 for Barbara Carroll. Dominic Zavacek coming out, going to line up next to the 5th gen Camaro over there. Again, parachute hanging out the back. A similar look to the Mustang we just saw. The Camaro tries to throw the driver off, and he's forced to lift after pedaling the car multiple times. Gets back into it, and the Camaro runs down. 10.40 with a 3 at 109 miles an hour. Zavacek goes 10.36.6 at 131. There he is, man. There's our man.
I've had to take a couple steps away from Brian here in the booth as George Gallimore rolls into the burnout box with Monte Carlo.
I just knocked over a glass of water.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun because that's Glenn in the right-hand lane. We got a couple. Are we going to see a good 7 out of that Monte Carlo?
I hope so. And we actually could see a 7-second pass out of Glenn Hunter's car. Remember, he pedaled that thing to, what was it, a low or an 820-ish?
Last night he went 786.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Boy, I would love to see that Monte Carlo do the same thing on a drag radio.
Yeah, Gallimore, not to say he ran out of courage because that sounds disrespectful, but that's kind of what happened the first time down. That car was spinning those tires literally to the 8th mile. And then he finally kind of gave up and pedaled the thing.
Well, no, they pitched off a belt, and they've got a mechanical fuel pump on it. So they pitched a fuel
really?
pump.
Really? Okay. Yeah. So once again, Glenn Hunter has been brought back to the wrong spot by his backer-upper guy, who was in need of a realignment of where the starting line is. Though staging with the rear tires, if you can get away with it, is a solid practice. So Gallimore, the 1970 Monte Carlo, ran 191 last year. He is running in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category.
Soft lead for Gallimore.
Yeah, but here comes the beast. The Gallimore's car, 151 in the 8th mile. Gallimore, 192 miles an hour.
No
wow.
way.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
192. 764. That's unbelievable.
764.9, 192. Turbogasm over there on the AAA side of the racetrack. Hunter goes 8.015 at 183, but come on, man. Wow. 192 miles an hour.
Let me go ahead and just tax your Drag Week brain. What's the best ET we've ever seen out of Mike Roy?
I'll be able to. I'm
You'll
going to try
be able to tell us that right now. Mike Roy, of course, with the legendary Monte Carlo here at Drag Week. It's that big maroon Pro Street car that's won Pro Street Power Outer multiple times.
Yeah, Gallimore just broke his own record as confirmed, and I'm going to try to dig up some stuff here for Roy. Yeah, that car's been a high 7-second clear. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of Daryl Yost-Chabelle. That thing hunting all over the place as you make his gear change. Frank Romano's like, dude, stay in your own lane as they get to the top end. 10:55.4 at 129 for Yost. Or rather, Yost goes 11:16.1, 102, just weaving all over the place. But man, that's 64. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a little more digging to find out how quick Mike Roy has never been. 7:84 in 2014. So there you go. His average was 7:84 for Roy last year. Yeah, 7:84 is his quickest average, so there's no way it's gone 60s before. Man.
So this Nova in the left-hand lane was Mr. Bumper Dragger last year, and you'll notice a new accessory that's been added here. He ran past the local Pep Boys and grabbed himself some wheelie bars.
Those would be the Roy Hill specials.
Oh, as he attempts to hit the wall, but saves it.
The second red light of the day ever. Brad Dyer, 031 red light start, goes 9:050 at 150 after a wild S-shaped first 150 feet of the racetrack. 11:77.6 at 101. And we're looking at our little closed circuit television camera here, and we cannot discern whether it is either Lutz or Bailey in the staging lanes right now. So spread the word on your favorite social media platform. Jump on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you got it going on. Let everybody know that in just a few minutes we're going to have either Lutz or Bailey out here. It is a long, low stretch Camaro. We just don't know which guy it is.
If you're at home on that live feed, now is the time that you want to be sharing this link to your buddies. The reason we can't tell which car it is the monitor here in the tower is black and white.
It is black and white.
We're not completely stupid, only partially.
So Matt Martin coming up, the 1985 Ford LTD four-door sedan. And the Mustang Fastback. Modified power adder. Oh, full-on space shuttle launch over there for the Mustang as Matt Martin leaves the starting line. Pulls the turbo, goes 188 to 60, 101 to the 8th, and the little Ford LTD goes down 11:05.1, 126, 11:04.7, 148 on the laser side.
Now, I have confirmed, if you're here in the pits, we are shutting lanes at 3 o'clock, and then we're going to run them all out.
Okay.
Shutting lanes at 3, run them all out. So that means that you've got pretty much 20 minutes to get into the lanes. This Cougar here on the right-hand side is a 500-inch FE in it.
So this is Scott Miller, who has got to be related to Jack Miller, who I believe we just saw run down. Okay, so the son. I believe that was Jack. We just saw make an attempt and smoke the tires in the Mustang. And now we have Scott Miller in the Cougar and Jerry Stafford, the 1967 Pontiac. I do not remember seeing this car run earlier. With that shade of yellow, I would have remembered it.
Looks like the Crusher Camaro, but Firebird version.
It's like the evil version of Michael Knight, where they just took David Hasselhoff and put a mustache on. Scott Miller, the better reaction time, fell for Jerry Stafford. Car hit the tire hard and then just stopped accelerating. Scott Miller, on the other hand, goes 9:46.1, 143 with Stafford. Going to work his way down 12:71.7 at 96.
Yeah, that Cougar 946 naturally aspirated big block. Solid FE power in that thing.
Dan Roberts coming up, the 1980 Chevy Malibu. And Stephen Forrester, the 1993 Ford Mustang. Get the little wing hanging off the trunk lid. That great looking Nova with the now equipped with the wheelie bars heads around the corner. Interesting shade of green on that thing. It almost like the flip-flop style paint because it's blue in some angles and then green in others. The Wagzilla coming around the corner as well up here by the starting line area to go get his time slip.
I think I've got it. That Malibu is metallic antifreeze. It's
I like it.
metallic used antifreeze.
I like
That's the color.
Danny Roberts and Steve Forrester, the G-Body and the Fox Body, come to the starting line. Forrester actually made a pretty solid run out there earlier, but the guys obviously, I guess, want a better shot at it. And boy, the decaying remains of a 1955 Nomad have pulled into the water box. You'll see that thing in a second. Well, neither guy wants to be the first to pre-stage. This is like a pre-burn down, burn down. The refusal to pre-stage is the bold move. Up, and then Forrester goes all the way in. Forrester's car just loads up and will knock him off the starting line as Danny Roberts. Malibu just clean as a whistle, goes 9:52.9 at 141. Steven Forrester slowly making his way down the laser side.
So the partially evaporated Nomad right here,
Yes.
first time show last year, really cool car. That's an actual Nomad, not a two-door wagon, you will note. And he turned it into a gasser, but he's not running in the gasser categories because he wanted to squirt the thing.
Nice.
So this should be fairly entertaining. He's running in Street Machine Eliminator with that car. And of course, in the right-hand lane, once again, one of the 5 Aussies who's come out here to Drag Week 2015.
Being that we've had a window come out today, would it be possible to have a fender or a trunk lid ripped off at speed?
I'd like to just see the body separate from the chassis.
Just the whole
funny
thing.
car style.
Yeah.
I want to see it up in the air.
Clamshell. Yeah, that would be good.
I'd pay $10 to see that.
I wouldn't. I would not do that. Steve Reeman, the 1970 Ford Capri from Australia and the nitrous injected. Amazing disappearing 1955 Nomad on the AAA side. Built to the gasser standard, but not in the gasser class because there is nitrous involved. Reeman making good use of his left hand and yanking the shifter down there as he heads down through the laser traps, goes 10.79.5, 133. And there goes George Gallimore in that mind-bending Monte Carlo as the 55 Nomad goes 13.66.9 at 100.
Is this Doug Garrison here?
You better believe it is.
Right-hand lane, good stick car. I like it. Big block Chevy powered GTO.
The Chevyac. Lawrence Armstrong and Doug Garrison. Manual transmission, 1964 Pontiac GTO, Chevrolet Rat motor under the hood. And Lawrence Armstrong, the 1940 Willys pickup truck.
Running in the hot rod class.
Nice. Staging lanes will be closing in about 15 minutes. We're waiting for the official word, but it's going to be 3 o'clock, and when it happens, we'll do it. Doug Garrison, man, he's shifting. He's got the directionals on. He's doing whatever he needs to do to get down there. 104 in the 8th, the big block. Chevy making good power at 10.44.5, 130. Lawrence Armstrong goes 11.60 with a 0 at 117. So Neil Brigance is driving the Dennis Taylor Ranchero this week.
The winner of the gasser class last year, and honestly the car that forced us to split gasser into 2 separate categories. We now have a gas that's more, or that's less limited, more unlimited. It's more free. You do what you want. Faster car, more expensive cars. Then there's B gas, which has more limits to it. And I shafted this poor guy into Henry J because one of the rules for B gas is that you have to have factory front and rear glass in the car. He had a Lexan rear window in this thing, and just try and find factory rear glass for a Henry J. Yep. He hated me all year.
So Neil Brigance coming up here in the Ranchero. The blown motor in the front of that thing making good power, and Brigance going to try to run down Mike Cox at the stripe, and he catches him 9. Ooh, big smoke though. 9.48.5, 146 mile hours. Brigance goes across the finish line in a cloud of smoke. Mike Cox goes 10.06.2 at 132 miles an hour cleanly in the 1951 Kaiser Henry J.
That Henry J. Mike Cox, I saw him at Tulsa at a roadkill event just a couple weeks ago, and it had been the first time that he had the car out of the garage since last year's drag week. He literally hosed the thing off, or maybe not even that, and brought it out here and still laying down really solid numbers in that B gas class.
A Nomad, followed by a Willys, followed by a 1964 Pontiac GTO coming down the return road. There is that Nomad in front of you right now, in front of the Grand Saints. Here comes the pickup truck. And Doug Garrison, that gorgeous 64 Pontiac GTO. We have sent one of our top-end officials out onto the track to make sure that left lane does not have anything on it. Fuck, there's oil up there. Oops, there's oil up there. So the 64 GTO of Garrison comes around the corner. And again, I think they're trying to figure out exactly what's going on with that left lane. We saw Brigance go across the finish line in the Ranchero. Lifted his foot off, and that was the end of that. So we got the officials going down to figure out a starting point. Apparently there is oil out there. It's a matter of figuring out how much and where it is.
While they're determining the level of cleanup that we're going to need down here, I will remind you to please check out hotrod.com for all of the results of Drag Week all throughout the week. We will be posting the raw data every single night, and there's literally hundreds of photos from every day. So check out hotrod.com. You'll also want to follow Hot Rod on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook because there's a lot of different images that are going out there. And we are using Twitter to sort of stay in touch with racers on the road, give them any updates. You're on, bro.
Hey, hey, bro. What's up, bro? So,
here, wait, let me handle this for you. There we go.
Oh, you got it, man. Nailed it. Hashtag nailed it. So at the top end of the racetrack, as you have heard us say, Neil Brigance went across the finish line, took his foot off the gas pedal, and ventilated the oil pan. So we have top end officials out there going to clean it up. We have, again, great equipment at this track, so it will not be a very long time. But again, just another kind of wrinkle bump in the road. We may lose more guys on the track today than we actually lose on the cruise, which is kind of the opposite.
Oh, no, that's not possible. No, it's just going to be way worse than you expected. You know, with a lot of newcomers to Drag Week, as we've said it before, they don't realize this is truly a game of survival. You have to make it to the end to win, and, you know, that extra quarter-inch of lift might not be worth it. You want that valve spring to survive.
That is, that is the valve train failures. I think overall, if there was no stat per se on what's killed the most cars, but valve train failure has to be it.
It's pretty big. I've always said that, transmissions, and electric fuel pumps.
Yeah.
Yep, those are the things people are generally unprepared for. Looking at the quad running down the track to go have a look what our oil situation is. Did you actually hear that parts fell out of the thing? Or are you presuming that parts came through the pan?
Well, parts came through somewhere because there is oil down there. So oil has escaped to its natural habitat by some means.
Yeah, that could be a dipstick tube blowing out, though. It's not necessarily like connecting rods afraid of the dark.
Depending on how much grease sweep we put down out there, that'll be the judge.
We'll judge that.
We can figure out how big this is. You know, the more Titanic oil downs we've seen this year. I told you about the one at Bowling Green. Well, we had one at Norwalk at the NHRA National event over the course of July 4th weekend. That was an all-timer because there are two guys around the country now that are running top dragster with diesel-powered dragsters. So a guy goes down with this Cummins-powered dragster, which is cool. We've been running like, I think, 620s, 630s all weekend, and it literally blew the oil pan open like it was a baked potato, right? It broke a piston, and 150 pounds of boost came funneling down through one of those holes, and it blew the bottom of the oil pan out. And there was something like 25 quarts of oil in this thing. And it was going that fast, and it spread it from here to like Wisconsin. So it was a long time to get that one done. It's the nature of the business, though.
So you helped Keith Turk run ECTA, which is the Wilmington Mile, Ohio Mile. And you were telling me that that airport runway will actually draw the oil down into it so you don't even need to sweep it up.
Yeah, so my wife and I are partners with Keith and Tiny at ECTA, and the runway is is a really interesting blend of concrete. So what happens is if we have an oil down, it's very wide. And ECTA, for those of you that don't know, is 1 mile standing mile land speed racing. So,
East Coast Timing Association.
which is located in Ohio, so figure that out. But anyway, the way that the runway is set up, if we have an oil down, the runway is wide enough that we actually flop the course. So we run on the left side. If there's oil, we'll go to the right side. But the blend of the concrete is designed to whatever's on it to basically absorb it. So within like an hour, if somebody blows something up, whatever was there is gone.
And it's also grooved for rain, isn't it?
It has sipes in it. Yeah, it's siped. I forget the exact length of the thing, but it's almost 2 miles long, and there's sipes cut every 1.5 to 2 inches in the thing.
Yeah, it's weird when you roll on it, it hums because of all that siping.
It's like a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
It's literally like driving that. The other thing it does too, which is very different than a drag strip, is how quickly it dries after a rainstorm. And that's a function of the fact that there's no walls next to it blocking the airflow, but it'll rain. My first time I was there, it rained, and I was like, all right, start packing up my stuff. They're like, no. It stopped, and 25 minutes later, we had cars going down.
I really dig your events because it's so much like the early days of drag racing where people just found an old World War II auxiliary airfield and went and drag raced on it. And that's kind of the vibe that you get at the ECTA.
Yeah, it's fun, and a lot of it, a lot of that feeling, I think, pervades events like Drag Week. This is an event where, people aren't necessarily racing against each other until we get to Saturday, and that's more of a fun thing. But virtually everybody here is on kind of their own program, and we got cars pulling into the water box, man.
Can't have been as bad as we thought.
Guess not.
Let's go back to racing.
But anyway, people are on their own program, and they come out and do what they want to do, and they kind of have their own success, and everybody celebrates in it for the most part. So that's what's cool about it. So it is the Malibus a pair. We have the Malibu Wagon and the Malibu Coupe. Late 1970s, early 80s G-body cars out here, and we've seen a lot of them. As much as popular a platform as, say, the Fairmont or Fox Body or LTD, like with a marquee we see coming up here, is the G-body is just the same thing on the Chevrolet side. General Motors. Beautiful wheel stand again out of the station wagon there, and you saw him, you heard him apply the power, maybe some nitrous to it as it started to come down. Good drag race. 894.6, 155. 908.1, 143.66 on the laser side. This is a guy we got some help for. Jason Doshier was having ignition problems. Now he's got his boys sticking their face in there. But Doshier was having ignition problems. We made a call to get some coils to him, and it looks like that might have come in handy and helped him.
And on the left-hand lane, of course, Jim Forbes has been to a bunch of Drag Week events. He's in that Gasser Nova, which has got a blown big block Chevy in it that has probably got a zillion miles on it. I don't know if he's even dingle ball honed that thing.
Talk about the sealed hood.
Oh, he sealed the hood. New awards we've got at Drag Week. We have sealed hood, if you can make it all week long without even popping the hood. And we also have sealed engine awards now.
So the 84 Mercury Marquee Wagon, the burnout machine, as it smoked the tires on the hip. Jim Forbes heading down the AAA lane, goes 10.76.9, 127 miles an hour like clockwork. Doshier goes 10.36.7 at 151 down the laser side.
We got a father-daughter here.
We do.
Have a look.
Dennis Taylor in the Retro Nova, AAA lane. And his daughter, Alex Taylor, over here at the laser side. Alex, I believe 18, 19 years old, I believe. Family from the Arkansas area. Dennis, a hot rod builder down there, built that Nova, just finished it up. He also built the Camaro along with Alex.
And the Ranchero that we saw go down earlier.
Yes. And this is Alex's daily driver. She drives this car to high school. It is a twin turbo, it's an LS, it's twin turbo small block, right? Or is it an LS? I think it's a small block.
I'm unsure.
Yeah. And Dennis Taylor, the big block power adder, 72 Nova. And Alex Taylor left before the tree was activated, so she's going to get absolutely no data whatsoever as Dennis Taylor goes 992.4 at 145 miles an hour, and Alex will get a blank side of the time slip down there in the laser lane. Man, this Camaro, these guys have come up a couple times.
Pro Street Power Adder car.
Let's try to to see the sticker on his back window there. I want to watch him do the burnout in this big tire Camaro. It looks like it might have a UMTR sticker on it, which is United Manual Transmission
cool.
Races, which would be awesome if he had a stick in this thing.
You know, normally we've got a little bit more hands-on feel for the cars that are running down track. There was so many of them this year.
And they're new, yeah.
And they're new. I talked to as many of them as I could in tech yesterday. But man, 300 cars, it's hard to get to everybody. As the week goes on, we'll be able to do some more mingling, be down in the pits and doing some more interviews to bring to you on the live feed. And we will know more details on all of these cars. And I hope to death this thing's a stick.
Don't think it is. Burnout did not start like stick burnout. Just a similar looking, there was a set of binoculars up here before I could not find it, but yeah, it looked like a UMTR decal, but do not believe it is. So twice this car has come up and twice this car has smoked the tires. We'll see what they get going now.
139.60.
Not perfect, but far superior to what they've done so far. And the Camaro 960 with a 2 at 142 miles an hour to bring up the good-looking Roadrunner here on the AAA side. Clark Strong at driving that car. And remember that guy Tom Bailey? He's coming, and I believe he's coming right now.
I might have been out of the booth. I do not believe he's made a clean pass yet, has he?
Bailey?
Yeah.
No. Came up once and that was it.
Yeah, and he didn't do much at the testing tune last night either, so we'll have to hope that they've got their poop in a group here because there's not going to be a whole lot of time to get back in line if something goes wrong. As a matter of fact, 5 minutes. Lanes close in 5 minutes. Closing lanes at 3 o'clock.
So the reality is he will not, in 5 minutes, have time to make a run unless he does not pull the parachutes. If it goes so slowly he does not pull the chutes, he may have time to get back in. If he has to pull the parachutes, there will not be time for a second chance for Tom Bailey as he completes a burnout in Project 6 Seconds 2.0.
I'm not going to encourage not pulling the chutes in a car that could run 240, 250 down the track here.
I'm not trying to say that either. I certainly do not want the guy to do anything sideways. And Tom is not the kind of guy that would do that. He's got a good head and his shoulders.
Of course, if that actually happens, then he's got his number and he can pack it up and hit the road. I'm guessing at this point that Lutz has done exactly that. Walked home with that 605.
Yeah, if I was, although what's that?
Oh, wait, no. Lutzy baby. Might not be letting us down.
Hey, babe, Lutzy babe.
I hope he is going for the 5s Everyday program. That would just be
that would be amazing. Well, Tom Bailey, to stay in the hunt, he needs something in the low 6-second range to keep himself within fighting distance. I don't think it went to the 8th mile in 6 seconds last time. Here comes Tom Bailey. Gonna spool the turbos in dramatic fashion. Rattles the tires twice, rattles the tires 3 times, and he's going to lay on it one more time as he gets centered up and just let it coast across the finish line. 9:11.1 at 119 miles an hour.
And the games begin because now you're looking at Lutz, who's already rolled a 605, and his main competition walking into this was Bailey. So now it's the survival game.
From our vantage point, which is directly behind the racetrack, even where we're standing, just looking down on the surface, you can see what the tire marks look like off of Bailey's launch. And it absolutely started to wad the tire up on the hit of the throttle. So, you know, as much as, again, keyboard crew chiefing or catbird seat crew chiefing up here, they may not have been aggressive enough on the starting line with that thing. And once you start to rattle the tires in one of those cars, that's why you start to see it shoot off to the left, because the thing is literally bouncing off the ground, albeit in very small increments. So a tough break there for Bailey and crew. What do they do now?
Pray for breakage elsewhere?
I mean, we're looking at our little black and white screen here, but I do believe that's Jeff Lutz's car. Unless we get another oddly shaped Camaro.
Stretchy truck on the line.
David Burke in the 79 Le Mans in the mid-engine stretchy truck. The answer to a question that nobody may have asked quite yet. Nick's been having a good time with this truck, runs it up at Lancaster Dragway and a bunch of places up around his home in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, wow. Really
Dirt tracking that thing down the racetrack, and it's loose again at the finish line. Goes 887 to it, 161 miles an hour. David Burke goes 1363.3 at 111.
He was really appreciating that wheelbase there. The polar moment of inertia is a thing.
If you look at what he did and you look at Bailey's marks, they literally kind of work in unison in two different points on the racetrack. I mean, Nick has only about 2,000 less horsepower than Bailey does, but they were doing virtually the same thing. Burke goes again, 1363.3 for Burke. Kerry Watson coming up in the Oldsmobile and the step-side Chevrolet pickup. One of our Street Machine Eliminator competitors ran down in the 12s last time. We'll see if the pickup can find any more elapsed time here on the laser side. .12.081, 117, flirting the 11s in the truck, and Kerry Watson goes 1177.7 at 113 in the Olds.
A lot of laps on that car.
Rick Anderson from Holly coming up now, the AAA lane. And Jeff Richardson. Did he ever come and get his push rods?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Rick Anderson was kind of hanging on tight at his first ride. That's the launch he was looking for the first time. Good stuff. 133 to the short, 553 to the 8. And Anderson laces that thing 861.3 at just about 160 miles an hour. Jeff Richardson goes 1058.8 at 127 on the laser side.
If you're going to be ugly, you might as well be fast.
That's it, man. Absolutely. And here comes Rick Prospero.
So Prospero, you know, because he used to have the 65 Nova wagon, and he showed up at Drag Week, I'm going to say 5 years ago, with that thing with a 460 big block Chevy in it with a turbo. And he advanced that car over the years, put bigger and bigger engines in it. The drivetrain that is in this car is that 460 that was originally in the wagon. And in the wagon, it had run as well as 8.0, and that thing weighed 4,100 and change.
Wow.
This car weighs 3,300 and change.
Man.
What is it? RX-7 of some sort.
It's a 1990 RX-7 with its wankle removed.
I'm tone deaf.
It's been
to Mazda.
Yeah, it's been de-wankled is what's happened over there. And Nick Perry, the 1968 C10, complete with a spare tire bolted to the side of the bed.
Very soft.
Yeah, but here comes the noise now. He's going to come by fast enough to peel the paint off the side of that truck. Rick Prospero goes 828 with a 7 at 180 miles per hour. Making 139 in the 8th and made 40 miles an hour in the back half of the racetrack. And when we look at that, you say, what's the difference? That car went from 139 to 180 in the back half, whereas Perry went from 80 to 97 in the back half of the pickup truck. Just a massive, massive horsepower, that big top end charge for the turbo cars. Here comes the crusty Nova coming into the water box. We had been waiting to see Shane McClellan. I don't think that's lots. I think that's like a third gen or something. Can't tell.
It is 3 o'clock. Lanes are closed. 3 o'clock. Lanes are closed. We are going to run out all the cars in lanes, and there's a lot of them. So stick around.
Brian Howard goes 912 with a 7, 151 as Brandon Arthurton goes 1440 with a 5 at 96 miles an hour as Shane McClellan coming up. This is the famed Crusty Nova coming up here on the laser side of the drag strip. McClellan will line up next to Eric Bayer, the 1972 Chevy Nova. Both cars running in the same category, which is modified power adder. McClellan has been thrashing the last few days, but then he was thrashing apparently for the last few hours. You saw him down in the pits, David. They had the thing all jacked up.
They did. I have no idea why. But they were working on the car, and this is the first pass of the day.
So McClellan on basically a Hail Mary here needs to get down the racetrack. This car pulled one of the biggest wheel stands in Drag Week history a couple years ago at Indy, the place we're going tomorrow.
And one of the most stylish, I might say.
Totally had the style going on. And McClellan certainly knows how to race this car. He's made a lot of runs with it. His experience shows here as he laces into the thing, goes 885.4 at 162 miles an hour. Eric Bear goes 10.052 at 135.
And keep in mind what you're looking at right now. Every pass is a last chance. Any car here that has not turned in a time slip, this is their last shot at getting a good number. So their week can be made or broken right here.
And we don't know if Bailey got back in again, but I have not seen him come back in front of the grandstands yet, have you? No. Dan Warren and Mike Wensler coming up. One thing to note on Wensler's car, that Gear Vendors logo on the back window. So Wensler, with this big Honka nitrous motor in this thing, is relying on the Gear Vendors under overdrive unit to help him get this car down the road and potentially help him get it down the track too. As mentioned, there are a lot of guys out here who use these things and actually punch the button to hit the overdrive on the racetrack, and they need to pick up some big mile an hour at the top end. Dan Warren, the 1958 Chevy Del Rey. It is also on the same program as the Nomad and a couple of our other contestants, where it is a natural weight loss program, the Tin Worm, removing some of the weight of the car. So the Del Rey trim level, where did that fall?
Bottom.
Was
Is
it
it
bottom?
below 150? No? Wow. You
I'm
stumped
not sure,
me,
man.
Brian
I don't know,
Lawrence.
man. I threw it out there. I ambushed you with it, but I brought it in.
Yeah. Don't do that to me again.
Don't you? Put me in a 55-gallon drum. That'll be it. No one will ever hear me again. Mike Wensler, that looks good. Again, you got to love a nitrous car. Hits the tire so hard. 136 in the 8th mile, and Wensler goes 745 of the 168 out the end of the racetrack. 118 short time, so he was definitely getting it there at the beginning of the run as the Daniel Warren driven 58 Chevy Del Rey goes 16.012 at 87 miles per hour.
So Biscayne was at the bottom. So Del Rey had to have been like dangling
Floating around somewhere in the
between
middle.
that and Bel Air, yeah.
Here comes Rick Prospero up the return road in the green Mazda in front of the fans as Dan Seitz completes his burnout here in the laser lane. And the roadkill sticker equipped Ranchero boiling the hides over there on the AAA side. You see what he did with the sticker? He put roadkill, then put an apostrophe S fault. It says roadkill's fault.
Okay,
across.
good.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Was he covering a dent that we put in his car?
No, I think he's saying it's your fault that he's here.
Yes, I know.
Yes, you have incited this. Watch the Ranchero leave. Very entertaining. Trucklet over there. There's Dan Seitz getting out of the groove a little bit. He's still in the power, though. 122 in the 8th mile. And Dan able to punch it down. 919.4 at 131. So certainly not the big pickup you would have expected on the back end there. Just 9 mile an hour on the top end of the racetrack. But 919.4, 131, whether they like it or not. As David said, this is last chance. This is last chance poker right here. Whatever you're leaving with after this, you're leaving with.
And when racing ends, if you're here in the grandstands, I would advise you to cruise the pits because anybody who's still there is either not worried or in really deep bandini. They're out there working on their cars, and you might want to go by and bother them, see if you can lend a hand, see if you can throw some parts at some of these guys, get them back on the road to Indy.
Yeah, there have been some great stories over the years. There was Casey Cunningham in his pickup truck. He broke the axle, and like some dude walked up, and he's like, I got an axle that'll fit that truck. So they went back, pulled the axle out of a junker truck the guy had in his yard, and came back and put it in his truck in the pits. Travis Martin and Adam Wright head down the pair of F-bodies side by side here at Gateway Motorsports Park. And on the brakes is Travis Martin, 1174.2 at just 93 miles an hour as Adam Wright goes 1087.9 at 124. Scott Cottle and Nathan Dial coming up now. Dial, the 1966 Chevy pickup truck. And Scott Cottle, the 1965 Rambler American. I just got a text from a guy who works for an aftermarket company. I will not name him, and he said, "We come into the office this morning and everyone wishes each other a happy drag week." So Nathan Dial gets the better reaction time. Scott Cottle will have to watch the pickup truck get across the stripe first, as Nathan Dial goes 1081.5, 124. Cottle 1328.6 at 107. So did get word that Tom Bailey has parked the car. He is done for the day. So this is Pat Culkin, that 1990 Dodge Shadow that was backed out last time. He's the little front-wheel driver over there with the turbo engine. He'll be lined up next to the Malibu in black here on the laser side. .101 in the 8th mile for the Malibu. Malibu going to get down first, 1074.1, 126, 1199.5, 115 for the 1990 Dodge Shadow. So word on the street, we got what, about a 240, 250 mile drive this evening is what I've been hearing?
I have no idea, but you'll be driving, so I don't care.
Yeah, that's usually the way it works. Matt Bunnell and Mike Myers coming up. Myers, the 1962 Corvair wagon, as you pointed out, on a G-body chassis. Oh, Glenn Hunter needs parts. That 1956 Chevy, he is looking for an internally balanced flex plate for a big block Chevrolet.
Meaning neutral balance, not a balanced flex plate, but neutral balanced.
And a booster pack with air compressor is missing. So he had a booster pack down in his pits with an air compressor that has taken off and grown legs. If you borrowed it, please return it. And he needs a neutral balance flex plate for a big block Chevy engine.
I'm thinking Rick Johnson's probably your guy for that. He's going to be the most connected transmission guy on the scene. So see gear vendors Rick Johnson. Is this Ferrone's first pass?
Second.
Second.
The first one, as they would say in Germany, was not so gut. Don Scioni, the 1983 Chevy Camaro, lines up on the AAA side. This is another kind of 2-ton Tessie car out here for Ferrone. It's a 41, 4,200 pounder out there. One of the reasons why it has been so horrific in the transmission destruction compartment, those big giant rear tires aiding in that thing as well. This thing's been back and forth across the ocean multiple times, and it's funny when the risk level there, every time it goes back and forth again, it's like you're loading that gun and spinning the barrel around a little bit there. You don't want to end up with the ship that runs into the rocks or something.
Or stuff disappears off the car in transit, or it comes loose in the container and gets all beat up. I mean, there's a lot of risk.
He had a huge problem getting the car. When he got to the States, he could not receive the car. There was some sort of a paperwork thing. He didn't get a hold of this thing until just a couple of weeks ago. Eddie Miller got involved somehow, and when there's an international problem and Eddie Miller tries to solve it, nothing good could come of that. Mike Wensler coming up the return road in that 3rd-gen Camaro. Love that thing. Ferrone has to pedal it. Again, 144 in the 8th. He legs it through 8013 at 181 miles an hour. Both parachutes out there at the top end, but you lose so much in that short time, Dave. You know how critical it is. The first 60 feet, we talk about it so much, but the amount of ET you lose by having to just pedal the car like that, that is the most critical part of the track, getting that mass moving.
Really, this is a game of overcoming inertia. It's the whole thing.
And Lance Sharp has a whole lot of it to overcome in that giant 66 Chevy Impala.
At Drag Week, there's a lot of objects that remain at rest.
Everything except your bank balance, pretty much.
Right.
So Lance Sharp has pre-staged the Camaro SS pre-staged. Sharp's car is cockeyed, stage facing toward the center line. He walks it out of the hole, starts feeding the power to it. Again, he has to pedal it as to try to drive itself out of the groove. So Lance Sharp is going to slowly coast down as the Chevy Camaro goes 10:34, 4:136. Sharp goes 17:20 with a 1, just 51 miles an hour in the Big Impala. Not the number those guys are looking for, that's for certain.
And right here, we're going to get the answer to the inevitable question, which is comparing Mike Roy's Monte Carlo to George Gallimore's Monte Carlo, which is really only because of the body style that you end up looking at those two things. But it is big tire versus small tire, both just hairy twin turbo big block Chevys.
Exactly. Yeah, there are several similarities there, and among them, just the giganticness of both cars. But boy, as best we can tell from looking at some previous numbers, we don't believe that Roy's car has ever gone in the 760s before. It was a big deal years ago when he ran that first 7-second pass, which I believe he did at Amarillo. Did he do that? Great bend. Great bend.
Yep. Good day.
There's Walt Herr completing a burnout. Mike Roy now giving a high sign. You were down doing an interview previously when Mike Roy ran, but he had problems early in the run, had to pedal it. The car kind of got out of the groove, and he was getting up close to that right-hand wall as he headed down the track. But I was mentioning to the people that, you know, when you see this particular car just driving down the highway with no trailer behind it or anything, it's like, wow. It has a very, very distinct presence to it.
I am getting news that he ran a 756 with a 1 last year.
Okay, there we go.
And we saw Gallimore run a 768 earlier.
Yes. 764, I believe, was the Gallimore run. So the starter saw liquid in the starter line, so he's going to back Walt Herr out. So they're either going to let Mike, if Mike Roy wants to back up, they're going to let him back up, or he's going to make a single, whatever he wants to do. They're going to check down there to see. Obviously, you get a car up like that on the converter. These cars, the transmissions get incredibly hot. You know, one of the games that some of the drivers try to play in the pro mod world, if you're a say a blower and or a nitrous guy, a lot of the times they hang those turbo guys out to lunch, and what will happen about 800 feet, the transmissions are just so hot they just eat themselves up in the turbo cars. That is the one weapon that the one weapon that a lot of those pro mod guys will use against the turbo cars, which has varying levels of effectiveness.
Is the Lenko or Jeffco just non-existent in pro mod at this point?
I'm not going to say non-existent, but the Lenkos, if you're running a blown combination or you're running a nitrous combination, you likely have a Lenko.
But you got a Bruno on it instead of a clutch?
Not true.
Okay.
The Brunos are there, and there's a lot of converter cars, but the clutch, I want to say 70-30 maybe. The clutch is still the preferred method. It's still the method that's most well known. I mean, the beauty on the Lenko side is that, you know, those guys will yank those things out and make gear ratio changes round to round as the track's changing or as they want to make adjustments to the car. So the Lenko has a lot of flexibility in it that you're just not going to get out of the standard issue style automatic. It is kind of a jarring thing though when you look at a lot of the turbo cars typically all run a standard style automatic, but the cases, you know, the case itself is an SFI sort of case, so it is just a bare transmission sitting in the car next to the driver with nothing around it. It's
I know.
weird.
I've seen
it's
that.
Weird.
Yeah, in fact, Joe Barry had that deal. I'm like, it's kind of creepy. I think if I was running it, I'd have to have some metal between me and the case. But yeah, it's like a Dedenbear case. Yep.
Yeah, there's a few companies that make them out there, but certainly Dedenbear, one of the best known. Well, here comes Mike Roy after giving the torque converter a chance to go from thermonuclear to mild. They have brought it now into the AAA lane pre-stage area.
Brought in some experts from the Japanese nuclear plant. Run some water across that thing.
Fukushima guy, yeah, just soak her down, you'll be fine.
Ooh, a disappointment for Mike Roy. That means he doesn't have much of a number leaving here, correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah, because he had to chop the throttle last time. It's not I wouldn't call it completely out of the Well, he was way better than 12.5 seconds previously, but not the number he wanted. And I'm wondering if that transmission was not very happy there, because it didn't look like it spun the tire to me out there. It just looked like it didn't want to go anywhere.
It is never over till it's over.
Absolutely, that's the thing too. That's a good point to make. You know, when we see a guy like Bailey didn't go out and run some hero number, but I'm not trying to put the kibosh on Jeff Lutz by any means, but Jeff Lutz could right now be dead in the water on the side of the road somewhere. We don't even know. So Matt Kettling and Rachel Gebhardt, as the staging lanes are very thin right now. Just a few cars left to run through. And this is when the panic sets in the pits. If you are in a situation where you're trying to fix something and the number of cars around you starts to shrink and shrink and shrink, that's when the palms start to get sweaty, and you know you're in for a very long night.
Yeah, the last lifeboat chucked over the side of the Titanic is kind of what you're looking at that point.
Goes Rachel Gebhardt. They weren't real happy with the number that the Plymouth put up last time. Looking to see if there's a Gebhardt family member there to get a reaction, see if they're happy with 1196 at just 97 miles an hour. So the speed way off of that 1196. Sure what's going on up there is 1151.9 at 131 miles an hour for Matt Kettling on the laser side. Joel Nystrom, one of the coolest car guys around. Joel is a great guy up there from Minnesota. Brian Bax, the 1965 Chevy Nova wagon here on the laser side. He's got all kinds of cool stuff. He's got some old school style hot rods. He's got this Hemi GTX, and he owns a Duesenberg.
Right, that's what I was about to bring up.
1929 Model J.
You do know that the term a doozy comes from Duesenberg.
Oh, yes, I do know that.
That's right. I was not able to inform you with my expert tutelage at that point, at that time.
At what year, my friend, did a Duesenberg win the 24 Hours of Le Mans? Brian Bax heading down the laser side, as Dave thinks. 34. Bax goes through, very close. 1068.1 at 126 miles an hour. Nystrom goes 1378.7 at 119.30.
1930, Duesenberg won 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Le Mans.
Notice that's the thing with car guys these days. You can't say Le Mans anymore.
No, you can't.
You have to go with Le Mans.
Yeah, that's, I can't do it. I can't look at myself in the mirror if I do that.
I can't go there.
Sandra Senior coming up in the pickup truck. She was pushed off the racetrack previously, so we'll see what Sandra does down the laser side. As the well-worn Malibu goes in, sets the trans brake, comes off the starting line. The bigger trucks run pretty good. 165 short time, 87 in the 8th mile. 12-second runner. 12:25.1, 108 miles an hour. 1364.2 and 103 on the AAA side for the Malibu. This Mustang is a pretty serious piece. This is Floyd Cronk's 1992 Mustang. Modified power adder is the class. Came off the starting line like a house of fire earlier and then just ran out of steam at about the 8th mile. I'm looking back and seeing a cover that is bare of cars in the staging lanes and our high-tech black and white screen back here.
We're going to run out what's underneath the tower here, and that is going to be a wrap while these guys hit the road to Indy.
You might have thought Sputnik fell out of the sky, but we're still getting signal from it right here. That's where we're getting that signal to close crooked camera. Chad Addison and Floyd Kronk. Kronk goes full ignition on the tire. He hits it and just spun him into smoke. Chad Addison, the better reaction time, the better 60-foot time, and the better laps time. 11:46. Oh, he was quicker to the finish line, I should say. 11:46.2, 120. Kronk went quicker, 10:93.9, 124, but Addison was out on it by 0.6 of a second. That brings up Paul Wabin and Bob Ruppel.
What year was Ruppel's car painted?
92.
I'll give you that.
That color was banned by the UN and after 1992 because everything was that color.
You know who kicked that off, I think? Troy Trepanier with the 60 Impala.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yep. That was that tealish color situation, yes. Whalen, the 1997 Mustang Cobra. And Ruppel, that 72 Nova, outrunning the Cobra handily down the laser side. 11:56.2 at 107 miles an hour as Paul Whalen goes 12:44.0 at 119. And Jeff Dugopolsky coming up. Dugopolsky, the 1966 Chevelle, and Jason Moore, the 1988 third-generation Camaro on the AAA side. First time we have seen Jason Moore on the racetrack, I believe, in the blacked-out third-gen. David Kennedy during the driver's meeting this morning talked about, hey, if you see a car pull up and start pacing you, and a camera pops out the window, like, don't panic. Jeff Dugopolsky a couple years ago, we were trying to get caught at the end to take a picture, and he ran like we were firing guns at him. He took off for the hills, man.
Just trying to get some coverage, dude.
Yeah.
Chill.
The gutless wonder of the minivan we had was no match for the Malibu at the time he was racing. Yeah, pretty good out here. It's Moore with a better reaction time, over 100 in the 8th mile. He goes 10:53.8, 132. Dugopolsky going 11:21.5 at 119 miles an hour. And yet again, the Gebhardt family has found themselves across from each other in the starting line area. The Barnyard Viper is such a cool piece, that swept line era Chevy Dodge truck rather with a step side bed. And Billy Gebhardt, the 1962 Plymouth Valiant on the laser side. You still have that swept line, or is that a Dulcich thing? You guys had that orange truck for a while,
that's
didn't you?
long gone.
Is it gone? Okay,
Yep.
that was a cool piece.
It was the same thing. Same as that truck, except swept side.
Yeah. Billy Gebhardt's going to use the entire right lane. He's going down there like a Plinko chip. Gebhardt goes 10:62.3, 127 as Gebhardt goes 11:32.2 at 120 in the Barnyard Viper. And we are getting down close to the end here as Dale Gebhardt comes up, the 1976 AMC Gremlin, and Dalton Woody, the 2004 Pontiac GTO. Fun AMC fact, there was only one ever all AMC final round in NHRA Pro Stock.
Wally Booth and Dick Maskin?
Close. Dick Maskin's car driven by Dave Canners. So you get good call.
I was there. Okay. Help me. What's the name of the designer of the Gremlin? Richard T.
T, yes.
Fun fact to know and tell. He was on the Hour Game show as a
Wait a second. 966.5, 151 miles an hour. Dalton Woody, 1189.4 at 119. Perhaps his gender confusion absolutely explains the design of the Gremlin.
No.
No, that doesn't at all?
No.
Oh.
Fun fact, right?
Was that like, listen, kid, we got to make some money at this house, put on the wig and go take the audition? Like, how does that work?
What's the most successful vehicle designed by Richard Teague?
Oh.
Longest running vehicle.
The longest running vehicle?
Longest running body style that he designed. It was a huge success worldwide.
I couldn't begin to guess. I have no idea.
Jeep XJ Cherokee.
Oh, cool. Okay. Steve Eden and Scott Abbott. Head down to the top end with Eden going quicker, 1170 with a 4.122. Actually, not quicker on a whole shot. Got down there first. Abbott, 1164.2 and 122. And Tom Zavacek and Tom McGilton come to the starting line. Now, McGilton last time was kind of, it was a tough break for McGilton because the car was not lined up square in the lane. They had the thing set up cockeyed, and as soon as he hit the throttle, it drove itself into an area where he had no traction. This time now he did a nice kind of short and sweet burnout. He's going to line that thing up himself.
Now, McGilton used to run a 34 Ford with a Chevy SB 2.2 motor in it at Drag Week until he bought this brand new ZL1 and took it to Larry Larson and said, make it this.
Yeah.
And which is a really impressive car. Hot Rod Magazine cover car as well.
Dominic dumps the clutch, starts pulling the shifter handle. He's making a nice run, but Gilpin really wants to get a number out of this car. Now we're looking good. Tom McGilton feeds the power to it. 145 at the 8th mile. McGilton goes 794 with a 6 at 189 miles an hour.
Nice.
And again, that thing made made about 45 mile an hour in the back half. Again, big power out of the turbos. 138 to 60 feet. They got nice and conservative with it, and they got it through there. Zavacek goes 10:34.0 at 134 in his very nice stick-shifted Camaro. Joe Barry going to put a 6 up on the board here?
I would like to see it.
You and me both.
I saw his very first 6-second pass last year. Wouldn't hurt my feelings to see it again.
So here comes Jack Miller in the Mustang. I believe this is the car that used to compete in the pump gas tracks.
Oh, yeah, and he was at an early drag week, too, I think. Yeah, he was. It's got 2 Paxtons on a Ford FE.
So Miller's guy going to kind of move him over. Yep, he's got a nice and squared up there as Joe Barry kind of getting the same situation handled on the AAA side. So Joe Barry, certainly a fan and emotional favorite in the Ultimate Iron category. Category really designed for cars just like Joe Barry's.
Or you could say designed for Joe Barry.
True. And here goes Joe. He makes it through low gear. A little bit of a wiggle by 330. 159 in the 8th. Here it comes. Barry. 7-11-5 and a whole bunch of smoke at the top end of the racetrack. A giant cloud as both cars disappear into it. Jack Miller went across the finish line, lifted his foot.
So we're obviously going to have to roll down there and have a look at what's going on. We have 5 or 6 cars left to run, and the last one in line is Dave Schroeder with the 872 cubic inch Corvette. So you're all going to want to hang out on the live feed and here in person to see that. What you need to do if you're hanging out, if you're a racer in the pits, hand in your slips to Tanya ASAP. We who run Drag Week have a long night ahead of us, wrapping up everything that we're doing with the live feed and keeping track of everything. So we'd like to get out of here. Turn in your time slips. And on that note, I've got to say thank you to our whole crew who's doing the Eastwood live feed. You guys have been working hard. It's been a stressful day figuring out the first live feed with a bunch of new equipment.
Yeah.
And you guys have been on it. I know all the audience appreciates it, and we do too. So thank you to all our video guys.
Make sure you're visiting bestofeastwood.com. You want to get in there and get involved in the sweepstakes. Every couple of weeks, going to give away stuff like welders and all different kinds of tools. Eastwood has an incredible catalog. Everything from paints to the actual equipment you need to apply the paints. Body hammers, you name it. If you think it up, Eastwood normally has it on the shelf to ship to you, and that goes for air compressors, welders, and all this stuff. So make sure bestofeastwood.com. That is how you're going to go ahead and get involved in the sweepstakes. Jack Miller may want to call. Maybe there's some engine building equipment they can use. I don't know.
He might see his piston ring compressor at this point. Of course, there might not be much piston left to compress.
No, there's probably not much. And piston, at least maybe you can use a little, like a metal, one of those magnetic dishes to put all the pieces in. I don't know.
He needs to hook up with the guy who invented the pet rock back in the 70s so that maybe you can have pet piston chunks, you know, because he could probably sell a couple dozen of those at this point.
Put a little smiley face on him and you're good to go. But again, it was another situation where you get to the top end. That was where really all our problems were today, is down there. Get to the top end and lift your foot off, and all those stresses you're putting on the motor suddenly come off and things really start to stretch, and it's everything has a shelf life, and we found the end of several engines today.
A lot of that carnage you'll find that you can look at details of if you just follow hotrod.com, because it's not like we're the only guys here. Hot Rod Magazine has more staff on site than they ever have, both on the video side of it and on the photos and words side of it. So go to hotrod.com and you'll be able to see galleries of some of the craziest cars here and some of the nastiest carnage.
You know, the car, I think, me personally, obviously that 189 mile an hour run by Tom McGill was great. I really wanted to see that car put a number down, and it did. It went down the track nice and cleanly. And Joe Barry, 7-11, that's a good number for the car. But, you know, I think the fun thing about Barry's car, you still have an anticipation with it. You're not 100% sure it's going to put a 6 up on the board. So when it does, it's still kind of an event, and it's cool. But that 7-11, not a bad number for him either.
And no one went in the 5s today, which leaves that dangling for tomorrow.
Exactly. No 5-second passes today, and really only a handful of 6-second passes today. Brian Goldstone shoved her down there first, went 698, 208.
I missed that.
Yes.
Did he do it?
Yeah, he went 698 at 208.
That's the javelin, the red one with the black sort of exclaims on it or whatever they are.
Yeah, and it was early in the day, so the crowd was packed in the stands, and he got a good ovation coming back, and I'm sure he was tickled, got his time slip, and motored on down the highway. So.
Wow. Running.
Either that, they either got the coolest sounding equipment to clean up a track, or we got cars coming.
Or they're backing Alex out of the box. I'm not sure. They're backing her. Okay. Well, it sounds like we're going to all run them out in the opposite lane.
I like that
which
program.
Which is a good call. Thank you.
Thank you to the track staff for that.
One. Yep. So we're going to run it out in the other lane. Hopefully, if they've dusted the big chunks off. Actually, you know what? We don't know what happened. We sometimes just have fun talking about stuff that's broken.
We're punch drunk and it's Monday.
Exactly.
So
we're surmising what might have gone wrong down there.
One of the better lines I've heard at the top end of a racetrack this year was a guy who had a situation appearing similar to that we just saw down there with all the big smoke and everything at the stripe. I happened to be at the top end. He came around the corner, opened the door, and he said, "It sounds like a cement mixer."
Yeah.
Well, here's Alex Taylor, the high school student. Her dad's Dennis Taylor. We saw him in the Retro Nova. Alex out here. This is her daily driver car. She drives this thing back and forth to school every day. Twin turbo. I believe it is a small block. I don't think it's an LS. I'll have to double check on that. If it is an LS, I apologize. Either way, it's very fast, makes a ton of power, and she has proven herself to be a very good driver and a very responsible driver, is using this thing as her daily transportation at home. Ripped the tires a little bit there in low gear. She short shifted at 121 in the 8th mile to try to get it to hook up again. And Alex goes 958 with a 0 at 155 miles per hour in the Bad Marrow.
I can't imagine they put an LS motor in that deal. I mean, LS early came around, no one does that.
No one does that. Yeah, it's a very exotic swap these days. I didn't see any of them when I was in Bowling Green last weekend. None. Not a one.
Holly has certainly turned that into a thing, haven't they?
Yeah, you open the box, everything falls in, and then you drop, the engine falls out of a crane and just goes in the car. Yeah. That's kind of what the program is. Well, Clark Strong, the 1969 Roadrunner, coming down to the end of the afternoon. Strong goes 11:56.7, 116. Waiting on, there's a Retro Nova of Dennis Taylor right there. And you said David Schroeder is the last car in the line, so when we see the Corvette, that will denote the end of the day. NHRA funny car driver John Hale down there in the starting line. Keeping his eyes peeled, John Hale is friendly with the Taylor family, so he's out hanging out, supporting them today. John, the driver of the Big Jim Dunn Racing Nitro funny car, the NHRA side of things. Also his own nostalgia car that he's taken out and run at many events this year as well. So Charlie Davis. Things were going so well before he missed a shift down there by the 8th mile, and Davis just going to kind of motor it through. 13:56.2 at just 95 miles an hour as Dennis Taylor comes up. This is Taylor's third attempt. Now, they had a very long trip getting here. I think they only got a couple hours sleep coming into today. And as you well know, if you get behind the 8 ball at this thing, it starts to really stack up on you. We talk about the human suffering element of this event and all that kind of stuff. But when you get into one of these spirals where you're leaving late from each track, and who knows what happens between each thing, that is when the pain train really starts to leave the station.
Yeah, tonight is no vacation, especially with the guys running right here at the tail end of our program. And they still got to drive to Indianapolis. That's not going to make him happy.
$127 in the 8th mile. He goes 974.3 at 170, which if Alex had run next to him in those ETs, would have been a pretty good drag race, but both of them, of course, had to pedal down low. And Chuck Ogle, the 1973 Cuda. Love the stance on this thing, man.
Another reminder, if you're a racer out there, get your time slip to Tanya, please. Hand in your time slip up on the 2nd floor of the tower. And if you all go to hotrod.com, you will be able to see all of the results of everything that happened today, and we'll be able to update you tomorrow morning on our live feed tell you exactly what went down. So you want to come back to life, come back to hotrod.com. And of course, check out that Eastwood contest at bestofeastwood.com.
So Chuck goes 13.98.7 at 98 miles an hour, and we have that 1930 or 1940? I was going to say a 39 Chevy Coupe. Think about the cars of this era, especially that late 30s, early 40s, man. All the compound curves and all the things in these. It's pretty amazing. You think of the way stuff was manufactured back then. They were able to make these shapes and everything, form in the metal.
Well, and it's why they're in so many pieces and the fenders unbolted and everything, and it's why the early cars had an open roof that was filled with fabric, because they couldn't make a die that would actually stamp it all in one piece.
That was good, man. You brought a little value with that. That was good.
You know, once a day.
Blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. Exactly. So Fred Cullen Jr., again, we're running the singles down here in case you missed it, because we did have oil get into the shutdown area on the laser side of the track, so we're going to finish out our program here. The last several cars are single passes down the AAA lane.
Which was a really good call, I've got to say.
Fully endorsed that one.
Yeah.
13.06, 405 for that 1940 Chevrolet Coupe.
I haven't eaten anything today. I feel my girth diminishing.
There's going to be some good road food between here and where we're going to end up tonight. There always is. Well-worn early 70s Pontiac Firebird coming out here with a Formula-style dual snorkel hood on it. Taylor's Nova, I know he's had the traction issues with it, but boy, that is a good-looking car. He comes around the corner here.
Puts together a nice car for sure.
And so the Pontiac on a solo trip, 1587.8 at 89 miles an hour. And that'll bring up John Hindley Jr. driving the car that was initially brought to Drag Week by Steve Boyer. I think it's fair we call it John Hindley's car now.
Yeah, pretty solid.
I think we do that.
He won his class last year.
Yep.
He did that.
The 1967 Valiant.
You know, the Valiant used to be a complete throwaway, and you're starting to see more and more of them as people get more desperate for vintage tin and can't afford a Cougar.
Yeah, exactly.
Go get yourself a Valiant. They're the lightest A-body of the second generation A-bodies.
1095.8 at 121 miles an hour for John Hindley Jr.
This Trans Am on the line is pretty good. We're talking essentially a stock iron-headed Pontiac 400 with a turbo blowing through a carburetor.
Gotta love it.
Very roadkill.
Eli Gould is driving that car. It's a 1980 model Trans Am.
Second time at Drag Week.
Oh, that sounds healthy.
I'm guessing that might be 872 cubic inches of
Give or
healthy.
take.
Give or take. At the point where they're about to gauge the displacement in yards, cubic yards.
Eli Gould, 4.5-second reaction time as he was on the brakes trying to get the turbo to build some boost. And the car is making a pretty good little charge down there. 11.64.0, 118 miles an hour.
For a very low buck effort. Nice.
And we're going to finish things off the right way on this very first day of Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors, with David Schroeder, the Canadian racer. Monty Smith, the crew chief, or the guy who has helped, I should say, on the engine combination tuning of this car. It is now an 872 cubic inch nitrous engine as John ends, David's right-hand man, who, I don't know, he's so tall, man, I don't know if he folds himself into this car for hours at a time.
No. So he ran a 738 last night. He ran a 40-something earlier today, and I had claimed it was a single stage, but I'm guessing that was probably an A run.
He did purge the gas, though, the first
did
time.
he?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what a shame. And that is a wrap on our first day of competition at Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors and supported with our live feed by Eastwood. Bam!
You knew it was coming.
You knew it was
you
coming.
knew it was coming.
So what's going to happen next is... Oh, they weren't on me, and they're demanding another one. You got to give the people what they want. Bam! That is it for the first day of Drag Week 2015. And now we're going to drive to Indy after packing up all of this video stuff.
Yes, the circus moves on to the next town.
You would not believe the volume of junk that is involved with a live feed.
It is pretty incredible, the amount of stuff between the cables and all the wiring and everything else we got strung up around this place. So we got some work to do to get it packed up. There's a lot of people in the pits that have work to do as well. There's a whole lot of cars sitting out there and a whole lot of dreams and hopes on the line that they can get those things running and limp them over to Indy and see what happens then. But an exciting first day, a first day where we saw the fastest pass ever made at Drag Week and the fastest pass ever made by a street legal car, and Jeff Lutz running 251 miles an hour, packed it up and hit the road. But that ET record still stands. Larry Larson, 594.4. He was here watching until the bitter end this afternoon, and we'll see what happens in Indy tomorrow. Another great racetrack and a lot of traction, another primo weather day as well.
There is a lot of drama dragging in tomorrow, as there turns out to be every day on Drag Week. But right now, we've got to relieve the poor video crew. It's been a suffering, stressful day. So we're going to wrap this up. But I will remind you, watching at home, HotRod.com has all kinds of photos and videos and all of the results. So check that out. Also, Roadkill.com, I'm going to try and get some stuff up there. Can't promise too much for that, though, because Roadkill. And then the last thing is go ahead and check bestofeastwood.com. They're supporting the live feed, and they are doing a sweepstakes where every 2 weeks you can win some pretty significant swag. So that's it for today. We will be back first thing tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., firing up at Indianapolis for day 2 of Hot Rod Drag Week 2015, presented by Gearfocus.
Thanks to the track staff, thanks to the video staff, thanks to Tyler Crossnow and Jason Ruker, the guys that got this track ready this morning. We're going to Indy. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Another day of completely lost productivity at work. Your boss sucks anyway. Ignore him. Bam!